dick.
You know, I'm not saying I'm 2 seconds away from being an active shooter, but...
This video is sponsored by Natank Shadow Legends.
Now, it looks like it's live, but I'm on my phone and I'm not seeing that it's live.
It's filthy casual gonna understand any of the Natank shit.
Oh, here we go. We're on.
Nope.
We're on.
Good.
I actually pressed the button literally at the second that Jake started talking about his junk.
Thank
Oh.
God you cut out all those times you said the N-word, Mayo. That would have been really embarrassing.
I know.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, how come I don't see the live thing on my
It takes a moment.
It's
Yeah.
live on YouTube.
Bear with
Oh,
me.
it's
I
live.
just want to put these filters back
Wait, but
on.
this isn't live on Pornhub? Why?
What?
You know, like exactly. You know how
Wow.
are they supposed to know that?
How else are people gonna watch? How else are people gonna watch this video one-handed? You know, it's just...
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, what he said.
I mean, it's very easy to watch things one-handed at a computer.
Do
I
you
don't
have
think
a
you've done
lot?
enough to say
Do
that.
you have a lot of experience in that?
No, because I use my phone like a normal person.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I guess we probably should start talking about you know, Deadpool, Wolverine, that
How
kind of stuff.
Dare
I love
you?
that movie. I love that movie. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some people seem to think so, even though it's a weird one. People simultaneously love and hate it at the same time, which is weird. Mostly
Yeah.
hate.
Then there's just me, where I feel like by this point I've just become apathetic towards the movie. Actually, I'm like, fuck this.
Why it has to be different?
Oh
Of
yeah, it
course.
has to be different. Let the hate consume you.
So instead of doing hours and hours of plugs, I just thought I'd introduce everyone quickly and get on with it. So I got Filter Casual. Everything's down in the description, so you can find out where and who they are. So Filter Casual, can you please say hello?
Hello.
Okay, that's great. Jake,
Rar.
Wyatt,
No.
Asa,
I was born in a log cabin, etc., etc.
CCAP,
Good morrow.
and Solicitations. So now that's out
Wait,
of the
who's
way.
that?
No soliciting. No loitering. This is a...
It's a YouTube. This is a family-friendly YouTube. You
The-
can't be like standing on the street corner.
This is
Exactly.
this is a professional get up here, probably.
Who said you were allowed to use this corner? This is my corner.
So anyway, before we get started with the actual movie, should we go around the horn and just see anyone's number out of 10 and just a quick thought of what they in general thought about this, what people probably think is a movie?
Sure.
Start with Filthy.
Great. Next.
Moving on.
I
mean, that does sum it up.
One.
Okay.
I was
Fine.
joking. You can go.
Yeah, I
Alright,
mean,
yeah,
you can, yeah.
All right, if you don't find the movie funny, which I've found the humor incredibly repetitive, like it's gonna be Ryan Reynolds improving, somebody's gonna get stabbed in the dick to a pop song over and over, then the movie feels like forever, because the plot is, I mean, I'm being generous calling it a plot. There's nothing there. It's just kind of thrown together to get you from one cameo to the next. I think everyone's gonna like this movie in the theater and go on and on about the cameos and how funny it was, and then in a month or two when it comes on streaming, no one's ever gonna watch it again, or they're gonna watch it again and think, oh, this is a very middling movie. And yeah, I mean, I just didn't enjoy it at all.
Okay. Jake?
So I kind of hate it in many aspects. I found a couple of like the humorous moments, like a sniff laugh kind of deal, or a smirk. Other than that, I found it just to be kind of cringe. A lot of the humor I just did not care for at all. I thought that Wade Wilson was, if not completely, at least partially assassinated. I think he's like, especially in the beginning, he does a lot of immensely out of character things. It forgets about certain things in Deadpool's 1 and 2 in order to have Deadpool's quote unquote arc make sense. I think in terms of the cameos, they're not handled well, because the characters that are being cameoed, they don't really have any respect for. And I know, so some of them, which we'll get into, it's like, well, I mean, it's this one. It's like, yeah, but still. The TVA is in it.
Which is
and anything
automatically
involving
marked down.
I like how you don't have to
Yeah.
explain why that's bad.
Yeah.
Just like,
They're there. The TVA
that's the
is in
problem.
it.
Because well, it's because it was like we immediately, the second low key even started as a TV show, we were already shit talking it, because by this point nearly everything Marvel had created was almost shit from the get-go, because WandaVision essentially had those 3 episodes where everybody was, like, at the very least happy or neutral on the subject. Then the rest of the show fucking happened. Then Falcon Winter Soldier just started bad. So it made sense when everything else just started
in
bad.
fairness, not only did it start bad, it also had a middle and ending that sucked.
No, yeah, like it's
I don't
just
understand
it's just
the politics
weird.
of my country, and that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
But
That's
but,
what
but
always
don't
felt
don't
so
forget
weird.
don't forget Secret Invasion had an AI introduction.
Oh, I keep forgetting Secret Invasion even
That's
fucking
really
happened.
funny. Hey, there's nothing wrong with using AI as long as you're really poor, like Disney.
But
Yeah.
I do need to ask Jake, will you finish what you were saying? I know we've been
Okay,
off there.
so, you know, TVA was in it. The villains were fucking dull. Like, dull. They were probably also incredibly poorly written, but I don't typically like to use this term because it doesn't really mean anything, but I'll use it here. I found them boring. I found a lot of this movie absolutely dull and dragging, especially in the middle when they're just wandering around aimlessly.
Wait, this movie all middle?
Yes. I also found a lot of the jokes Ryan Reynolds it's Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds says don't make sense. A lot of the things that he says, the comparisons, or like when he goes, "What the fuck did he doopy stick my dick in my mouth?" type of like stuff. I didn't. A lot of it didn't make sense. And yeah, I wish it never existed. I'm glad I pirated it. I will never give this movie money, and neither should you.
Okay.
Totally, the smartest
Wyatt.
move is to admit piracy on the open seas.
In fairness, only Jacob will get arrested, so it's fine.
That's fair.
The Hollywood is coming now.
So,
Oh yeah, Hollywood.
So it's my turn now.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this will more than likely go down the same way that Guardians 3 went down, as people compromising and saying that it was the weakest of the 3. I think it'll take quite a while for people to admit that it was actually bad, and we'll be dealing with, like, yeah, it's the weakest of the 3 for probably quite a few months. Because what's the prediction? Everybody, like, that's gonna be like 2 weeks before people start shitting on it. I think
2
it's gonna
weeks
take
to
a
a
lot
month.
longer.
I think that's a very long time. I think people are already doing that, and I think the next weekend is going to have a severe drop off, just like Marvel's did.
We'll see. Like I'm kind of with Mahler. I can see how this will just be financially successful.
This movie
Again,
will
in
make
this-
a lot of money.
Yeah, in the same way that, again, Guardians 3 did, because Guardians 3, Spider-Man No Way Home, and this pretty much have nothing but goodwill towards them like before people even see it,
Mm-hmm.
because
Agreed.
because it's Deadpool. Like that's literally what brought so many people to the theater in the first place when they saw the first movie, because a lot of meta knowledge was pretty much surrounding that movie from the from all the way from the days of X-Men Origins Wolverine, where Ryan Reynolds was like, I really love playing this character, and then he leaks the footage, and now we have our we had our really
Allegedly.
good movie, and then we had a sequel that wasn't as good, but still quite successful, and now it's just continuing downward slope.
Baller.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say something really controversial. I loved this movie. I like the fact that it took me like no time at all to watch it. I
agree.
it was really easy to to go out and see, especially when I didn't go out and see it. It was great.
I agree.
Yeah, you consumed it in like negative time too. It's just in your brain now.
Yeah, I know. The only downside though, it was so good. I forgot everything about it immediately.
Oh yeah.
That's my biggest problem that I had.
That's
So
the future of movies, just the dopamine rush, and then it's gone.
That's
yeah.
exactly the response I expected from you.
Mhm.
Fake
Um,
fan.
I didn't see this movie. I didn't care. I don't care enough.
Yeah, we can all
Fake
confirm that Baller did not see the movie, and he's just going to contradict us at every which end. But at the very least, we all get to see a fresh person's perspective on everything when we start to go through it.
Yeah, I am here as the control group, so when these guys explain the plot, I can go, no, guys, come on, be serious now.
Yep. This isn't just a bad dream.
We're just going to use you as a soundboard, so whenever something stupid we explain happens, you just go, that shit's whack, and then say nothing until we say something stupid again.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
Whoa!
Yeah, you mean
Your
like,
mother.
He's like the black guy from
Activated her
Not Another
fiber.
Teen Movie, where it's like, I'm
Yeah.
just here around to say like, damn.
Or you could be the organized chaos of the group and say, "You're not really saying anything, guys. Come on,
You're just nitpicking.
You're just nitpicking.
just nitpicking."
I was very nitpicking.
You're just nitpicking. My God. Look,
I mean, I guess that could be maybe an issue.
look at
It's
my
just
Black
like,
Widow.
yeah,
Look
but
at my
yeah.
Black Widow
Next to my
popcorn
life.
bucket. It's so good. I'm gonna eat out of it, and then I'm gonna like
Sure.
I don't know, drink out of
Bob,
it.
from one nasally person to another, enunciate, you fucker.
You can't tell me.
Yeah.
You're just a chud. A cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
Before we get to you, T-Cap, I just have to say one thing. So, Jake, you know how Organized Chaos is pretty much a content farm. Literally, as I just said his name, someone started watching the stream.
Oh.
Did I hear cringe? They sniffed it out.
It's like, wait, organized chaos? They talking about that bundle of sticks?
Well, I'm not going to say his name 3 times just in case he does appear. But that said,
Organized chaos.
um,
Organized chaos.
Teacup, are you okay? Are you good after this movie?
I mean, relatively.
Thoughts?
So, this movie left me feeling very empty. That is the best way I can describe my feelings after seeing it. Initially coming out of it, I thought, that was such a Blair film. It's like maybe like one of the best 5 out of 10 films I've seen in a while. And then I used my brain. I thought about it for a few hours, and I was like, "Oh no, this is not good." Like I almost allowed myself to be blinded, like many people are on the internet right now, by, the jokes, Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, the cameos. Like, I almost let that prevent me from thinking about the terrible writing, and just be like, oh, it's a fun, popcorn movie. It's a fun Deadpool movie. Just turn your brain off and enjoy the thing. But I couldn't. The plot, like I think you said, casual. There's no point really. I mean, we can absolutely talk about it. I love, as Bob would say, nitpick the fuck out of the plot and the writing. It's in tatters.
You need something to be able to nitpick.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the plot is it's fucking balked from the get-go. From the trailers, because, you know, we all said TVA's involved, so it's like, well, alright, I guess we know what we're in for. But, there is a specific line of dialogue that obviously we'll talk about as we go through the film from the British villain number 1, Paradox. He says to Deadpool, he essentially introduces a brand new fucking mechanic to the multiverse, and I groaned. I fucking groaned and rolled.
I'm excited for this.
I groaned and rolled my eyes because I thought, well, at the very no, I'm not done.
I'm not done yet. Let him cook. Let him cook.
It's only just started.
It's my turn on the Xbox, Dad. Basically that, because I thought going into it, I thought, okay, well, it's Deadpool and Wolverine, there's multiverse bollocks shenanigans. At the very least, they'll try and, you know, Ryan Reynolds is a writer, he knows what he's doing, they'll just try and move past it as swiftly as they can. They won't, like, ignore it, but they'll just move past it and just focus on Deadpool and Wolverine nonsense. But the second they introduced more rules to the multiverse, I was like, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. It's over. I mean... And when we talked about the character stuff as well, initially I thought the characterization, obviously the performances are good, but in terms of the actual character writing for Deadpool and Wolverine, I thought initially, oh, it's okay. But even that, I was like, oh no, because I actually kind of agree with you, Jake, that he's been partially, if not downright, assassinated, Wade Wilson. Like, it's just like, he just wouldn't do these things. And Wolverine / Logan, although he wasn't necessarily assassinated, I don't think he was utilized well at all. I think this is a waste of him.
Oh, yeah.
You mean you didn't like his backstory being 2 lines of exposition?
Oh god, we'll get to that, but
and how it doesn't make sense when you consider what it is.
Well, it's just so, it's more underwhelming. It's at best it's incredibly underwhelming reveal of what it is, because this Wolverine, this variant of Wolverine, it's not Logan or the X-Men Wolverine guys. It's totally different Wolverine. We're totally respecting his legacy by bringing him back. It's fine. But yeah, he's basically revealed to be like the worst Wolverine, like the shittiest fucking. No, he's no hero. He's a fucking bum. He fucking did bad things. He let bad things happen. So when you think in terms of a dark Wolverine backstory, like he's the worst one, you think, oh my god, like what dark shit are we in for? Like this is gonna be really fucking like heart wrenching, like stuff to sit through. And then it's revealed, and it's. I mean, should I just reveal it now? I'd rather go through the movie chronologically.
Yeah, let's go through the movie.
Okay.
Oh, before we
it's underwhelming to say the least.
The reveal is like, oh, that's it. It's like a okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Those are my general thoughts.
What did you think of it, Mayo?
And that's it.
Great,
so,
Light
No.
and concise.
So you agree with me?
So yes, Filthy had the best adepts. What word is that I'm trying to think of?
You said it first. He has the most inept opinion. Yeah, we heard you. It's fine.
I agree with
Casual,
Filthy.
you fucking idiot.
But yes,
God damn it.
yes, the plot practically non-existent, in no way, shape or form going off the other two films. Even though the second film wasn't as good as the first one, it still had its own lore, canon, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing there with Vanessa or anything. There's just nothing to connect it to the other movies. I've said a few times to some people now that it seems like the Austin Powers Gold member of the franchise, where it doesn't really feel like a Deadpool movie. All the cameos were for cameo's sake. The ones they brought in, I kind of got what they were going for, but failed miserably. Everyone seemed to look like they were basically the original actors. It felt like they was wearing the if they were basically cosplaying as the characters they originally played. It just didn't look that good, especially with a little bit of a reveal of Wolverine's outfit, the add-on to it at the end, which everyone is not too happy about. I feel it would have done a lot better if they kept Cable. Again, just gone on the story of Wade as opposed to what the hell just happened. It seriously wasted Hugh Jackman beyond repair. It would have been a lot easier if they, I don't know, pulled him out at the last few minutes before Logan died in the movie Logan, and possibly gone that way, or maybe pulled him out just after he killed Jean Grey and went into some kind of depression. If they was going to character assassinate him, at least make it make sense. It's just I kind of get that they wanted to like take the piss out of the MCU, but it was literally, even though they made there was very different variants of the joke, but essentially the same joke was being repeated all the way throughout the movie, whereas in the other movies it was like situational stuff that was going on, just one hit joke and then move on. So it was very rapid fire, and it kept your retention. This was just sloth, unfortunately. At the time when I saw it in the cinema, I thought, okay, fine, had a couple of chuckles, it wasn't a complete waste of a night out. But then you start thinking about it, and it's when you turn your brain on is when this movie falls down. And that's pretty much all I have to say without going through it.
Well, you're selling it to me so far.
If I may, before we even like really start breaking this movie down, does anyone like? Because I've got at least a positive thing to say. Does anyone like? It's not like this movie was. Yeah, it's not like this movie was like actually like stabbing us in the balls like Deadpool was. But one positive, I really did enjoy like the performances for the most part. It did feel like everybody was bringing their A game.
Yeah, it was kind of like Peter Capaldi and Doctor Who didn't have too much of a good script, I feel, but he made the best out of it.
You can. The more you look into the behind the scenes stuff about this movie, it does feel like this is something that Ryan and Hugh wanted to do for quite some time, because I only recently found this out. Did you actually know that it wasn't Ryan that asked Hugh to come back? It was the other way around.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it does. It's very interesting to know.
Well, I understand. Absolutely, they're both very passionate about their own characters in this project, and they're very good friends.
Right.
So I guess that doesn't I mean, it surprised me a little bit, but it doesn't surprise me. It also doesn't surprise me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It surprised me because I just genuinely thought that my thought was by the time Logan had concluded, I thought it was like, all right, we're gonna have to have hell or high water in order for him to come back. Yes,
and that's another joke that they had in the movie as well. Essentially, it would have been so much better if they just left him alone. And that's the thing about the multiverse thing. You can literally bring back anyone. Anyone can say, oh yeah, I'm never going to do that role. But it can't just kill them off and that's it. There's always an open now, always. You can't just have... You can't kill a character by killing them.
I mean, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back, isn't he? Or someone else now or something?
Yeah,
Doctor Doom.
Doctor
I was
Doom.
waiting for like to talk about that, and I was just like, I wasn't
Oh,
quite
I
sure where
love
that
that.
would have been placed in the conversation, but that's absolutely fucked that
Yeah.
RDJ is coming back.
And people are already using the same defenses to like defend Wolverine coming back for this. It's like, oh well, it's gonna be a variant. It's not Iron.
I hope it's not a variant of anything. It is just Victor Von Doom, who has no relation to Tony Stark whatsoever.
It just happens to be played by Robert Downey.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Yeah.
No,
So
that's just as stupid.
I
It's all
can't
stupid.
I don't. It's stupid, but it's less egregious.
I can't remember if it was Loki or something else, but I can't remember whether this was explained about the multiverse. Did everything start splitting recently, or was it just always the case? Because
So I've had this a lot where I said that that's what they should have done because it would have made sense. But basically, I'll just make this very clear for how the multiverse works, just so we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
So
go on.
the TVA, the very incredible organization that we know works very well, was basically making it so that there was only shut up. There's only one timeline, the
Sacred
entire time. Yeah, the sacred timeline, and then during Loki's show, the incredible show, they stopped. Well, they didn't stop, but they killed Kang, and then that basically undid that. So now there has always been a multiverse, even though the other week there was only one universe.
Makes sense.
And
to me.
then, but then isn't like the whole thing was like it's all falling apart. But then in Loki season 2, didn't he fix it by becoming the Loom essentially?
Yeah, he became a tree.
Yeah, but the important thing is that there has always been a multiverse, except for those times where there wasn't.
Yeah.
Which
Yep.
is- yeah, it's so stupid.
It's really well written.
yeah,
And
know.
also, at the beginning of this film, Deadpool is in Earth 616?
yeah.
Question mark.
Oh, yeah,
even though like,
Somehow with Cable's time travel device, despite the fact that that's not how we've been shown it works.
in all fairness, he did go to like X-Men Origins, and like shot himself.
Yeah.
Hi,
Well, I
dog.
mean,
And
that's
then-
kind of like the whole. That's what made the epilogue in Deadpool 2 like so funny, because it was essentially him quote unquote fixing the timeline, because it's a pretty common joke of like the timeline in the X-Men movies has been absolutely borked to hell and back, because they basically just won't stick with one movie like series essentially.
Yeah, I mean that is true.
Mhm.
Because if we were to really like, if we were to treat the whole series as one like timeline for just a moment, it'd be First Class. No wait, I'm sorry.
But we really can't, because doesn't Days of Future Past hit the reset button on everything?
It hits somewhat of the reset.
Yeah.
It's gonna be here fucking forever if we start talking about the X-Men time.
Oh, fair enough.
That is true, but then again, Deadpool 3 likes to like use moments, because when he's going through his head, it's like, oh, we do see moments from the previous X-Men movies, meaning at the very least X1 through 3 was canon to that Wolverine.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Also, remember, Logan takes place in 2029, I believe. That's what you said, Wyatt.
I'm
And,
pulling it up right now just to be
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Um,
good movie.
So
Yeah,
speaking
I want to watch Logan again after this.
speaking of positives, World War Joe says that scene in the car was really well acted. I would say the best part of the movie was Logan's monologue.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you if you like Deadpool and you like Wolverine, like the Flanderized versions that they've become, then at the very least I think you'll leave this film with, if not neutral, like with the tiniest of smiles.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really felt like they just wasted a good performance from Hugh Jackman, because all the emotional moments were condensed into like less than 5 minutes, and it was so surrounded by just absurdity that I was just like, I don't give a shit.
Well,
Yeah.
it's 'cause also it doesn't help that Like that's the whole reason he stopped playing Wolverine in the first place is because of his age. So,
Yeah.
like in all reality, he does not have that many performances left in him.
Right. I think we've put it off long enough, haven't we? Should we
Yeah,
Go
let's
through this.
get started.
get
I
to
need
it?
to hear about the plot of this incredible movie.
We just told you.
Yeah, the whole thing was just explained. Baller, come
Yeah,
on,
we
pay
kinda- we
attention.
Wait,
kinda
hang on,
actually-
hang
Oh,
on,
we'll
hang
go
on.
through
Kind
it.
of
Did I-
actually did.
Did I black out for like 4 hours? No, I didn't. Hang on. This can't be right.
Yeah, now we're just gonna say the same thing, but in longer form nitpicking.
Oh my
Bring
god.
in nitpick this Marvel movie.
So-
Can I
Oh,
mention the box
Yeah.
office real quick before we start?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, it's
So the box office, like financially, it's going to be fine,
of course.
obviously.
It's gonna do very well.
Yeah, it's
But
about
it's
300 or
probably-
400 million at the moment now, isn't it?
But it's probably still going to lose money because these budgets are so out of control.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that because the budget, we don't know yet, but it's like roughly 300 million, and the
Oh,
marketing
absolutely. Like, yeah, marketing is.
and the
it's
marketing has been
absurd.
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 Like, I think like Little Mermaid, which is also Disney, obviously, was 250 million. Force Awakens was in the same neighborhood.
Hmm.
This one to me seems like it's easily there. So you're looking before anything at $1 billion minimum to even like break even, which is
Mhm.
just
I-
obscene.
I
It
mean,
is, but
at
I
least,
think I think it'll get to there.
it'll have an easier time making its money than Cap 3. You guys know what the budget is? What the budget is turned out for that?
Isn't it in
Go
like
on.
in the 400 million range?
700 million.
No
What
fucking
the?
way.
No, no,
you're
no,
lying.
no,
For what
you're
movie?
lying.
You guys
No,
keep
you-
forgetting they made this movie like 6 times.
I need to
Wait,
look this up.
Wait, for what movie? Sorry.
Cap
Captain
3.
America.
I'm sorry,
No.
Cap 4.
Oh, that's what
I was
confused.
going to
like,
say,
oh,
because I thought it was about
that's why I
Civil
was confused
War.
as shit. I was like, yeah,
So-
what?
So I that's how little I fucking treat Civil War as Cap 3 because I just call it Civil War. That I
mean-
just completely forgot that's like right. As far as the timeline goes, that is supposed to be Cap 3. Shit.
Right.
Well, this could also just be called Captain Falcon 1, right? Like,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
who gives a
I-
shit?
I love Captain Falcon because he doesn't know anything, and that's a good thing.
But yeah, I don't know if you guys knew this. Yeah, they've had to reshoot that movie. I think around.
Oh
6
yeah,
times.
yeah.
I know there's
I know.
reshoots happening, but all I'm seeing is like 400 million, like just over 400 million.
I didn't know about budget, but I know that it's on at the very least like it's like fourth entire like thing after it's like basically finished,
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's
which is funny as fuck.
Fail.
And hello, Berserker. Shall we get started?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the way I'm going to do this, I'm not going to play the movie as is. I'm going to essentially keep going forward, like freeze framing it, because it's the first stream and I don't want it to be copywritten.
Mhm.
So
Do you at the very least have a?
oh, hang on. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead like this. Bugger it. I'll risk it for biscuit. I've got the recording anyway. So yeah. We start off, and when I saw the trailer for this originally, I thought they were going to go with Age of Ultron setting.
Oh, because of the snow.
Yeah.
Can I just say as well, again, just to start off the nitpicking, I was hyper disappointed that there was no creative comedy done with the Marvel Studios intro logo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's
It was
weird how
literally-
they.
there was the whole thing played, and then you
Yeah.
just hear Ryan Reynolds just singing
Humming
along
along.
like the last few notes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which,
just doing
which,
that. Like,
which is hilarious considering like not fairly recently Jake, we watched the Simpsons movie, and during the 20th Century Fox thing,
Yeah,
Ralph walks out of the
Ah.
zero.
That unironically is more creative and funny than
I
the
just-
lack of creativity that happened with.
I
Marvel
do want to
Studios
point
intro.
this out.
Mm-hmm.
That on the when I the copy that I was watching, the people cheered when the Marvel logo appeared.
Yeah, that's the one I
So I
got.
thought, when I heard the the guy doing that, I thought that was someone like someone.
Oh,
like,
no.
next to the
You
camera
didn't
behind the
realize that
camera
was
doing
part
that.
of the movie.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was part of the
Desperate.
movie until like it was over. I'm like, oh, okay, that's just part of the movie.
Some overexcited nerd in the back, like going.
Yeah, like which
I mean,
it's like
that was actively happening in the movie theater for me, including when my girlfriend, who was sitting right next to me, like, I don't remember what was specifically happening, but at one point she just went, "Oh snap!" And I had to stop myself from going like, "Shh."
Oh snap! Oh
I-
hell no!
I think
Well,
it just
Oh,
stopped
hell
it.
no.
Yeah, Watch Together is putting they're putting their foot down, so you might just want to just have
mean, I'm just-
the normal screen up.
I mean, I was gonna say I've just got the YouTube thing up because it's just not doing anything.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Okay, I thought I was just retarded and I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. No, don't worry. You're not just retarded. You have many other qualities.
So,
Yeah, I would just try and like pull it up so you can just watch it.
CC content cannot be played directly. Watch together to include separately using the browser extension.
Somebody call the YouTube police. He's trying to pirate a movie.
Yeah. Okay, then fine. We pretty much know how it goes. Should we just talk about it?
Yes.
I don't know how it goes, and frankly, that seems like a good thing.
So
Okay.
Like you could maybe on your end you could like have it up like on screen maybe.
I can't. It's actually showing me the same thing that it showed you. I physically can't see the pictures or anything. So
Well, no, don't
What are you
have,
watching it through?
Don't you have like
Watch
like,
together.
I don't know, like okay,
Yeah, but
can't
they-
you watch the
they-
actual file?
I was gonna say, didn't you have?
oh
the
yeah,
file,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you
I
had
can do
it.
that. I can do
yeah,
that.
just
Put it on
Yeah.
VLC or something. 'Cause it's be
Yeah,
easier.
Yeah,
just
screen share it in Discord.
Yeah, do that.
Actually, that would be really good.
Do that, Howard.
You know that feature we use all the time, guys?
well,
Yeah, I know that, but
I have
that's also
never used it.
that's also going to
Yeah.
block out us on the stream on YouTube, so we won't be able to see this. So
Well, then just do it on VLC on your thing, and then because I've just got your stream up, then I'll just see it with the blur
Yep.
over it.
Yeah.
that's yeah.
See, I'm really smart, guys. I'm not. I don't know what
Allegedly.
the fuck's going on. Allegedly by smart people, like
okay.
Captain Falcon.
Mm.
Like Falcon
And
and the
how
like Falcon and the Captain Winter.
At what point do you, like, when you've had X amount of reshoots, do you just show the damn movie? Like if
Well,
I went through the second,
you think they
but-
should write it off, really?
by the second round of reshoots, you're telling me some poor fucking third. We just gotta work with what we've got now. Let's film these scenes and then throw in the editor and
No,
then put
we
it.
have to. No, we have
and
to
then
make it
release it.
perfect.
It's
Also,
it's
apparently
it's up to the studio ultimately.
Yeah.
It must be a
yeah.
long-term decision thing to be like, okay, we'll take the loss on this one to keep the brand like in a good state. Obviously, they're way too late for that, but that has to be the mentality. Of like, we'll eat
Yeah.
the 200 million that we lose or whatever, but if the MCU is doing well, then the next one will be fine.
Spoiler alert: it's not doing well.
Not doing
It's
Yeah,
going
no.
to-
The Marvels was an actual bomb. Like it lost money.
Well, that and Quantumania bombed as
Yep.
well.
Yeah, good.
I don't.
Quantumania is awful.
How could it have lost money though? It was so cringe. Wait, hang on.
Well, that's why I keep saying when it comes to the successful Marvel movies of this current phase, it was No Way Home, Guardians 3, and it's probably gonna be this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see
It's-
Guardians 3. I didn't like No Way Home, and I didn't like this.
Like Guardians 3, if you really like the Guardians of the Galaxy, I think that film's gonna piss you
I
off.
really liked No Way
Okay.
Home. I have a shit ton of criticisms for it. I think most people here have heard from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed some of the character stuff, but as far as the plot was concerned, it was absolutely.
Yeah,
fucking
that's my thing. I
stupid.
really like the characters and the acting, but then it's like when you like the plot, I'm like, oh, I like these things. And then what about, he's like, oh, what about all the other stuff? I'm like, oh, we don't talk about that because it's not very good.
It's bad.
Really
It's like,
bad.
yeah, really not that great now. Some cool stuff.
Do, do,
Not very good.
do,
Uh,
do, do, do,
well,
do.
to sidetrack while Mayo is still trying to fix things, what's everybody's favorite X-Men movie?
Ooh.
I don't have one. Or, oh,
Either
You mean
First
specifically
class.
X-Men?
Yes, we're talking.
Yeah,
Like-
exclude Deadpool. Yeah.
No, Deadpool.
Well, I mean, does
do
Logan
take-
count? Is what I mean.
No, yeah,
Oh.
Logan totally
Yeah,
counts.
Logan.
Then
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
Logan.
Then
yeah,
Logan.
then Logan.
For me, it's a tie between Logan and X2. I really enjoy. I really do enjoy
If we
that
have
movie.
to specify X-Men in the title, then probably First Class for me.
I'll need to rewatch it. First Class didn't gel well with me at the time.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen all the X-Men movies. In fairness, anyway, I think
Not
I've seen
like-
I think
like
I've seen the
incredibly.
first 3.
I think their batting average, even before this, was not that great because we had the first X-Men really good, started the whole thing. X2 was just expanded upon that. But Last Stand was shit. Was X-Men Origins Wolverine directly after that, or was
Yes.
Yes.
First Class?
It was
No, it was
Wolverine.
Origins, then First Class.
Okay, so X-Men Origins Wolverine was entertaining enough, but it is awful.
Is Wolverine the
had-
one where Ryan Reynolds shows up as that fucked up version of Deadpool?
Yes.
That's X-Men Origins Wolverine.
I thought for sure we get a reference to that in this movie.
When he's time traveling in this very stuff in the beginning, it
In
shows him.
Deadpool, well, in Deadpool 1 and 2, he references it.
Oh, did
Well,
he?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and in the monologue for this movie, it shows the quick time lapse of basically the epilogue of Deadpool 2, where it's
Hmm.
showing him, shooting Ryan Reynolds in the back of the head for
Yeah.
Green Lantern, that kind of stuff. He really did not like that film.
I mean, Green Lantern's bad.
It's
But,
not showing in my window.
Oh, well, that's
Ow.
fine. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we may as well
Yeah,
just talk
yeah.
about it at this point because I don't want
Just,
to waste
just
the
have
whole
a
screen.
still image of it. I'm sure it'll be just as good, if not better.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, let's just get to the.
Let's just get to the movie.
Since you have the file and stuff up, you can guide us through it.
Okay, fine. Let's
You
see.
are
It is a wise
Showing us the
one.
way.
That means I've got to do work now. That's gay.
You're gay. Wait, no, that's what he said. Hang on.
Alright, so essentially opening credits are gay.
Gay, 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 gay.
See if
Okay.
I can 2 times speed
I think
this.
I think our Geiger counter broke, guys.
Alright, so
The gator broke.
Deadpool's walking around in the thingy, comes across Logan's grave, he's digging him up, and
Will we
his-
really desecrate this character? Yes.
So he's sitting
Sounds
down
sweet.
next to the skeleton of Logan, having a conversation with him.
See, that joke in of itself is kind of funny. However, this is one of my big issues with the comedy and the plot and just everything revolving around the writing. They will be ha, we're doing the thing, or it's just yeah, isn't the thing stupid? Look at us doing it, and it's just yeah.
I will give this movie 0.0005 of a point for actually committing to Logan being dead. The Wolverine
Oh,
that
yeah,
we know from Logan.
The one he dug up, yeah.
Yeah,
He's dead.
they committed to it and said no, we are not going to use that Wolverine.
However,
Dead.
we're still gonna have Hugh Jackman as Wolverine in this movie, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, it just they at least did the sensible thing and just said fuck it. No, it's a different
No,
Wolverine.
The
the very
sensible
least-
thing would have been not to make the movie. It sounds like, but
Yeah.
At the very least, it did have that kind of funny reveal where he was he dug it up and then he saw the skeleton and got pissed off and he was just sitting next to the skeleton oh yeah, well, guess you're
Yeah,
dead.
and it's and he just he's talking to the skeleton, and I'm just okay, this is a bit disrespectful. I mean, come on. I know you're making the joke about parading around the corpse of something that was better in order to try and elevate your thing, but you're parading around the corpse of something better to try and elevate your thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're like,
I mean, if they
doing-
had done
doing
the
it.
actual, if they had done like how it should have ended did, I think I would have actually been pissed because have you guys seen that video?
No.
How it should have ended, the famous YouTube series.
Oh, they've done that. I didn't realize.
Yeah, they make parodies of like one of the. They're the ones that made that famous like how Lord of the Rings should have ended, where they used the eagles and they basically just airdrop the.
That was like
ring.
their first video, and it was cringe back then.
Yeah, but they've made one for Logan, and the joke they said was that Deadpool just comes running off screen with another needle full of the mutant stuff, and that brings him back. I actually probably would have been mad if that really was the case, that he was just like, if they had committed to the whole that's not how healing factors work, when Logan had a actually really good explanation as to why his healing factor was not at peak.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. But they did the next worst thing, and we're gonna get into that right now, right?
Yeah.
Mayo, we're getting into the action scene.
Oh yeah, because while Deadpool is having this really super comfy talk with Logan, the TVA turn up and say,
hooray!
"Come with
No,
us."
The TVA and once the TVA show up, you go, "Oh, so this is gonna be shit then."
Well, that was gonna be shit regardless because of the advertising. Like
I know.
think we can all,
Whenever the TVA
can
show
all
up, things are shit.
yeah, well, I think we can all we can get that point immediately out of the way. Everything involving the TVA automatically knocks this down because it means it's tied with fucking Loki, and it's tied with all the other bullshit that is tangled with that stupid series.
I would slightly
People love
disagree
that
with
show,
that.
though.
You can still have the TBA and everything, and still look at this movie as a spoof with no connections to anything else.
I don't think you can look at it as a spoof.
They directly, Deadpool even goes from Loki season 1 episode 5, he's directly pointing.
There's
to,
only so much you
source
can get away
material.
with by saying it's a spoof, because it's not even a spoof. I wouldn't even call it a spoof. Like, a spoof would be something like Scary Movie.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, no, and then they start fighting, and then Deadpool just starts ripping apart Logan's skeleton and using his adamantium bones as weapons, and I'm just like, fuck you.
Explain to me how he's able to, snap, adamantium ribs so he could use them as, throwing stars, because that's the whole thing about adamantium. It's indestructible.
Well, Issa, you're the medical person. Aren't, the ribs connected together by, tendons and flesh?
Yes.
But
What's your point?
But isn't the rib cage for the most part is one solid bone? There's our sternum, which is cartilage and a bit of bone. But as far as the rest of the rib cage, it's all one big bone.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the fight now, and all the bone is shiny, so it's covered in adamantium. There's no way that should have been broken.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
And,
this kind of half funny yet not funny scene. Yeah. There's
Red in the
basically
chat, ribs are wireless.
Deadpool also takes a selfie with one of them during this fight, which is apparently
That
funny.
made me cringe out of my skin. Also, playing In Sync in the background is dumb. Because, when in the first movie, when Careless Whisper was being played, it actually had a thematic and character relevance to the story. This
Most
is
of
just
the
look at Deadpool meme dancing to fucking 90s boy band song. Laugh, plebeians.
As opposed to Wings of the Angel from the first movie. I believe that's the name of the song, where it's just showing this horrible slow-mo moment of carnage while it's playing a very beautiful song.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's it's ironic and it contrasts with what's happening.
Yeah, and then I actually don't remember the soundtrack of Deadpool 2 very well. I remember, didn't they make a whole No, they made a whole new music video for Celine Dion. They didn't make a whole new song with her.
It was a
Yeah.
new song.
Oh, it was a new song.
It was a new song for Deadpool 2.
Okay, I was right
Yeah.
the first time. I doubted myself when like they wouldn't do that, and it's like nope.
They wouldn't do such a thing.
You gaslit yourself into
I-
being wrong.
I genuinely thought like, oh yeah, Celine Dion was retired or something, so they probably just repurposed her, one of her songs.
Yeah, it was AI.
Well, not as far as like using an
ChatGPT.
AI to sing the song. I just thought they genuinely just reused one of her songs.
So something else happens while this music is playing, and Deadpool is now wearing the claws.
Yep, he puts on. He takes Wolverine's like what's it, forearms and whatever. Puts him on like gauntlets, which
Yeah. And it puts him on like gauntlets, and they extend out. But when he actually uses them, he drives them into these enemies. But he can't. He doesn't have enough force to get them out, so he can't use them appropriately.
Which is
He has,
really
he has
weird,
enough
'cause
strength to like break the adamantium, but not enough to rip him out.
I was also about to say, even though
Humans.
it's been shown multiple times that Deadpool like is strong enough to do like at least some not only is he able to stand up to a lot of like tougher threats, but think about it, when you have his healing factor, he really could just swing as hard as he can. It doesn't matter if he breaks bone, for example, it'll just heal.
well, he stabbed people with sharp objects before and is able to has been able to pull them out just fine. We see it happen in this movie.
Well, the thing is, the reason it's happening here is because it's comedy. He's got one stuck in a guy's ass, and then the other one is stuck in a guy's cock and balls.
Oh,
There's a lot of dick
Oh,
there,
that's
and
supposed-
I
There
don't
you go.
really-
forgive
Unfortunately,
me.
I've
I didn't
destroyed
realize
your
that was-
argument.
Yeah,
Unfor-
forgive me, I didn't
unfortu-
realize that was supposed to be funny.
Unfortunately, I got ahead of myself before it gets to that point, because he does the Wolverine stance, and then you get Deadpool and Wolverine behind him, and at that point it cuts to the interview. But before that interview, we have the flashback of all the and I didn't realize this at the time. I just thought it was random scenes, but they're specifically all the things that he changed when he went back and used the time machine device thing.
Mm.
And then it skips to Earth 616, which is also the proper number for the devil, if anyone didn't know that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't
The
realize
original.
the 6 in the middle was actually a 1.
Yeah.
How could I have been so blind? I'll have to reread my Bible.
No, it's not Universe 616. It's like what? It's 19999.
No, Jake.
No,
they changed
no,
it in
no,
Doctor
you're wrong.
Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. That fantastic.
That
film.
is that movie was
That's
made
n-
for clowns by
So-
clowns.
Look,
Correct.
Disney
Well,
knows
it's
best,
still
okay?
happened.
I'll give it once again another 0.5. Like I put another decimal in my decimal. For Hogan
cook.
being the person
Universe
he,
420.
that he talks to, because it's like, oh yeah, he's talking because he with Jon Favreau making the first Iron Man. It's like, okay, like I can see where essentially he would talk to
and that
him.
point gets
but
fucking
that's-
reduced when we
Yeah,
see
I know.
when we see like it on the fucking desk. Tony Stark's
So-
proof that Tony Stark had a heart.
I know. I was actually talking about that with you and Slur. Either that's a replica, or if they just forgot that was in
No,
some, like...
it's actually set before Tony dies. I think they actually referenced that in this scene, that Tony's off doing whatever, and he's been left, and Happy's been left in charge. I think it's before Endgame.
Oh, when he was
Okay.
talking about like the cameos and the cameo and that kind of stuff, I genuinely thought they were talking about how they were waiting for Stan.
No,
like,
Wait, this movie set before Endgame?
No,
Yeah.
I mean,
This
it
scene
has
is-
to,
this
because like
scene
he's
is
doing this
before.
interview like immediately after Deadpool 2, right? And that's 2018,
I guess.
I guess.
I'm pretty sure he
Honestly,
mean-
the fact that this takes place in the MCU in the Earth 616 is
No.
already a mindfuck.
It's fucked if it turns out that he genuinely was just waiting for Tony. Because I just like I said, I like me being a bit literal with
See,
the Deadpool style
I
of humor.
I
I
firmly
thought they were
believe
straight up talking about like, yeah, we'll just wait
and
for
I'm
Stan.
in this
And when he
circumstance.
said like, oh yeah, he's too busy.
And he said he doesn't do this kind of thing.
He's too busy for either
Cameo
cameo or
meetings,
being dead.
entry level meetings, entry level. Aren't you this show?
Okay, well, okay, I guess I missed
Common
that.
misconception. I
Place
did begin
that
my
scene
career
took
as
place before
Mr.
I
Stark's
got
driver. Quickly pivoted to the head of security.
I mean, I think it's
The head of
cool. Like
yes. And why I am vetting your resume. You seem to have left out whether or not
Actually, there
you
are only
had
two
any
real
experience.
Easter eggs that are of note. It's the proof Tony Stark has a heart, and the wire version of Cap's shield that we saw in Iron Man 2 that they used to level the coil.
Yourself and you ravaged the midsection. I get it. Okay.
Well, on
The picture's
the
painted. You get the gist.
character
What exactly
criticism,
brings you here today? Why?
Deadpool
Wow. Okay.
wouldn't really join the Avengers.
I care.
Want to?
I know I'm turning everything into a joke.
Don't you see? He wants to matter.
But he,
I
but
care. I wanna
isn't
use
it a
that
thing in the second
feeling
movie where he realizes he's just
for something important. I want to matter.
I think so.
I mean, that's why he went back in time and saved the X-Force.
To show my girl that I matter.
Yeah.
And,
Oh yeah.
And he told them to like not
you know, I
do the
feel like
mission.
I'm wasting
like,
the good stuff here.
go away.
Is the man not
Yeah,
going to be joining us?
Deadpool saved a
Yeah,
bunch of
I should
lives.
save this.
Like,
If
I just
he's
kind of want
gonna-
to.
as far as you're concerned right now,
Well, even if we're gonna
I'm the
take
man.
this
No,
character,
the man
go
is
back
me.
to the X-Men and ask to work with them.
Okay. Sorry, I just watched the scene properly, and Deadpool says, "I'm sorry, am I wasting this on you? Should I be speaking to the man?" And then Happy says, "Oh, the man is not available right now." I'm going
This
to
must
say,
be. This
I'm
must
gonna
be
say
before
that's
Infinity
Toby.
War too, right?
Because if it was after Infinity War,
It'd be during the blip.
during the blip, and Happy Hogan would be like, "Fuck, we need as much help as we can get."
Yeah.
Wasn't it confirmed that Happy was killed in the blip
I don't know.
in Far
Was he
From
blip?
Home? I thought
Oh,
he
and
was.
Far From Home.
Hold
don't
on.
remember that.
Was Happy Hogan snapped?
Hang
So
on,
then
let me
what's
ask.
the-
Let me ask ChatGPT. Hang on.
No, never mind. Happy and Pepper survived the snap.
Okay, so if this was, so it would have to have been before Infinity War, because if it was after Infinity War, he'd go, "Well, you can regenerate. You want to help? Fuck it, we'll give you a chance. We need as much help as we can get. We lost like half our heroes. We need the help."
Nah.
Well, then again, we've just forgotten that the blip was a thing at this point. So
Yeah, that was like the other week, so you know.
yeah.
Like, they're never talking about
that was the
Blip
last
ever
movie.
again.
So Tom, do we want to bring up an issue that with Deadpool being in 616?
Oh, where to begin?
Yeah, just his mere presence in there. It was explained in your favor.
I mean,
Well,
first
because if
wasn't
he's
deemed
in
to be
616, then that means the X-Men have been in 616 the whole time.
they would have to, right?
They would have to, because X-Men have been in both Deadpool films, the first two, I mean.
Yeah.
No, but guy, I just want to bring, because I've not seen the movie, obviously, but is it not like Loki's thing with the multiverse, where they always have never existed until they did, and then they didn't? But
No,
they didn't matter.
It's implied
No, you
that
haven't
he
listened.
used. No, it's implied that he used Cable's time machine to somehow, go to the other universe.
Yeah,
which
not
is
even jump
really-
a timeline,
which-
go to
which
a
is-
different universe.
Yeah, which is not how that thing works. We have actively seen how Cable's time machine works to the point that we even knew how many charges the damn thing had left. Until the
Yeah.
post
Yeah,
the
it's a time
post-credit
machine, not a
montage.
dimension traveling machine.
I'll say,
Yeah.
I thought you
First thing
said
I was
dementia traveling.
I love
Dementia
dementia traveling.
I love it.
I wish I had
love-
dementia. Yeah, I'd forget
I have
this
my
film.
Alzheimer's disease. What? I have my Alzheimer's disease. What? Well, I have my Alzheimer's disease. Well, stop saying disease. It's meant to be a machine. Fuck. Deadpool, you keep fucking it up.
Hey, do you remember
Yeah,
the Alzheimer's joke I told you last night?
No, I forgot it.
I do. Fuck, I got it wrong.
So, so to bring it back to we have the interview with Happy, and he's like, I just want to matter, and I need to be in the Avengers, and
This is the basis of Deadpool's arc, well, this brand new arc that they've constructed by ignoring the first 2 Deadpool films.
Exactly. Which, of course, if you realize, well, Deadpool, you do matter. You saved your girlfriend. You stopped Francis and like his crew doing a lot of horrible things.
Yeah, like him and Vanessa go through another like fucking kind of like breakup because of this as well.
By the way, Red's got it. So they always have been not there, have been there. Yeah, exactly. See, Red's got it.
Makes total sense.
Red, stop making too much sense.
You forgot even what your own thing was. Remember, he saved the fucking world by being nice to Firefist.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna get that. When he saved Russell, like Russell, if I'm remembering the second movie correctly, Russell was like the reason the world went to shit and killed and how Cable's family died, or like he was or at least a big part of it.
Yeah, Russell killed Cable's family. The world was already shit. He just turned into a big warlord afterwards.
Okay, but he was like, he saved Russell, which of course means that Cable's family doesn't die. He also saved Cable from the self-destructive nature of revenge. He's done a lot of good things.
Have you considered that was the last? Have you considered that was the last movie though? And this is a different movie.
He wants to be in the Avengers now.
He also went back in time to save Vanessa from dying too.
Yeah, that was the last movie though.
If we were to really
this is this one.
If we were to really show like the lack of consequence, I mean, the end of Deadpool 2 shows him walking away with his actual X-Force, as opposed to the people that tragically die during their very first mission.
I mean, yeah, but he saved many people's lives.
I'm not saying like even that he doesn't even need to be part of the Avengers. He's leading the X-Force at the end of the movie.
Yeah, he could have the X-Force, or at the very least, if you want him to join us, want him to try and join a superhero team of some kind. Have him try his hand with the X-Men now that Vanessa's back alive. He's in a better mental state. Like, yeah,
the X-Force are in this movie as well.
I just had a thought. Wouldn't it have been again, not seen it, but wouldn't it have been a much funnier joke if he went to see the Avengers and was going, and that's why I think the Avengers should join the X-Force.
Yeah, that would have been really funny.
Funny. I was thinking that, or he was like, and that's why I should lead the Avengers. He's acting like he's taking a shot at the big guy.
Here's a thought. I think it was the first Deadpool where, why is it that you two are the only freaking Avengers that we have budget for? And then they see the guys like just behind the door and closing it, making sure that Wade can't see them. With this interview, it might have even been better if Tony Stark was like just behind the door waiting for him to leave. Like, no, we don't want him.
Yeah, like you can have even if you get RDJ to come back and do the cameo, I'm pretty sure don't give him any lines, just have him be there. Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't like take away from you're not bringing him back as a full time.
Like he was actually they were both in the office and Robert Downey Jr. is hiding behind a curtain or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like he just doesn't want to deal with it.
He leaves and he's just like, oh god.
No, yeah, and you just I appreciate it if he's just in the background of that scene. You don't even it's only confirmed in behind the scenes stuff that it was Robert Downey Jr. But during the scene you just see a guy just hiding behind a curtain. You don't even see his face.
Yeah, it's just he just wants to shoo him away. But and this scene, this rejection leads to, I feel as if the would you say it's the biggest damage to Deadpool's character?
No.
I would say it outright assassinates it.
I would probably say it's a funny factor probably would be something the way to do, but more the case of Vanessa's just like pissed off with him that he's not living to his potential or whatever the hell that was. I don't even remember why they broke up.
So she wants him to use his gifts to help people, which is fine. And the way it's kind of presented, or at least it's kind of presented, is that Vanessa wants him to do this, and Wade just feels like he can't, even though he can and has. So that's where the conflict comes. And then Wade breaks up with Vanessa because I believe that the whole idea is that he doesn't feel like he's good enough for her. And I'm like, why is he breaking up with Vanessa?
Wait a minute, I just had this. Sorry to do this. I actually just had a thought. Why the fuck?
Oh God! No! Don't do that. That's not something I endorse here.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
I know me thinking is possibly what leads to a cataclysmic event, and that's why I tried to do as little of it as possible. But why the fuck would they have actually denied Wade? Because in all reality, like, they accepted, you know, the 16-year-old with an Iron Man suit and a world-ending satellite device that, well, not world-ending, but it could cause a lot of havoc. So they'll let the teenager stay on the team, but not the invulnerable mutant that
Because Deadpool has an arc to go on. Okay.
Yeah, Deadpool has an arc to go on.
Don't you see? Everyone loves the Avengers.
So no. He has another arc to go on.
Because that just popped in my head. I was like, why they wouldn't have actually said no to him?
Well, I think what Happy said, like, it was played off as a joke, but he was like, oh, it's a little above your pay grade, and like the Avengers are like up here, and your place is down here.
In the middle.
When it's like, I'm pretty.
No, it wasn't even in the middle. It was like way below the Avengers. Like, nah.
Well, no, yeah. Well, didn't he say trying to aim for the? He says trying to
aim for the middle, and you'll never miss.
Oh yeah, that too.
And I just really like now that whole comparison, like the Avengers are here. It's like, wait a minute, Deadpool's an Omega level mutant. He's pretty fucking dangerous.
Was that established in the first 2 Deadpool movies?
No, I
don't think so.
That is definitely meta knowledge of the mutant scale.
I think the only time it was ever mentioned what level mutant anyone has ever been is in Last Stand, where that girl who can sense who mutants are saying that, oh yeah, Magneto, you're level 5, and Phoenix was different. And this movie,
of course, at the end of this movie, yeah, it's like you brought an Omega level mutant here, and it's like,
you realize most people aren't gonna know what that fuck that.
What level does he evolve into Charizard? That's what I need to know, because.
Well, that's the thing. The mutant leveling scale has always been stupid, regardless. Because
it sounds stupid. And I've heard about it for the first time 2 seconds ago.
Oh, you've never heard of the mutant leveling scale?
No, I have a life. I watch One Piece.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, so to just give like the quickest example, Omega level mutants are like the most dangerous. So Professor X, Jean Grey, Storm, Magneto. They're what's considered to be Omega level mutants, which so to put it in One Piece terms, they're at Admiral level.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Ace would actually get a kick out of that.
What level mutant is Joe Biden?
Joe Biden is not a mutant. The term mutant typically refers to individuals with mutations. I beg to differ, ChatGPT. He definitely
Isn't his power just old age?
Yes. Also, fun fact: Santa Claus in the comics is an Omega level mutant, one of the strongest mutants, actually.
Yeah, well, it also doesn't help that as far as the grading scale is concerned, Omega's the only one that actually is, like, the one they care about every level.
But back to the movie, I believe the next scene is the
car sales.
Right, Mayo?
It's in the car with the family, and he swears in front of the kids.
Yeah.
Which is funny, apparently.
Over the Honda Odyssey.
Yeah. The one joke that I got a giggle out of me was when he stapled the toupee to his head.
Yeah, because that's a very Deadpool. That's a very Deadpool thing to do. It's like, oh, I gotta have this hairpiece, and I have a healing factor. Chunk.
Yeah, that actually didn't make sense to me, because he stapled it on fine, whatever. But by the time he was talking with Logan when he didn't have it on, surely the healing factor would have just healed up the staples, right?
I mean, he would have had to remove the staples first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I like that. And I don't mind the idea of
it's an MPV.
So how does the Kia compare to the Honda Odyssey?
Yeah, him and Vanessa broke up, and he's living he's sad pool now. He's living sad, kind of meaningless life, and it's like we're doing the thing again with Deadpool. Why do we do this? Can we stop doing this, please?
I mean, it doubles down on it by he's not only sad and a car salesman, he's a shitty car salesman. Because Blind Owl says like they don't have enough to carry to pay the rent.
Yeah, and I hate that. Where it's like a better thing to do would be, yeah, he's a car salesman, and sure, maybe him and Peter are riding a bike, like, but he comes home, and Vanessa's in the kitchen cooking dinner, and then like that they have a kid, and it's like he kind of goes and he goes, what? You think like what? You think I was gonna be some sad, pathetic loser? No, the car's in the shop. The brakes went out, so I'm just taking the bike to work or something like that. I think that'd be better, and then you could do a thing where like,
no, he has a sad life and he has an arc to go on.
It sounds like you're just mad Vanessa doesn't know her place.
Yeah.
yeah, yes.
But yeah, I fucking hate this thing of just every guy now is a sad old man. It's like a carryover. It's just across every franchise, it seems like. Like 5 years pass, and all of a sudden they just want to kill themselves, and they're losers.
I do get this does anyone else get this like feeling of bitterness throughout the movie? The fact that that essentially Ryan Reynolds' X-Force movie got kind of buried because of the merger, and that's like the whole reason he's even making this film.
Now that you mentioned it, because I didn't know anything about the X-Force movie, they got canned. I can kind of from looking back on it, yeah, there's a bit of bitterness there.
Well,
there's a bit of a bitterness there, yeah.
I mean, like as far as how that story was, like when last time I checked, they were about to start like pre-production when the merger happened, so everything got shafted. Because there was supposed to be the X-Force movie. There was even supposed to be a solo Cable movie.
That would have been neat. I think a Cable movie could have been neat.
Mm-hmm. So let's not forget, by the way, that he's like a sad car salesman, but he also still keeps like his costume in Peter's locker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was weird.
That's very strange.
Although would that I guess because of like moments that are later in the movie, is that actually just supposed to be Peter's suit?
I guess.
I mean, it didn't seem like it because they have a conversation where he's like,
well, spoiler, he does wear the suit at the end of the movie, but I don't know if it's specifically his or if he's just saving it.
Yeah, I think Wade got annoyed because Pete like took it and put it in there.
Yeah, don't they have a whole conversation where he's like trying to get him to be Deadpool again?
Yeah, in the
Peter
in the
wants him
locker
to be
room.
Deadpool again.
Yeah.
So I think Peter took it and then he wears it later, but it doesn't fit him, so it's clearly Wade's.
Okay, yeah, it is Wade's. You are correct.
I'm always correct.
But
yeah.
Just a quick question. Nichelle Nichols, that was her, right?
What?
Who?
Nichelle Nichols, the Uhura who also plays blind person who's with Wade. That was Nichelle. That's supposed to be Nichelle Nichols, right?
Blind L actress.
Because not showing up on IMDb, apparently Leslie Uggams is showing up on Deadpool Wolverine. Oh no, it wasn't Nichelle. Why did I think it was Nichelle?
Yeah, I was going to say she's been dead for a hot minute, dude.
Yeah, it's like 2022, but I thought it was her. Why did I think that was her?
Oh, I didn't even know she died in 2022. I thought the actress has been dead for like a decade.
No. That's weird. Anyway, that completely blew what I was about to say about.
They bike back to Wade's apartment, and it turns out it's his birthday, and we get a joke about midlife crises and how somebody got. Peter's talking about like, oh, a friend got their nipples and dick pierced.
And there's like a chain going all the way down and connecting to the dick piercing.
Yeah, we get the trailer joke of, do you want to build a snowman? Yes, but I can't.
Oh yeah, where they know all the phrases for cocaine. So that was a fourth wall break that actually made me chuckle, because it's like, yeah, he's like, that was the one thing Feige said was off the table.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible.
Yeah, and then we also have, I mean, interactions with Negasonic and What's a Nuts,
Hard Sonic, really?
the Hard Sonic, the Sonic dildo from Doctor Who. Colossus is in this for a second
2 seconds.
or two.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because like Colossus, I really like Colossus in the first 2.
It's great.
Yeah, he's really important to the first 2 movies and almost should have been part of the adventure.
Nah.
Yeah.
CGI budget, mate.
Especially
And,
with the fact he was an X-Men. And
Yeah,
then
he was an
he'd be
X-Men.
there'd be a lot of potential between him and this Wolverine that we got, and it's like him having to reconcile with the fact that his actual friend is dead, and then this is just another version of him.
Nah.
And Vanessa's there
But
making
is
small
it
talk.
a cameo that makes you laugh though, Wyatt? Did you ever consider that?
No. Because
I think it was more just a cameo of, oh well, we can't completely ignore Deadpool 1 and 2 because these characters existed, so we just have them here only in this set.
But we're
in this
gonna ignore
apartment.
Cable.
Yeah.
But we're gonna
Yeah,
ignore
we-
Cable.
Oh yeah. Well, Cable went back to his timeline, didn't he?
No.
no, he said he'd stick around.
Yeah, no, fuck. I'm just remembering Deadpool 2. Yeah, he stayed because the time thing didn't have enough charges, right?
And then it was fixed.
Yeah. Then fucking. Yeah, it was. Fixed.
But when he's later talking to the TVA, he says he destroyed it. So that means Cable would still be running around then.
Yeah.
Wait, in terms of
Josh
the
Brolin
other,
just didn't want to come back.
well, yeah, he's been in enough superhero shit. The other characters we've of course still got Shatterstar, Dopinder, Bob, who was supposed to not have any speaking lines, but then he like a selfish prick decided to improv.
Oh yeah, and his bestest friend from behind the bar is nowhere to be seen either.
I mean,
yeah, T.J. Miller.
I was going to say, like, I'm
To Cable.
No, there's Loki people.
who he thinks are strippers. Like, you guys forget about that? He's like, all right, we're gonna take this down to the hall as possible.
Oh yeah, like fucking hell, the fucking TVA agents, like they allow him to drag out that joke for so long.
Even though with Loki, they just smacked him across the face before he could get a chance to do anything.
But in fairness, they are only competent when they want to be, and then they're very incompetent the rest of the time. So
This is true. Yeah.
And then
so their inconsistency is very consistent.
And then there's the pegging joke that we saw during the trailers was in it, but it's executed in a slightly different way. Instead of him looking directly at the screen at one angle, it's instead a different angle, and he winks.
Which, Jesus Christ.
I much preferred how the trailer did it, where it's just like that good solid second of him just hard staring into the camera.
Well, he seems to always just do that. Like, he does a fourth wall joke. Sometimes he'll talk to the camera, but like I feel like doing a wink to the camera is like, I'm breaking the fourth wall, guys. I said the word Disney. And it's just
Yeah,
like,
I'm Deadpool. I'm in a Disney movie. Laugh.
Yeah, it's like,
Meanwhile,
Ryan, I know what Deadpool does. Like, you don't have to.
Meanwhile, the first movie was really good with its fourth wall breaks, especially the blind owl joke. Fourth wall break inside a fourth wall break. That's like 16 walls.
Yeah. My favorite joke out of the first one was the first joke. Guess whose balls I had to fondle to get this job? His rhymes with Wolverine.
And he's got a nice pair of smooth criminals down under.
Yeah. Classic. I'm gonna watch that movie later.
And then I just realized because we get that moment in the first movie, and then as he's like stabbing that guy, is like, before I fit this tight ass into spandex, and it like was just then it just showed his ass with a bullet hole right where his asshole would be. Like the comedy in the first movie is really good.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it.
And not all of it is just like Deadpool being a meme and breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, there's a story there. proper
Yeah,
story.
and when one of mine is just when T.J. Miller is just explaining how ugly Wade is. You look like Freddy Krueger fucked a topological map of Utah.
That's so funny, and he keeps doing it. Like, all right, you don't have to keep doing it. He just keeps going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, we
TVA.
have then something very reminiscent of Agent Smith and Mr. Anderson in Paradox.
Another joke from the trailers, but that one that I also chucked too. Mr. Wilson, you appeared to have soiled yourself while you were unconscious. I wasn't unconscious. Who are you?
Yeah, that was that again. It was.
That was very
That's more of-
Deadpool-like,
That's like a Deadpool 1 joke.
which is fine. Just there's too
Yeah.
much.
Yep. And then Paradox as a villain is fucking retarded.
Sucks.
Yeah, and then
Truly
he
a paradox.
he essentially takes Wade and says, "By the way, you can fight, save the multiverse and the sacred timeline. Your friends are still gonna die, but you have the choice of fighting and saving everyone else, or die with them. What's it to be?"
Well, you forgot the
need
point
to explain
is that why is his universe
why is his
dying?
universe dying, Mayo?
Mm-hmm. Why?
Can we
Go
go
on.
into that? a
I'll
little
let you
bit
guys
detail?
answer because I know you wanted to talk about it earlier.
Because it's what
Tom really wanted to, so you.
I
you
really
go ahead,
want to. 'cause
Tom,
this-
go.
this
You
was-
you
this
go
was
ahead,
when-
Tom.
Pen and paper, hang on.
God. It's because this was when I knew the movie would be bad. So, Paradox explains that in Wade's universe, a very important person, died. And the reason the universe is destroyed because this person that died, which was spoilers Wolverine, is something called a anchor being. So an anchor being is a person, I guess it can be anything, but let's just say for the sake of argument, it's a person that is so important and such a vital, universally, multiversally important human being that when they die, that universe dies.
Would you think it'd be somebody even more important, like the Watcher or
Excuse me? That
or
make- what-
Yeah, so Asa, let me repeat that. So Logan, the Logan that actually died in Logan, he was an anchor being of that universe. So apparently, I guess there's only one anchor being in every universe. He was that anchor being, so important and crucial to the multiverse or that universe that when he died, the universe died. But the thing is, that universe, it didn't die, guys. It's still there.
Well,
No, they said it's going to die in a couple thousand years.
yeah, that.
Oh yeah. It takes a while.
Which
It
by-
slowly
It slowly deteriorates, but he said even that varies. It can be like a few days.
What the
Which,
fuck
by
is
the way, Paradox may as well have been just the audience POV for a moment, saying that the anchor point was fucking Logan, because let's face it, Wolverine's the only important X-Men.
Oh
There,
yeah,
I said it.
I understand that it was a fucking stupid way to implement some meta knowledge, Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, he's the greatest ever. But they made it a fucking crucial plot point,
hang on.
multiverse
Yes.
mechanic that when he dies, the universe dies.
But
Yeah.
so does that mean every universe has one?
Yes.
So wouldn't it always be dying because people die of old age all the time?
No.
Yeah, that's why I actually.
What happened before Logan was born?
Logan's great grandfather in the prehistoric times.
Yeah, how did
alive.
Kang?
But then he must have died at some point as well.
Yeah, how did Kang account for the
No,
anchor
but
beings?
don't you see? In that great ancestor was the that would become his great ancestor. So on and so forth, till
what about
eventually it
the
leads to him.
universes that are barren of life? Because in an infinite multiverse, there has to be one universe where there is zero life in it.
Well, that's why I said if you're gonna do this stupid anchor point, why the fuck is it Wolverine and not somebody like the Watcher who's somebody who's like
yeah, if you're like
completely
a
immortal.
god, if you're like a god, fair enough. But a guy, like, that's what the fuck.
If there's one, and also if there's one sacred timeline, like, how do you account for that anchor being thing? Like, so
But
if
the
the
sacred
anchor being
timeline doesn't
person
exist
dies.
anymore, Tom.
Well,
Sacred
we're talking
timeline
about
was
before
erased.
this. We're talking about before.
Yeah.
Hang on. Does anything happen if they like lose an arm or something? Does like a bit of the universe start dying, or what?
No. It's
Well,
no.
I think. It's
What if they
just
get
like-
cancer?
But this is the important thing.
Well, eventually they'll die.
Wouldn't Tony Stark be the MCU's anchor being then?
I mean, in fairness,
well,
the
no,
MCU did
because-
start dying after that. Actually, in fairness,
No, because
I mean,
Logan
made less and
Logan,
less money.
Logan, I guess, was in the 616 universe because Wade is also in that universe because you knew about Logan.
Well, what's
But
funny...
Logan died. But Logan died in the future after.
I already fucking hate this movie, and I've not even seen it.
Yeah, the plot is dribbling nonsense.
right.
Also, you know for
but
a
it's a fun
fact that
popcorn movie, guys. It's a fun popcorn movie. Which...
with how Disney and Marvel is, you know for a fact Tony wasn't the fucking anchor point. They'd make it Carol.
Yeah, but well,
Captain Marvel.
Oh my god, I need some of the tank.
Like everybody, this is me being completely fucking cynical for a moment. We all know for a fact it would be Carol. Carol or Echo or fucking any of the other fucking... Who's the one from Secret War or Secret Invasion who just has all the powers now?
Make it Black Widow.
Emily
that'd be
Clark.
funny.
She'd be the fucking anchor. She'd be the fucking anchor point.
well, no.
Stop fucking
Secret
anchor
Invasion-
points.
Secret Invasion doesn't matter. Like,
I mean, yes, it doesn't, but it shows once again how like shit everything is because that introduced an even like more overpowered person.
Make it
More
Howard the
overpowered
Duck.
than
It'd be
Captain-
funny.
More overpowered than
Well,
Captain
Cosmo
fucking
the Duck.
Marvel. Rocket Raccoon.
No, I can't get over this. What happened before Logan was born in that universe?
No, I'm telling you, all the cum of his ancestors. that
No,
was
I
then
need to
leaked
know.
him.
Like, if you ask them, like, what would their answer be? Like, what would they pretend?
Oh,
They'd say-
they wouldn't have
because-
an answer for you.
Because shut up reasons.
Debate stream, Mayo, and find out.
Yeah.
We need to get Ryan Reynolds in here right now.
Yeah, hang on.
we
I
need to
just
get people who like the movie in this stream.
I just
Oh,
gave
there's
my
plenty of those.
I just gave him on the phone. It's fine.
And just
Like, so
Ryan,
kind of
hop on
going,
Discord.
kind of going back to the movie, right? There's also
Mhm.
the suit up scene with Deadpool.
Yeah, that comes after.
Yeah, I know, but like I just kind of want to brief that. It's
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's fine, but there's lots of ass slapping and crotch grabbing, and it's like, yeah, I get, yeah, it's
Well, they
rated R.
paid that
this is
off.
what-
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, they paid that off with like a joke afterwards, like after
Yeah,
he suits up. Where
he's
he's
a
like,
predator.
by the way, I think your tailor is a predator. Just do
Yeah.
something about that.
So, another thing about the scene, I don't know whether it matters or, I mean, none of it really matters, but by showing him, okay, this is a universe you want to save, he shows a load of scenes from the Avengers instead of why not show him events from his life. That's the thing you
Yeah.
want to save. You know, give him actual emotional reason to.
Let's not. Also,
Well, no,
yeah.
'cause he's playing off his new character arc that he wants to matter and join the Avengers.
Oh, guys, we forgot we missed a very important joke, and that
Oh, yeah,
was
Thor.
on a monitor where
Oh yeah.
Thor is holding Deadpool.
It's literally the Thor: The Dark World scene where Thor's holding Loki, but it's just they put Ryan Reynolds in there instead.
I couldn't
Yeah.
tell if they just rotoscoped Ryan Reynolds over Loki,
It's
or if they got credits
CG.
for it.
No,
Yeah.
they didn't get him in for that. They just like took the scene from Dark World and put Ryan Reynolds in it.
Yeah, like
See-
Chris Hemsworth, I think, is coming back for Thor 5, but he has like a lot more creative control.
Yeah, he said.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he essentially say Taika's out?
Yeah, it says he
he
doesn't
wants
want
to
to
come
work
back.
with arseholes like that. He just wants to piss about. Paraphrasing there, but essentially.
Yeah,
Good on-
that's-
Good on Hemsworth.
well,
But,
hopefully
like-
it's good. I'm not hopeful, but yeah.
So like
Yeah.
that's like the big thing. It's like, well, I'm dying in Thor's arms. It's like,
Yeah, and
Why
Paradox
is he
says
dying?
like ignore that. That's in the future.
so like Deadpool's gonna die in Thor's arms in the future. I don't want
Yeah,
Deadpool
I guess.
anything.
I think
ever
it's just
again.
I think it's just a joke because it's just a running
Yeah.
joke. Like Deadpool's constantly like asking Paradox, like, "Hey, so Thor? Like, what the fuck was that? So Thor?"
Thor,
Yep.
yeah, Thor.
And yeah, it still plays out. Captain America does a salute and Deadpool does a salute back. And then we have a suit up scene, I think. Yep, we have the ass smacking suit up scene. Yep, the one that Wyatt likes.
Well, okay, so before that was probably the hardest I've ever been thrown under a bus. Okay, I thought it was chuckle worthy by the time, like, by the end of the montage. Like as far as on the comedy scale, like if it was being looked at like a Richter scale, it like spiked for like not even spiked, it like had a little blip for like a half a second. That's
By the way, I think your Taylor's a predator. You should check
but part of this is also I don't remember if anyone noticed when this throwaway line was said, so he could compete in the rest of the movie. His katanas are now adamantium.
Yes, I call that.
Which you know what? Fair, you know what? Cool. You know.
I mean, like as much as I hate the TVA, their whole thing is they have access to so much shit. So it's like, all right, I guess they would have just God knows how much adamantium to spare. To just make
maybe like
katanas.
one or two Infinity Stones might have come in handy as well. Throw those in there.
Well,
Throw those in your pocket.
Well, the thing they don't work outside their universe. They're useless in the TV.
Remember with Endgame, that should still mean that with all those Infinity Stones there are X amount of just destroyed universes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. No, hang on. Wait, they don't work outside their universe, but it worked in Endgame.
Yep.
Well, no, it's the
They
same
do
universe.
work. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. They made it very clear that wasn't the case.
They're also making a mini-series of how he puts them back.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
If anyone wants to look... by the way, just in case anyone wants to make more interesting, I got the AI to fucking admit that Joe Biden is an Epsilon level mutant.
Lovely.
Nice.
Screenshot that and put it in the
AI into believing the truth.
I mean, you say that when like Days of Future Past, like basically outright said Kennedy was a mutant.
And by the way, I don't know whether this is rumor or what, but apparently with Logan Wolverine coming into the MCU, adamantium is going to be introduced as well, and it's going to be one of the things that creates Celestials, I think.
Yeah, they said it's going to come from that celestial Tiamat that's just sticking out of the ocean, and that's possibly going to be Genosha as well.
Mm-hmm.
That is retarded.
Who cares? Yes. Why are they setting up all this stuff for a universe that nobody gives a shit about?
Oh, I don't know, Asa. Like, it seems like whenever they say that shit, I feel like it's just to piss people like me off.
Wait, so they're gonna start making Celestials out of adamantium, but Celestials already exist in
No, not that they're made out of adamantium. Just adamantium's one of the resources on its corpse.
Oh, okay.
Like that's how we discover. Well, yeah, but that's like wasn't the amount of adamantium that was just enough to cover Wolverine's skeleton? Wasn't it only like the size of a bit bigger than a baseball?
That doesn't blame.
What?
I don't know.
In X-Men Origins Wolverine when they found
works.
Yeah.
Like
yes, it is.
Wait, isn't
I'm more going with the whole...
Did they cover his bones? I thought his bones were made of venom. I thought that replaced it. What?
No, the Weapon X surgery went was that
they infused his skeleton
it
with adamantium.
Then why does it look like steel all the time?
Yes, that's adamantium.
That's because adamantium
metal.
Metal.
No, but you said it's not. You said it's like infused with it rather than being the metal.
Yeah, they literally like bored.
Yeah.
Drills into his bones, and they injected the adamantium straight into his bones, and it,
So why are his bones made of adamantium rather than being like?
Well, they're not made of adamantium; they're covered in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What he said.
I fucking hate comic books.
I mean, that's not even the worst thing in comics. That's like that's like one of the most plausible things in comics to ever happen.
And that's why they're cringe.
I mean, they're cringe now. They weren't always.
So speaking of cringe, we're now at the point where he agrees to do the thing after being shown a montage of 5 seconds. And he gets back to the fight scene between Deadpool and the Time guys.
Hold on, we missed another joke. A very clever, super like highbrow writing. Like I don't know if you guys got it. So Asa, after he is given this deal, he's like, "Will you give me a second?" And then he just walks towards the screen, grabs the camera and the microphone, and says, "Suck it, Fox," and then headbutts the camera. And then it cuts from Paradox's view, and it's like he wasn't doing anything.
Why did he do that?
Because they
like
funny fourth wall joke.
What was the joke?
He's leaving Fox and he's going to MCU. That was the funny thing. You're supposed to laugh.
Yeah, that's not a joke.
You're supposed to laugh.
I do find it kind of funny considering
Asa.
Fox
Come on,
gave him
the sign
his
above the
first
audience
two.
is saying applause. You're supposed to laugh.
Yeah,
I find it funny that it's funny because the Fox gave him his first 2 Deadpool movies.
To be fair and charitable for one moment, at the same time, Fox were utter bastards when it came to like the production of that, because it pretty much took Ryan actually leaking that test footage for them to go, fine, we'll make the fucking movie.
No, I get it. I just don't understand like what's the joke in the scene. That's what I'm getting. You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's just
It's just that he's joining the MCU and the Avengers,
Yeah,
and he's like
more
yeah,
like
you-
reference as opposed to joke. He's just trying
I was
to
gonna
make
say
it funny.
that's not a joke. That's just saying we're doing it. And you're like, yeah, I know. Because we know that Disney own this now.
That sums up the whole movie.
That he's getting excited about it. I know. Well, it's Deadpool getting excited about it now.
And the only
the state it's in now.
I would say the only like actual chuckle-worthy thing is the fact that, as opposed to just looking at the camera, he just outright grabs it, and we see the boom mic. Like as far as like how the joke is quote unquote set up, not half bad, but it doesn't stick the landing.
No.
I did like that they did this joke, and then later in the movie, well, it's like a minor spoiler, I guess. Like Nice Pool looks into the camera and goes, "Van Wilder." And he goes, "Is that what you think I?" He goes, "Is that what you think I do?"
No.
It's like yes.
No, yeah.
Oh, the proposal. Sorry.
Yeah, the proposal, and then actual Wade or Wade Prime just goes like, "That is that what you think I do?"
The thing is, in this movie, that's pretty much what
I
he's
was just gonna say, unfortunately, the problem is that is what he's doing there from the sounds of it. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is this movie does a lot of that. There's a lot of that.
That was a pretty funny moment though. He just looked and he goes, "The proposal."
There's a ton of that. There's a ton of that in this movie where he does like make fun of something and then do it. It's weird.
It's Mahler stated it best. It's boogie humor.
Yeah.
It's like
I was gonna say it reminds me of
it
reminds me of The Boys in season 2 specifically.
Oh, girls get it
done.
Yeah, girls get it done though, and like Stormfront, the Nazi, had to be the one to be like, this whole girls get it. No, like, not girls get it done. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a fucking woman or a man. Like, everyone gets it done. And then like near the end, like in the finale, the big fight with all the women,
girls really
and then
done.
Frenchie is just like looking on like, girls do get it done. Ooh.
I fucking hate season 2 of The Boys.
Yeah, I checked out after.
I just hate The Boys as an IP in general, comic and show.
Yeah.
I have
Did
never
you
watched
watch
it.
season 1?
I did. Well, I watched season 1, and I liked it then. However, since I have consumed a bit more Boys media after that, I hate it by proxy.
I'll still give it its due because season 1 was fine.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like season 1 was okay, and then after 2, I was like, "Fuck this show."
Tell me, casual, have you read the comic?
No, actually, somebody in one of my videos commented on that. He was saying that the show butchers the comics, but I've heard the opposite from a lot of people.
The show is better than the comic.
How can you butcher something that's so terrible?
Yeah, I've heard both.
So Homelander eats a baby. That's all I'll say. He eats a baby.
Right, you like his thing. You say that, Jacob, and like it does, but that by itself doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just, but the entire comic is just cringe.
Yeah, it is. you have Soldier Boy, who in the show is like, you know, a badass essentially. You know, everyone likes Soldier Boy. In the comic, he is this coward that pisses himself every time he's in danger, and he gets fucked by Homelander, like every now and then, because Homelander's like, hey, you know, if you let me fuck you, I'll let you join the Seven, and it never happens, because Garth Ennis hates Captain America. Like, he despises Captain America.
Well, hold on. Replace Captain America with all superheroes.
But no, Captain America in particular, though, he really hates Captain America. Which is weird, because he likes Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman.
It sounds like they're cringe to me in different ways from what you guys are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Jake and I have repeatedly said the Boys comic is mean-spirited.
It's yeah. Now, granted, the show, from what I understand, has entered like degenerate, kind of somewhat mean-spirited territory now. So it's kind of like the two are like now kind of in the same category, but didn't start out like that.
Mm-hmm.
But to bring it back to Deadpool.
Not that.
So we cut back to him trying to revive Wolverine. He's back to killing the people, and thus decides to go on a universe-hopping adventure to find another Wolverine.
No. So he agrees to the mission. We cut back to the fight, and that's the point where we get the Deadpool Wolverine claws, and he engraves these two innocent TVA people in certain areas.
Yeah.
Through the front to the back, and through the back to the front.
Yeah.
And actually, I just realized another joke that made me chuckle was the stay away from Wolverine, the best thing to come out of Canada, and Deadpool kills him and goes like, get my country's name out of your fucking mouth.
Yeah, it made me giggle a little bit too.
That did actually make me half chuckle. But when he has the claws in these people's areas, he has trouble. He can't get them out because he's not strong enough to get them out.
Which he should be able to, because especially if it's like stabbing someone's like balls, you should be able to pull it out. You can cut people's heads off before Wade.
No, well, I mean, again,
especially with adamantium.
He's again, like, it's been shown that he's strong enough to like break his own bones whenever he does a thing. So really pulling those claws out should have been no problem.
Yeah.
Yep. And now starts the search for the worst possible Wolverine. The first one being a very short one in a bar.
Comic accurate height.
Yeah, comic accurate height. Yeah.
Yep.
He wouldn't be that. Would he be that short though?
I don't think he was that short. I think like comic accurate height is like he was like 5'3" or something.
I'm pulling it up. Wolverine.
He wasn't a dwurf. Like I know
he's 5'3".
Like, yeah, he's 5'3",
exactly,
so he's the average size of a woman. So like, he wouldn't be that. He wouldn't actually. He'd probably be the same.
I mean,
size
it looked funny in the movie, but yeah, it made him look like a dwarf.
Yeah.
Yep, and the second one is at a, I believe, poker table or something, and he's wearing an eye patch, kind of like in James Bond.
It's Yakuza Wolverine, where he has the eye patch. If I remember correctly, that storyline is just basically what if Wolverine runs the Yakuza. Out of all the universes, I think the one we visit that after that one is that Days of Future Past one, comic accurate Days of Future Past, or is it the?
No, it's the Henry Cavill one, but we don't see his face yet. But then it cuts to a guy in the woods who kind of looks like Indiana Jones before he wants to die.
Logan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, basically Old Man Logan 2.0.
And then he shoots Deadpool, and then we get the one where it's got all the skulls, and it's basically being crucified. Yeah.
And that's not the Wolverine, the worst Wolverine. totally,
Yeah.
it's not.
Like, what is that referencing, Wyatt? What is going on there? Do you know?
Comic, I guess.
Yeah, I actually, let me actually just put in Wolverine Crucified and see if it pops anything up.
Maybe it's like a reference to like a cover or something from a comic.
It's such a funny sentence to type in out of context.
Wolverine crucified? Question mark.
Wolverine crucified?
Find out more at 11.
Wolverine, Jesus Wolverine crucifixion.
Crucified? What?
So it's a reference to Fever Dream, which is issue of Uncanny X-Men, issue number 251 from 1989.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, which means nothing to all of us because, like,
that's what. Yeah,
like, of course it is.
I'm a comic nerd, and I don't even know like what this fucking moment is.
Well, you're not a nerd then, are you?
Well, it's because the only fucking memorable moments of that kind of stuff is Days of Future Past. We want to talk about apocalyptic X-Men like events. That's it. That's the only one that, as far as everyone in the general population that consumes media is concerned, it's just Days of Future Past.
What about Dark Phoenix?
That's just
two
part.
movies about Dark Phoenix.
Well, Dark Phoenix is just in the main timeline, but like as far as like the apocalyptic like Elseworld type stories, like if you asked any like casual X-Men fan, that's normally what they would state. They would state Days of Future Past, not Fever Dream that was part of House of X, and it's like, what the fuck does that mean?
The next one is Wolverine versus the Hulk.
In his brown and orange costume, which I don't know if this will be a hot take amongst this group. I think is his better costume. I much prefer the brown and orange.
Yeah, I'm not particularly passionate about that.
Yeah, neither am I really.
Yeah, we got a Hulk cameo over the back of his head.
Yeah, and he punches Wolverine Deadpool to the ground. Then he gets a montage of different people, just different one of them's attacking him. And then there's this really kind of long-haired one, kind of rocker. I don't know which one it is. Like just stabbing him in the street.
Yeah, like
that's what I thought.
Dystopia one.
Past one, right?
Yeah, I thought that was comic accurate. Days of Future Past.
Right. I don't know. I've never read the comics. So next, again, goes back to crucifixion, and his hair just looks all over the place, kind of like Jesus. And then he falls through a couple of the portals, and then we get Henry Cavill.
Oh my god!
I wouldn't mind Henry Cavill.
Why is
Wolverine.
Superman here?
Yeah.
That's like, out of context, it makes me smile because it's just in the sense of like, oh, somebody's being nice to Henry. That's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just a cameo.
Yeah, exactly. That's why like out of context, it's like, I guess it gets a tiny bit of a grin, but in context, it's like, it's just another cameo.
Yep. Unironically, if they actually made a Wolverine movie with Henry Cavill as Wolverine, then that would just be great.
Oh yeah, I'd consider giving it a chance.
Because even with like the 2 seconds worth of dialogue, he was able to pull off Wolverine quite well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I did kind of chuckle when Deadpool said, "We'll treat you much better than those fucks like down the street," which no, you won't. But you know.
Yeah, you would.
I think they'd pay him better, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I guess that's treating him well, to a degree.
I mean, if you're gonna do all these shit performances, you might as well get paid bank for it.
I thought I just saw something.
Like
there.
that's just the cynical like how to win in life approach. Like not even like he wouldn't be like maybe he would be happy. I don't know, but we would not be happy in that scenario at least.
I think Henry Cavill has a lot of creative integrity when it comes to like acting. And,
yes.
Like, making stuff. Like I'm sure like anyone on the planet appreciates a nice paycheck, but you know, you read all these articles and stories about him on The Witcher and in Superman and like his passion project Warhammer that he's doing. It's just like he cares.
No, this is correct, and like with him possibly walking away from Warhammer, yeah, that shows like his principles are more important than a paycheck.
Is it confirmed that he's walked away from it?
No, it's still rumored. Nothing has been confirmed. And if by this point, if he does walk away, the reason will probably not be for Warhammer. It'll probably be because he's a dad now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Deadpool eventually finds his Wolverine.
So Henry gets the claws out and pushes it. Well, attacks him, and he falls through another portal to the Wolverine that is in the rest of the movie, and we get something where he can't get his claws out, and reference to not being able to perform.
Whiskey claws.
Whiskey dick of the claws.
Yeah, threatens to shoot him, puts his head against the gun, and then we get something where I don't quite like. I know, shocker, but he then downs a whole bottle of, I believe, whiskey, and then falls to the ground. Now, I thought that because of his regeneration abilities, kind of like Steve Rogers, whoever, can't get drunk. Is that correct, or am I just making that up?
He can get drunk, it's just that the alcohol doesn't damage his body. Like, it doesn't, like, do, like, liver damage.
But he can get...
Wait, who's that for? For what, for Rogers or for Wolverine?
Wolverine.
Yeah.
Can get drunk. I believe he can get drunk.
Okay.
Yeah, I never quite understood why Cap's healing factor prevents him when getting drunk when Spider-Man and Wolverine, who have healing factors that are very much outclass his,
Captain America doesn't have a healing factor. He's just like an enhanced human.
I think it's like his
Yeah, he just has an enhanced metabolism that prevents like the alcohol from.
Yeah, and it also prevents like his muscles from getting tired because he doesn't.
Yes.
Because if I remember correctly, like he doesn't get buildups of lactic acid.
I think he says in the thing, it's like a throwaway line, doesn't he? Where he basically just says like he filters out the alcohol before it, like, you know.
Yeah. He can't get drunk, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Yeah. It does seem weird that like Wolverine of all people, like even if the healing factor didn't, you know, prevent the alcohol, it's just like he fucking drinks a lot.
Yeah. That shit.
Yeah, it was a bit weird. It's just like
you would have a higher tolerance. You would have a much higher tolerance. Like downing an entire bottle probably would
actually.
Like, knock
well, that's Hollywood. Well, first off, that's just Hollywoodisms in general. Just because you swig down an entire bottle of whiskey doesn't mean you're gonna pass out on the spot.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, alcohol is not instant.
Takes a few seconds at least. You know.
I guess if you want to be generous, it's like Wade catches him at the bar. He's obviously been there for a while, so we don't know how much alcohol he's drunk.
Yeah, it's just they act as if that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I guess. But
triggered a very happy memory of Thor giving Stanley a bit of his alcohol, and he just goes, Excelsior.
Excelsior.
I thought you were going to say it triggered a happy memory of when I downed a bottle of alcohol and passed out.
Yeah, now it's a party.
Must be another happy childhood memory.
Wait, was that in the first Thor that happened?
That was in
Age of Ultron, where they're in Stark Tower.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, he puts drops of it in everybody's alcohol. And originally he was just giving it to Steve he was giving it to Steve and somebody else. But then as Thor's explaining it, Stanley is like, Normandy wasn't easy either. You blondie, now hand it over.
Yeah. Nice.
You remember the days when Age of Ultron was considered the worst of the MCU?
Those are much.
I do remember that, but I thought even then, I don't think it was as bad as Dark World.
I always liked Age of Ultron. Like I had problems with it, but I always liked that movie.
Yeah.
My problems with it were more towards the end, and where Whedonisms were. I was finally reaching my breaking point with the constant just chatter, especially when Captain America like he's you'll never, and then he uses his magnetic thing to take the shields. Like, you'll never what? You didn't finish. It's like that's something Cap would say. Like, Cap's got a sense of humor, but it's more when he's like Cap's sense of humor is more when they're not fighting.
Yeah. So Wolverine drops to the ground after having the battle. Wade brings him in to the TVA through a portal immediately, and Logan's wearing the Wolverine costume.
Yeah, because
it was under his clothes.
Yeah, I was going to say they told. Yeah, you missed another joke. When he's on the ground, he grabs him and he sees the outfit underneath, and he goes, "Only took them 20 fucking years."
Oh, I actually went to the bathroom at that point because it was in the trailer, so I thought I wasn't going to miss much, so I must have missed that line then.
Yeah, because this movie was so bad, you had to start vomiting up to detoxify yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it's like, yeah, he's in the costume finally, which is like cool. I guess.
It's not even his best costume. That's what bothered me so much.
I find the reveal of it kind of weird and funny, like the big reveal of his costume. I know we've seen it in the trailer, but the big reveal of it in the movie, he's being like dragged across the floor by Deadpool as he's like pissed drunk from whiskey.
Yeah.
He's got this triumphant music playing because he's in the costume, but he's getting dragged along by Deadpool because he's like pissed drunk. It's just like,
that sounds pretty funny.
Hooray!
Then the TVA call him the worst Wolverine. And
we get the reveal.
My memory immediately shoots back to a Wolverine crucified, surrounded by skulls. Well, this Logan was hanging out in a bar, which means a lot more people were alive.
That's alright. The crucified Wolverine's pretty chill.
Yeah. So Paradox.
By the way, I forgot about this. Wade just leaves him. Just continued to be crucified. He didn't even take him off.
No.
He didn't even bother to ask, like, what the fuck's going on? What is this place? Are you alright?
I would have thought at the very least he'd make a joke saying, "Huh, kinky."
Yeah.
Well, I think like he made a joke of like, no, we're definitely not like getting you.
This is exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, but meanwhile, that would have even been funnier for an over the top, like, "Oh my god, what happened?"
Yeah. So drags across the floor to Paradox, and Paradox is like, "What the fuck?" And Wade is like, "Nah, don't. He'll be fine." And Paradox is like, "Fucking hell! All right, go ahead then." I think.
No, he then no. So what happens is,
God, like, I'm not even remembering it right.
I was going to say you have the movie in front of you and you're not remembering it.
I can't hear anything because I'm listening to you guys as well.
So he's like, all right, no, we're gonna do this much faster. We're gonna introduce the Time Killer, Asa. This is a device that kills Time Ripper. Sorry, a device that destroys universes.
Even though they already had that in Loki season 1.
Back in a sec.
Wait, destroys universes.
Yeah, it's a big machine that requires antimatter to fucking destroy a timeline, and then even has the power to destroy the entire multiverse.
Okay.
Why would the TVA have that?
Because they only have one. Wait a minute.
Well, the thing is, why is he using the Time Ripper when he has like those little things we see in Loki, the first episode of Loki, that erases the Loki variant's like timeline that he's in?
And the pruning things.
Yeah, the pruning device that prunes timelines. Like they already have that shit. They don't need the Time Ripper. Like, and it's like even though jumping ahead a bit, this is like a little bit of a fringe thing of the TVA that's working on. Like they have like the sticks.
It's revealed it's revealed that Paradox has gone rogue from the rest of the TVA.
Yeah, and his motivation
how the fuck that works, who knows?
Yeah, considering
in the TVA where like fucking Kang knows everything, and like, well, I guess this is like after Kang, but
because if I remember correctly, TVA exists outside of space and time. I know it's
not where they were residing. They were residing within Wade's universe for some fucking reason.
Oh yeah, and not so casually. Like they were like their lair could literally just be reached by a subway tunnel that's across the street from Wade's apartment.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
so. Then the TVA, like official TVA, would absolutely know about it. Then.
Yeah.
They'd see some like, what is this activity going on in a universe?
Yeah,
And
'cause-
also with the TVA, it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not talking about Deadpool now, but Loki, they have the Infinity Stones as paperweights.
Well, yeah, because they have technology that can do what the Infinity Stones do, but better.
Oh wait, and I just realized, like, while this is all, so since the timeline's even more fucky, because apparently with the stuff with Happy indicates that's pre-Endgame, yet all the Loki stuff is post season 2 because we see what's her face who's running the TVA.
Oh yeah. Yeah, cop lady.
So we're somehow like pre-Endgame yet post Loki season 2.
Well, you see, time works differently in the TVA.
So that's why you
As in
can't
they
time
exist-
slip in the TVA.
You see, Wyatt, imagine a planet.
But half.
Okay.
That's it.
Only Jacob will get that.
Yeah, it literally has like grass and trees and everything that you'd expect to have on a planet.
So they, when all this is happening, they reveal the, what's it again? The Time Killer or the
Time Ripper.
Ripper.
Time Ripper. They introduce the Time Ripper, and Wade's like, "You're gonna do this, you fucker," and then he gets pruned.
Yeah, he
And
gets pruned.
then Wolverine's like, "What did you do to that guy?" And then also gets pruned.
Yeah.
So
I know the multiverse shit is like completely fucked, but if this device can be built in the main timeline, wouldn't it be built in another multiverse by like some crazy, or like another universe by some crazy person who just wanted to
Well,
No.
wipe out
it's just-
multiverses?
that's
No.
the thing. It's not even
No.
in the main timeline because like
it's
we're
supposed to be like
we're told-
TVA technology.
because we were told this is universe like 10009.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that. 1405, I think they call it.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
like this isn't even happening in the main MCU. So they get sent to the void, and then this is where we get our first like after the prologue we get our first real action set piece. It's the fight between Wolverine and Deadpool, and it is a completely fine fight as far as I'm like I wait to hear your opinions on this fight.
I don't. So when they're playing Thunderstruck during the fight, I don't. The part where like they pause the music, right, for like an impactful thing to happen, it pauses for too long, and then it goes back to playing it. It's weird.
Yeah, the reason I think the fight is fine is like other than that weird Wolverine crawling on the ground moment, I thought was perfectly like
That was
at
a
the very
bit
least.
jarring.
Yeah, because Wolverine doesn't crawl. If he has such, if Wolverine's gonna close the distance, he's not gonna crawl. He's gonna hurl
gonna
his entire
run.
body at you.
Yeah, he's gonna do the fucking cool leap thing in Logan, where he like flies in the air and stabs.
Well,
that
yeah,
guy
that's
into a tree.
why in the X-Men Origins Wolverine video game, it was like one of his main moves was the lunge, where you would leap across the entire map, claws forward, and stab the shit out of somebody.
Yeah, that was kind of like funny to see, kind of jarring because they're building up with the music, and he's crouched down, he's got his claws out, and then he starts like running on the floor like a dog, and it's just like, oh,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, he does this, immediately retracts his claws and starts crawling. It's what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. And then he
Is that a
slams
comic book
Deadpool.
thing?
The crawling or no?
Yeah.
I think
No,
it's supposed to be like a animalistic thing, because like that's kind of his deal with like being the Wolverine. And
Yeah, that's why I
If-
didn't know if it was a comic thing, because
If I had to,
he's still human, so.
yeah,
if I had to be super super duper meta that I don't even think even Hugh Jackman would even call back to, is that when he first got on set for the first X-Men movie, he was like doing shit like that because he didn't know Wolverines were a real animal.
What?
What?
Huh?
Yeah,
How do you-
Bryan Singer had to show him what a Wolverine was.
How do you?
Huh?
What?
So you haven't even been outside of
What?
England, and you know Wolverines are real animals.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah,
course I do.
that's-
Of course we
weird.
do. You just
That's
told
weird.
us
I'm
that.
sorry. I don't like Wolverine is just one of those animals that like you just know exists.
Maybe they don't have them in Australia. I don't know. For
Well-
some reason, he didn't think they existed, and thought like the animal characteristics he'd be showing off the most would be something like a wolf. And then Bryan Singer had to be like, no, Wolverines are they're real animals.
I don't know how you could live in Australia of all places with all the wild shit that they have, and not think a Wolverine's a real animal.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't even like. This is me being like super duper meta to the point that if we somehow had Hugh Jackman right in front of us and I asked him that, he'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Because you know
What
this
the
was
fuck
like
is a Wolverine? I never heard of that animal.
because
Who the fuck is Bryan Singer?
I'm gonna be asking why he's here.
Well, yeah, he'd first be like, "Oi, mate, why am I here? Why am I tied up in this room?" That's my
Flawless accents, flawless.
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
my horrible Australian accent. Thank you all for joining my TED Talk.
No, hang on. Why? Do it again.
It's okay. It's a safe place here.
So I need to hear his accent again.
No, I'm not doing it now. Now somebody else has to do their shitty Australian accent.
It's okay. All
Boy,
this is recorded,
Got that
so
shrimp on the barbie, eh? I can't wait to spread this Vegemite on my crocodile stew.
Come on, Morty, we gotta go to
Anyway.
Mustafa.
Beautiful.
Mustafa, Morty, Mustafa.
I've yeah. I'll get the sound bites and put it into Discord later.
So Wolverine and Deadpool have a perfectly fine, pretty fun,
Yeah.
meaningless fight.
Yeah, there were moments that were like I knew that weren't gonna work, but it's like it's kind of neat that he at least tried. Which was the he has Wolverine on his back and just starts shooting into his kidneys essentially.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it kind of ends with Deadpool putting 3 swords into him, and then we have the Mad Max moment, Fury Road, where we
What,
meet
Beans again.
And
Yeah.
See, like, yeah.
and we
So-
meet
and,
Chris
you
Evans.
You also forget, like, before that moment, you also have Chris Evans coming out.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Chris
Oh,
Evans,
Liar.
as his shush, go away now. So Chris Evans turns up, and who could he be playing? Would anyone wonder?
Iron Man.
Captain
Yeah.
Britain.
Yeah. So he turns up, and Deadpool gets like really, really excited. He says, "Oh, he's gonna say the line. He's gonna say the line. He's gonna say the line," and then flame on.
Yeah, it turns out it's Johnny Storm from the
Is it?
Fantastic Four.
It's a pretty funny reveal.
Yeah, I chuckled. It's weird how like as we're following this up, like like we find out that Toad, Sabretooth, Scorch,
Yeah,
thank
Pyro.
you. Pyro is part of like the main group, and the first person Johnny decides to attack is the one person who's his fucking hard counter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. Yep.
Yeah, and then he gets all of his firepower absorbed. He
Yeah,
apparently
like,
after
Which, by the way, is fucking like I don't know how well does Fantastic Four sit in everyone's memory.
They never had a good movie.
It
I
wasn't
binged the
bad.
first movie so much as a kid.
So-
I think I have it.
It
memorized
wasn't
more than
bad, but
most.
wasn't good.
So for those who don't remember, Johnny can very easily reach the temperature of the sun,
Mm-hmm.
like just
Yeah.
casually.
In fact, they
So,
had to
yeah,
calm him down, saying that's too dangerous. You need to chill out, kind of thing.
Yeah, to the point, it
good
was
one.
one of the only solutions in the first movie. So the idea that Pyro could just suck up his fire, and it's just like, Johnny, get
Well,
hotter.
but now that he's like powerless and falling from the sky, do you want to talk about what the fuck happens after his powers get drained?
Mm-hmm.
He lands on the
The
edge
most-
of a thing.
The most over-the-top, grotesque fucking fall that would that would kill anyone. from
Yes,
very
the
first
I mean,
impact.
the
He
sign
landed-
landed-
murdered him.
It would certainly murder his
well,
testicles.
he landed balls first on a sign and then fell off the sign. Then he landed head first.
Head first, and
like,
it
his
goes.
neck
And I'm
bent
looking at it.
snapped in his
It's
spine.
90 degrees to his body.
You get a
Did you guys?
screenshot. Put up a
Didn't you
screenshot
guys
of it.
mention that he also nailed his fucking balls too?
Yeah, his
I said
testicles
that.
got murdered by the
I said
billboard.
that.
Yeah.
Am I quiet? Because
No,
I
no,
don't
Jake's
know.
just
You're fine.
not. Jake's just not listening.
I
Okay.
am
Uh,
listening
fuck
though.
Jake.
I just didn't hear it.
Okay, yeah, he falls first on a sign and then falls off the sign, and then if you can get a screenshot, Mayo, that would be.
Yeah, I can do that.
And of course, you know that here's the cameos, all the cameos. Remember the Dead Fox Marvel movies? You know, remember those?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, during the fight between Deadpool and Wolverine, they're in the background is just straight up the 20th Century Fox sign.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the logo's there in the void.
I'm sure that these characters
Now
were
that's,
treated with some moniker of respect. You know.
That's a funny visual, but this is supposed to be like not a fourth wall breaking thing. This is supposed to be like actual like tangible things from universes that have been pruned to be here. So are they suggesting that someone went to 20th Century Fox
And pruned
and
them,
like
yes.
and like pruned the actual like physically constructed 20th Century Fox logo and pruned it here? Like, yeah, get out of
Listen,
here.
you're thinking about it too much, Tom. It's a dumb popcorn movie.
I didn't really think about it that much.
Which now also just means that there's a reality somewhere where that 20th Century Fox logo is just real.
Yeah.
There's
Well, it has to be because it's there.
a
It's at the end of time. It's in the void.
I now want to go to that universe where that used to exist, where there's just that.
Which means that the TVA
stone,
pruned it.
Yeah, they pruned it. There's just this stone monolith of the 20th Century Fox logo. It's like, huh.
Yeah, and
Someone's gonna
the
even
image is on screen
yeah.
for YouTube, by the way.
Yep. He lands. That's a great screenshot. He lands like that, and there's a massive fucking crunch noise and flop. His CGI body just flops to the ground, and his spine bends as well. Like he's dead. But
Is he
he's not.
superhuman?
So, as far as I know, outside of when he's in like his flame on form, I think he's just a normal dude.
Yeah.
Because like, especially like when divulging back in comic logic, remember he was beaten near to death during Civil War.
But like when he's flamed on, he has superhuman durability.
Okay.
Well, I mean that's what happens when you'd have to have something in order to just be covered in fire.
Well, the thing is, being resistant to high heat doesn't mean that you're durable into physical trauma.
Because I thought the joke here was that he was going to be dead already.
No.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were going to do as well.
Well, I mean, no, Wyatt, you spoiled me on how he got killed, so I didn't, but I could see how you guys would.
Oh yeah, because he landed head and ball first on every fucking part of that sign.
Yeah, and then it's like really comical fashion. It's like, yeah, we get it. Fantastic Four movies weren't that good, but
which I thought that's why with that kind of bullshit, I genuinely thought he was dead because if we all remember Deadpool 2, the X-Force was played by notable celebrities, and then they all fucking died.
Yeah.
I thought that was like the whole thing they were going for. It's like, oh yeah, we got this cameo, and we're gonna just show like, yeah, we got this celebrity, and now let's
another character where's Domino?
Oh yeah.
Domino. We forgot about Domino.
I mean, who could remember such a forgettable character?
I mean, I did.
Well, that's just unlucky.
Luck's not a superpower.
So,
tell Thebor that.
So, after Chris Evans falls to the ground, Deadpool and Wolverine meet Sabretooth and don't say anything yet. So Deadpool is like fanboying and like, oh my god, we're gonna get the fight of the century, blah blah blah, and starts taking all the swords out and saying what you need to do is slice and dice and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, bro, slice and dice.
And then
he's basically giving him MMA advice.
Yep. And then he basically tells him to shut up so he can get on with it. And what happens next is possibly one of the biggest climbs of the movie. In that immediate decapitation.
I saw the joke coming a mile away.
Yep. Who wants to go first?
I mean, so I'm not. This isn't even giving the movie credit. This is just something that I literally just thought of. Remember in X-Men Origins Wolverine? Do you even know how to kill me, Jimmy? I'm gonna cut your head off. See if that works.
Oh my god, it was a deep,
And I guess it did.
deep cut. That was an actual thing.
Yeah, I guess it works.
But Sabretooth also has a healing factor like Wolverine, so cutting his head off wouldn't kill him.
Well, yeah, that's why it was just a theory in X-Men
Yeah,
Origins.
it was just a badass line. I don't think it was like a legit like, oh, that's the way to beat you. It's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna cut your fucking head off.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Idiot.
cut your goddamn head off. See if that works.
I'm gonna cut your balls off.
Yep. And
That wouldn't kill me. That's not the point. Oh shit.
It's weird because like I don't know. I mean, I could maybe see it with Wolverine and Sabretooth because their healing factors would probably be different than Deadpool's. That's kind of what makes Wolverine himself like especially indestructible, because you can't even do the thing where you try to cut his head off because
Right,
shooting
you
him
can't.
doesn't work. So you can like separate his head from his body.
Yeah,
can't do that.
they
That's why in Days of Future Past, drowning him would kill him.
yeah, like as far as
drowning him didn't kill him. He was just there for a very long time. Then they pulled him out.
well, yes,
no,
but
the implication
no.
is that if he drowned, he would die.
So it's temporary death for him because it was again shown in X-Men Days of Future Past when they quote unquote die. When they quote unquote die, they're essentially just knocked out because remember they got a firing squad, and this is before the adamantium and all that stuff. So bullets could actually go through their skulls and shit.
I love it every night where I go to temporary death, and then I wake up in the morning.
I mean, that is what sleep is. Your body is pretty.
Well, no, I would just
fucked up.
imagine like certain cases like drowning or complete decapitation, where like it is complete severing of the brain, or like robbing the body of oxygen, because like you still have certain biological functions that would still have to be required.
Right.
Yeah, it was a lame moment and an obvious joke.
Oh yeah, it was awful. It was terrible.
Yeah, because
I find it funny that the movie is so hyper self-aware of like, yeah, you want to see Deadpool and Wolverine like fucking cut each other up and fight, and they do that twice in the movie, and they'll also acknowledge this moment of like, oh my god, yeah, Sabretooth and Wolverine, this fucking rivalry, yeah, they're gonna have this intense, brutal fucking fight, and then it's just a joke, and it's just a punchline where he kills him in one shot, and it's just like, so you're making fun of people wanting that and subverting it with a one-shot kill, but then you'll overindulge the fans with Deadpool fighting Wolverine.
Yes,
it's just gonna contradict. It's just really contradictory mindset to me in the writing. I don't know.
And even the 5-year-old playing with action figures, like in my head.
Oh, he would come up with a better fight scene. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because first off, like we've seen these guys fight multiple times, pretty brutally. Like remember the first time they fought in X-Men 1, where
that was PG-13. They
Yeah.
can go out here.
Remember he
They
threw
just
him
went
through
at
a
it.
fucking car.
No. Yeah, they were restricted with the violence there. Like they have a rated R thing now, and it's just like, one shot. We got a plot to get moving. Just
Rated
one shot.
R for retarded.
Remember when Sabretooth throws him off the top of the Statue of Liberty, and he puts his claws at one of the ends of the crown, and that somehow allows him to loop
he
back
fucking
around.
Slingshots back in somehow, like physically
Yeah.
damned.
It makes sense to me.
This is also. Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
So this is also like one of the first times in the movie, or one of the many times in the movie, where Ryan Reynolds just looks into the camera and goes, "You guys have been wanting this for a long time, right?"
Yeah.
And then they do it, and it's like,
But they don't do it.
well, they don't do it in this case, but that was just a really annoying thing to me throughout the movie. Like
Oh, yeah,
all
he
the
does that
fans
quite a bit.
there.
It's just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does it with like Logan's suit. Like, oh look at this, it's the suit. He got the costume. Oh my god, it's Sabretooth and Wolverine. You guys want to see this? Oh my god, it's Deadpool fighting Wolverine. You guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if it's not bad enough, it was a freaking huge trailer moment as well, where you geared everyone up waiting. This is probably one of the selling points that people went to see this movie for.
So much of the marketing was specifically that set of the Void with the 20th Century Fox logo and Deadpool and Wolverine together.
Yeah,
that was in like all of the marketing. I think like that was like one of the first like
Yeah,
images.
it was almost
photos
all
that
the
were
leaks.
released from the leaks behind the scenes of like that scene, and obviously the trailer like didn't actually show Wolverine, but it was that scene where they go into the void.
Mm-hmm.
So much of the like marketing was hinged on like that scene, and it's just like a fun but meaningless fight with Deadpool and Wolverine, and then the old school X-Men villains.
Little neat pick I forgot to mention. They do in the costume include the little sockets for his claws. I thought that was
Yeah.
kind of neat.
Why is that a nitpick?
I said neat pick.
Oh no, right. Okay.
Because I
Yeah.
I thought that was because I, for as much as I love a lot of stuff related to the subject of Wolverine, I always thought the sockets for his claws were a bit weird, especially since like for the comics they've always said like his claws are more stiletto shaped. That's why the sockets are circles, whereas opposed to Hugh Jackman's, which are just straight up just basically kitchen knives. So they did adjust it properly. So that's what
It's also
that was
weird
pretty
how
neat.
in X-Men Origins Wolverine, they're like just spikes. His bone claws are just spikes.
And then
But then they
when
get
he gets
turned
the
into
adamantium,
curved blades.
yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah, it does not make sense.
Oh, but it's cool.
Would it? I mean, if the scene did happen to go all out, like fights here instead of just one shot, would it have been better with this version of Sabretooth or the one from Wolverine Origins?
I'm fine with either
I mean,
or.
yeah, because I was expecting a Liev Schreiber cameo. I'm surprised we didn't actually get that, but I guess from a character point of view, they have more of a history in that sense, because they were actually like, you know,
brothers.
like they properly, it was properly established they were brothers, and they actually had like a story going in Origins Wolverine, and like the first ever X-Men film with like this blonde hair Sabretooth. It doesn't really seem like they have a connection.
Mm-hmm.
It also seems like a wasted opportunity to just stick it in like the flat desert instead of like the woods where they end up in like 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, there's random bit of woods for some reason.
I think it's the more I think about it, I think it might have actually been better that they didn't bring Liev Schreiber's version back for a cameo, because it kind of showed in X-Men Origins Wolverine that like the adamantium skeleton was kind of just the de facto thing when it came to their fights, whereas with the Sabretooth we show from X-Men 1, he's able to put him on his ass regardless of the skeleton.
Yeah.
Because if you remember their fight after he killed Teleporter guy in Origins, like, he pretty much dominated that fight, and Sabretooth had to run.
So yeah, they have the drawn-out one-shot fight. Head comes off. Deadpool shows it around and saying, "Look here, this is what's going to happen to the rest of you if we don't basically chill." And then what also happens is, quite possibly has been a meme over and over again, definitely a joke, where someone activates this big fuck off. Sorry, it was Toad that did it, I think. Activates this big fuck off magnet, and yeah, they get trapped.
I mean, it is like it's been thoroughly established that magnetism is like his fatal weakness, since we weren't gonna get Magneto.
I thought his fatal weakness was writers trying to make him and Cyclops and Jean Grey a polyamorous relationship.
My
Jacob's favorite Pokemon
is
is Vaporeon, just so everyone knows.
No.
No, it's okay. Let's move on. We're moving on. It's fine.
It's
it's okay. No, it's not.
It's Salazzle. Do you see those curves?
Both of you go to fucking jail. Not even horny jail. Go to actual jail.
That's where all the horny people are.
Why? What am I doing?
That's where all the trans people are.
My favorite Pokemon is Bulbasaur. What are you talking about?
My question about that magnet is more like, I guess they knew Wolverine was going to be there, or was that a magnet they used on a previous Wolverine that was in the Void and they just had it on hand?
No, because they said they don't get Wolverines in the Void.
They're like,
Yeah.
oh, thank
They did
God,
say that.
we've had this here for ages. Finally,
we built this thing 1,000 years ago. We finally
I
managed
could
to
maybe
use
see
it.
finally.
I can
Finally,
maybe
a
see
Wolverine
it,
showed up, so we
like
can use it.
I can
Yeah.
maybe see it like using it for like scrap and whatnot and collecting it, but like that's just,
Well,
that's
I
just
mean, when you
hypothetical.
have like a fucking hyper telepath, I don't think you really need a use for.
I mean, when you
magnets to,
have
like,
the
carry
Well, I
things.
mean, what would she?
When
Would
you
she?
have a
I mean, like I would imagine she wouldn't go out in the wasteland all the time with them to do that.
I suppose
it doesn't
not.
even. Also, why would you need? I was about to say, why would you need to get scrap when you have a fortress made out of Ant-Man's entire corpse?
Well, I assume
Yeah,
they
but
got
wouldn't she
scrap
also
to like
potentially?
build up the entrance.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was thinking. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, there's reasons. It's stupid though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Why
it's-
do they have this big fuck off magnet?
Yep.
Yeah.
So a piece of debris basically comes at them, and the scene changes to the rest of the void that has plants and pyramids and various other things. And there's 5 pyramids. No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait,
There's
just say
2
it,
off screen.
the debris flows into them and Wade gets knocked out. Is that correct?
So Wade is behind Wolverine, and they
Yes.
get pinned.
Oh yeah, Wolverine gets knocked out by debris. That's yeah, that makes sense.
So he gets knocked out by all that debris, but like all the punishment he took,
Well, I mean, hold on. Like, it's not impossible to knock out Wolverine. A bullet to the head, like, regardless of the fact it didn't penetrate his skull, in X-Men 2, did knock him out.
So, with the scene previously of him drinking himself unconscious, what my thought is that he can take the damage and then he regenerates. It's not in a constant state of regeneration. Would you say that's right?
Yeah.
So he can get knocked out, but my problem with that if he immediately starts regenerating, then he shouldn't be out for long.
And his skull is adamantium. I don't think it would knock him out.
Mayo, can he bi-generate?
Well, I mean,
that's my question.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, not getting knocked out has nothing to do with your bones. It has to do with the fact your brain's kind of being like involved in your skull.
Regardless of the
Yeah, but, like,
adamantium, his brain can still shake. There can still be friction and stuff like
but
that.
I don't think the debris flying at him would be strong enough to do that. Is my point.
He has adamantium brain fluid.
From a big fuck off super magnet.
So I would also argue that there's no
Fine,
shock
tiny piece of
absorbers. He would
head-sized
still get the
debris.
shock from it, regardless of how strong his skull is.
Even if, well, yeah, because like it's less about the durability of the skull and like the force in the force of the blow.
Like, regardless of how good the car that you're driving is, if you hit and you still get whiplash.
Physics majors, tell us how fast that chunk of debris was going.
1 million miles an hour.
And then apply the logic of adamantium infused skull.
Yeah.
Well, no, it would just mean that the skull wouldn't break. It wouldn't mean that his brain wouldn't get ricocheted around.
Mm-hmm.
That's not. If it was vibranium, yeah, that shit it wouldn't get ricocheted around. But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not, it's adamantium.
Oh, well, but what kind of vibranium?
Black vibranium, the ones that the Africans
The
use.
racist kind.
The black people version.
Oh, so not Antarctic vibranium or Arctic
no,
vibra-
not
whatever it's called.
anti-metal. No, not anti-metal.
Is it really? I thought it was just called Arctic vibranium,
I believe the
not
Arctic version
anti-metal.
is. I believe the Arctic version is anti-metal, but I could be wrong.
That makes no sense. Anti-metal.
Yeah, I believe there's a vibranium variant called anti-metal.
Wouldn't that just be like water or
Wood.
plastic or something?
Air.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
gonna look it up.
Every once in a while, our normie brains will kick in and just go, "That just sounds fucking stupid."
While you're looking that up, Wade and Wolverine are being taken to Ant-Man's body.
Yep.
I hate
His
that.
And they're in the
massive
same
body.
They're in the same ball prison thing as Johnny Storm, who survived. By
He's
the way.
alive, yeah. That's
Yeah.
fine, just a flesh wound.
And we learn about things like that there are rebels out in the borderlands, and and I always forget you're gonna end up working for her.
Yep.
They don't say her name.
Antarctic vibranium is anti-metal. Yep, that is anti-metal.
There you go.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, and that's why Black
I don't.
Panther's claws were able to scratch the shields.
Okay. So yeah, they arrive, and Deadpool actually makes one of the very few jokes that made me chuckle, even though I've already heard it in the trailer. Look, Paul Rudd's finally aged.
Yeah, it was a decent joke considering like that's just the joke is that Paul Rudd doesn't age.
Yeah.
That gets a 0.5 on the Richter scale.
However, when I look at that, I'm like, wow, the MCU just cannot just give Scott Lang a break. His corpse is being used as a base.
And then somebody would just go, the person you're talking to just goes, who?
Is there a reason his corpse is being used as a base, by the way, or is it just
no? They just
funny?
want it's his corpse as he's a gigantic man or whatever, giant man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would you use it as a base though?
Because it's big.
Because it's really big.
Well, after you eat all of his insides, then you may as well just use it.
I mean, you could use the pyramids that are right over fucking there as a base, or like a bunch of other stuff. But no.
I think once again it's just reference because I think that's all like an Old Man Logan reference that somebody basically makes a base inside a hollowed out of either Hank Pym or Scott Lang's corpse.
Yeah. Does Deadpool make the Eliath joke before they get there?
No, I don't think so.
No.
However, there is a line that is interesting compared to the trailer, because you know that they've already shown that it discounts Tilda Swinton. Did I say that right? I don't know. I can't remember names anymore.
I was actually going to think it was Tilda Swinton too.
I thought that was the ancient one the whole before.
Yeah.
In all the advertising, I thought they would just said "fuck it." It's an evil version of the ancient one. And I was about to be like, that's strange.
It's not her, and Asa, I don't know whether, or Teacup, I don't know whether you saw The Crown, but the actress also plays the younger version of Princess Diana.
Yeah,
I didn't know that until like yesterday or the other night when I actually looked it up, because she has one of those faces where I've seen that before but can't quite remember where. But anyway, what I'm talking about here is that Deadpool is like Professor Xavier. Is Patrick Stewart, or can't remember how he referred to him as, but oh my god, it's Professor Xavier, and then they make the reveal. But we already know from the trailers that it's not going to be Professor Xavier, and Patrick Stewart isn't in it.
Yeah, she appears in silhouette, rolling around in Xavier's wheelchair.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing to do. I would have just left that out the trailer.
Well, and then also I just realized another chuckle worthy, and I think I left out half a chuckle, when she stands up and Wade just goes ableist.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just still going through the video here. So we have the reveal.
So she is Charles Xavier's evil twin sister.
Oh yeah.
In most universes, died in the womb.
We also have a scene where I didn't chuckle, but I thought, okay, I can see how that's funny. Where they throw what's his face under the bus?
Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny Storm.
Yeah, they throw him under the bus and said a load of stuff when he was in captivity, and then she rips his skin off.
Yeah, just brutally fucking kills him, and that I didn't even care for the Fantastic Four movie, and I kind of felt a bit insulted by that.
Asa, you're a medical man.
That's a lie.
Can the human body I'm not gonna say can it survive without its skin, but if it suddenly just didn't have its skin, would it still be able to stand, or would it suddenly just become a pile of mush? Because you still have all your muscle tissue and all that stuff, and your skeleton.
Yeah, I don't think it would instantly collapse, but they wouldn't be able to do much.
Can you be essentially? Can you be skinned alive and still be alive?
I how fast? Because you'd bleed to death.
Instantly.
It was
In an instant.
instantaneous.
I mean, you would still bleed to death, but I'm sure you'd have a few seconds of like, oh fuck.
Okay, so have you seen Bruce Almighty, where he basically unrobes really quickly?
Yeah.
It's that fast.
Yeah.
Right.
Like just yeah.
And then once all the skin's gone, he just dissolves into a pile.
Yeah,
of
like he gets
bone.
skin, but then he like melts. So.
Yeah, it
No,
all
you
falls,
wouldn't
it
melt.
falls
You wouldn't,
apart.
Yeah.
melt
Well,
because
no,
you've
you
got
wouldn't
the
melt.
bone
That's
and
what that's what happens.
He
Like, so I
collapses,
assume.
and it's like a bunch of bones and
Yeah.
guts.
Well, I assume
They-
like she did two things. She skinned him and then fucking melted him.
Yeah, it looks like the end of Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
But yeah, he dies.
And
No one
yeah,
cares.
like
No.
Rip Johnny Storm, a character I didn't
Yeah.
think I gave that much of a shit about, and then it's just like, why
R.I.P.
did you just bring this character out to
In the
kill him?
arms of
Why'd you
like,
kill?
it's-
Why'd you kill him twice essentially? Because let's
Why
face
not?
it, again, that fall would have fucking killed him.
Why did you kill him in something like where Deadpool is just running his fucking mouth constantly and like Johnny, and it's like, why are you trying to get this man killed?
Well,
Deadpool
it's a
running
big
his
payoff
mouth.
to take.
Deadpool running his mouth is a very Deadpool thing to do, though.
I know, but it's not.
And it's a
He
payoff
didn't-
for a
it
joke
wasn't
later.
I just the way it was done, I just did not care.
No,
for
yeah,
it.
the skeleton of the joke could have worked. The way they executed it was not that great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then, Discount Tilda Swinton puts her hand through Deadpool's head. Reads his mind.
Oh yeah, she can't just at a distance use her telepathy. She has to basically like she has to basically warp through somebody's skull and
Yeah.
actually touch their brain.
She can't do it from distance, but she can teleport to you and then stick
Yeah, and also
her
Yeah.
fingers in your brain.
Yeah, she's a fucking reality warper. The way that she moves around and
she
shit.
has
which is
telekinesis,
stupid.
telepathy, and apparently a healing factor as well.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And
Her
then,
powers are some of her
They're just
powers
passing
are
that
really
out.
vague.
They're just passing out healing factors like candy, except to
Oh, yeah.
characters that should have them. Sabretooth.
yeah, and
Yeah,
then,
that sounds
speaking of healing really fast, Logan puts his claws through Discount Tilda Swinton, which should kill
Is there
her.
a point to this movie?
References.
References, yeah.
Yeah, references.
Like, you're not describing a plot to me here.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
just.
exactly.
What do you
we know.
mean?
What what is
you
it
know,
like in
TVA.
how is
Yeah.
it? How do they describe it? Like it's a very and then plot.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I forgot.
textbook things happen the movie.
And then Professor Xavier's twin sister comes out and like does stuff, and then Deadpool like gets Johnny Storm killed, and then Tilda Swinton puts her hand through Deadpool's head to read his mind, and then Wolverine stabs her, and then it doesn't do anything because she's like immortal, I guess. That's never fucking explained, I don't think.
And then you'll appreciate this, Asa, as a gigantic fan of Loki. That smoke monster appears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently Eliath, the fart dragon. Apparently, it still exists, even though the TVA aren't like pruning timelines anymore.
Well,
Didn't
these-
Eliath
these-
die with Kang?
well, Eliath doesn't prune because they're in the void, which is pruned things, and then Eliath, I guess, eats them? Question mark.
Yeah, but like,
Who the
what-
fuck
like,
knows?
like what is like what? Didn't Eliath die?
Well,
with
Eliath was created by Kang,
Mm-hmm.
but Loki is the tree now, so he's in charge of the timeline.
Asa,
so-
as the Loki
So
Superman, is Eliath tied to Kang?
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm not really.
Why did you just ask? Why did you just ask him when I just told you?
I thought he was about to say, why didn't you just ask him if you could go to bed?
Yeah, that too.
I have a really stupid question because I haven't watched any of the Disney Plus series.
That's
Yes,
fine.
it is really
Why-
bad.
Why does the TVA use the void as like exile or prison or something instead of just
Never explained.
Wait,
Never
they have,
explained.
like, jail?
Yeah.
hang on. There's a really good explanation. Fucking
Oh, yeah.
Disney can't write for shit.
Well, that too.
Yeah,
Oh.
it would make much more better sense for the TVA if they just deleted them and that's it, not put them in like a freaking
Well, here's the
penalty
thing, right?
box.
Because Because this thing, you send them there, and you're like, oh, of course, because they get rid of them. You're like, yeah, but when they do it to an entire universe, why isn't like an entire universe appearing there?
Because they just prune things.
But they don't, because we see them like blow of universes as well.
Because reasons.
Yeah, if that was like how the void actually works, like it would be, I don't know. I guess in the sky you'd just see multiple Earths or whatever.
Is it like that fucking Dragon Ball's P thing? You just see Goku's head thing, but like that, but the universe like crashing into it every 2 seconds.
The short answer, Filthy, is it's not explained.
Well, I was even thinking just something as basic as like their own jail. I mean, their technology is, beyond space and time. Like, you don't have fucking jail cells.
I mean, that's why you got to stand trial before the weird fighter.
Oh yeah,
thingy.
stand trial. Where
I hate this fucking thing of like
they've already decided that you're guilty.
I fucking hate the thing of like we are beyond space and time, yet we are somewhere and time moves linearly. It's like
that's why like it's weird. That must have in the contract of writing this fucking movie. Feige or whatever, whoever was talking to Ryan at the time, said like you have to include the TVA. Like that can be the only explanation, because I cannot for the life of me think of any writer that would willingly use the TVA and not like either shit all over it and say how stupid it is, or to just like if they would try to do it in earnest but fail like this.
Well, Ryan Reynolds was one of the writers.
I was gonna ask you guys if you thought Disney like made them tie this to other MCU shit.
No,
because there's not really a reason for the Deadpool to be tied into anything. Like,
I believe it isn't, and it shouldn't be. Again, this is my headcanon. This is spoof. This has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, well. So yeah, Wolverine kills Tilda Swinton, but she doesn't die.
Yeah, this should kill her because she theoretically... Is there anything in the comic books or anything that says she can regenerate?
I don't know anything about this person.
I don't. Yeah. This is one of those characters that I look at.
I believe that in one iteration she commits a genocide in Genosha, but I could be wrong about that in the comics.
Oh yes, the Geneva Suggestions. Yes.
In like 2 weeks, somebody will show me this exact same screenshot, and I'll be like, "Who is she again?"
Why is this woman with cancer being stabbed?
She's discount Tilda Swinton.
Nova. I just remembered her fucking
Cassandra
name.
Nova. Yeah. If anyone cares.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody does.
That's what I just said.
And,
discount Tilda Swinton.
Yeah. So we have 2 incredibly shit, boring, and retarded villains in this movie. That's amazing.
At least Paradox was entertaining. I fucking hated Cassandra the entire movie.
Yeah,
hey, as a fellow bald, her head is smooth as shit.
Wait, you're bald?
On the top, yeah. But I've been shaving my head forever, so I don't really care.
Do you have a very touchable head?
No, hers is way smoother than mine.
Do you wax it?
Fuck no. No, honestly, I've shaved my head since I was like in college.
Since he was 2 years old.
No,
he saw all his head as he saw all his hair as an infant, and he was just like, "This has gotta go."
Do you have the ability to read people's minds?
The screenshot.
Not yet.
Why? It's the screenshot from the movie. What's the problem?
Mayo, share the image, Mayo.
So
on the screen.
Yeah,
Casual
it's from the movie.
That's like perfect for a meme.
Casual has the ability to read minds, but only when people like me.
You have to zoom in. You have to zoom in how Tom did.
More zoom.
It looks like Tilda Swinton's like face is.
That's not the screenshot I shared.
That's too big.
He's lying to us.
Do you know what it is?
Gaslighting you, audience.
Wait,
the
you know what it is?
I shared.
It's not just Tilda Swinton. It's Tilda Swinton's.
Oh my god!
Enhance.
What are we talking? Hang on. Goodness.
The screenshot I shared
in the chat.
Mayo's just like so confused, like, guys, what the fuck is wrong with you? And we're just like, we're children.
What is anyone talking about?
So okay, now hold on. In order to, like, I have to give you like.
Oh yeah, I can see it now.
Oh yeah, you do.
So what you do, right, is you copy then paste. It's really technical.
Oh,
well,
not on this, it isn't.
I was saying that like to not fuck up his format. You're gonna need to look at that on the desktop on the web.
No, it's
browser
okay.
version
I've
of
got it.
Discord.
I can do this.
By the way, are you using OBS or are you using?
I'm using Streamlabs OBS, and I'm doing a window grab thing.
Because OBS is easy. You just add in the image.
But it's okay. I've got it. Or not. What the hell just happened?
I don't know. I just wanted to comment. It looks like Discount Tilda Swinton's just like, oh my god,
What?
it's so big.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're talking about a movie. Hang on.
No, it's not Discount Tilda Swinton. It's Tilda Swinton's non-distinct Mexican counterpart.
There
What
we
was
go.
it? The Simpsons joke. Like, listen here, Steven
There we
Spielberg.
go. Wait, hang on, Mayo. We're talking about a movie. Can you stop getting distracted by these stupid images? God, for God damn it.
Yeah, that'd be the.
It's
You know.
so big. That's right. That's right.
And there's
Bob.
so
You're
many of them.
You're gonna take it all inside you. It's gonna rip you in half.
Just let it happen, Pub.
Because shut up.
Let it happen. If you'd let it happen, I swear.
Seek out.
So anyway, so what's and then?
And then,
the
oh yeah,
cloud monster shows up.
she gets out of that claw thing by just flicking him away. That's all that happens, and then she's fine.
Yeah.
Well, flicking him away while also burying him like enough in the ground that the only thing that's sticking out are his claws.
Yeah, and this is the point where they
Fucked him up,
also
basically.
point out the big, massive cloud dragon thing.
Yep.
Did they
From
do anything?
Loki, as Deadpool says, is that Goliath from Loki season 1, episode 5?
Mm-hmm.
Who, as you two have said, shouldn't even be alive right now.
Does it do anything?
It
Oh, and
eats
sorry, I just realised
things
because I just
in
saw
the
it.
void.
They also have the teleport devil-looking guy from First Class.
As Hazel.
Azazel, yes.
Oh yeah.
They have a lot of the like old like X-Men universe villains who do fuck all.
Including
Juggernaut.
like
Juggernaut.
non-distinct Juggernaut.
They bring back Last Stand Juggernaut and it's not fucking Vinnie Jones.
It's not Vinnie
What?
Jones, and it's not a guy wearing a rubber six-pack.
Why would they? What? Why would you
Yeah,
bring it
isn't
back
that
and
a
it be a
travesty
different?
for all of
What?
Britain? I know, like you're sharing my disappointment as well, Asa, as a fellow Brit. It's not
'cause
Vinnie
that-
Jones.
Yeah, who
It's just some
famously
fucking.
said.
It's just some fucking.
I'm the
Goober.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, I was about to say. Who
I'm
famously
the
said,
Juggernaut.
"I'm the Juggernaut, bitch."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The guy said that line, and it's like, shut up. It's like, shut up. You wish you were Vinnie Jones. He ran so you could crawl.
So the
How dare you stand where he's?
Literally, yeah. I'm gonna make that meme.
And then
Yeah.
how do our heroes escape? Everybody.
So
They leave.
so before that, the cloud dragon is coming along towards the slightly
you're
more
right.
aged Paul
Oh God, no!
and then they find she produces a sling ring and says, "Oh my God, we're gonna see Doctor Strange." Says, "No, I had to kill him," and it's like, "Oh no!"
You are skipping. You are
You
skipping.
jumped
ahead.
way ahead. They find a
yeah.
random rocket pod and get on it.
Yeah, they're a rocket foot thing, and then like they fly off of it and they escape. You skipped to that. You skipped to like the.
You skipped to the
beginning of
end.
the last. Yeah, you skipped like the last quarter.
You skipped to the third act.
Mayo,
So
Mayo,
that's
I'm gonna need your copy of this movie so that I can fact check everything you've told me.
Yeah.
Trust me, I'm doing you a
So
favor here.
They fly a rocket pod, and they're like, "All right, we escaped. Now let's go to a diner, where they eat spam and Wolverine drinks rubbing alcohol."
Because he's an alcoholic.
Because he's also a sad old man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the way my thing skips, it just keeps going past all this stuff.
Does your wife complain about your thing skipping, or
performance,
is that a different thing?
Performance and chemistry wise, again, like good on them because their energy kind of sells most of those dialogue scenes where it's just the two of them in a room. Because while he's searching for booze, essentially, he's like, "Wow, so what did it take for you to get in the costume? Were you ever diagnosed with ADD? Or no, I'm sorry, ADHD? It's like, no, but I've gotten several STDs, probably because of ADHD. And it's like...
They got a bit of a smile out of me.
Well, yeah, it's because it's comedy genius Ryan Reynolds.
Because it's Deadpool humor. Like, I don't mind the Deadpool humor, but when they make the same joke all the goddamn time about Marvel, it gets tired. The individual little things like that, they're fine.
How long are the movies left?
2 more hours.
1 hour and 8 minutes I've got.
God.
1 hour and 8 minutes. And at this point, they meet the nice Deadpool.
Nice
Who
pool.
I refer to as Nice Pool.
Yeah, we also have all right, Filthy.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna head out. Are you guys gonna cover the whole movie today, or are you breaking it up again into 2 weeks?
No, I'm wanting to make this as painless as possible, so I'm hoping to get this out of the way.
All right. Do you mind if I give a couple like last thoughts before I go that are out of
Yeah,
order,
go ahead.
or...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the car scene was probably the best scene in the movie, but it also went on too long, which is kind of like the theme of the movie. Like, you have two immortals fighting each other, and it's like, okay, like, come on now. And I thought the best probably acting was when Hugh Jackman gave his background, which was incredibly underwhelming, but
his monologue was easily quite possibly the best thing in the whole movie.
Yeah, it definitely was.
It's Hugh Jackman acting his heart out.
Yeah, because Hugh Jackman just being good.
Yeah, exactly. But I just hated that X-23 that he didn't know was like the impetus for this, crying breakdown at the campfire.
It meant nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
we'll get to that.
Yeah, and then I did like the later cameos. You guys will get to them when you get to them, but they did it felt weird. It felt like good cosplay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
And also, that's what I was gonna say about the serious moments. So there's a couple of those where the movie, like the Hugh Jackman part's one of them, the stuff in his mind, where the movie wants to be taken seriously. And if you criticize those, people just go fucking crazy with it's just comedy, bro. And
not an excuse.
Yeah, that falls apart when you show them the Wolverine scenes, and also certain Deadpool scenes where he's monologuing about
exactly
his loved ones are gonna die.
So even if
save them.
Yeah, exactly. So even if I didn't find the movie particularly funny, I think if those scenes had been, cogent and actually tied together, it would at least be, like a solid movie, even if I didn't enjoy it as much as everyone else. But I think the story is just so fucked that those scenes just feel out of place, and it's like, okay, you're just jamming these in. I mean, almost to be emotionally manipulative. I don't know. I hated the serious parts even more because of just how I didn't find it funny, and then it's bogged down with this weird ass plot that makes no sense. And my least favorite part, and I'll go after this, was they escape Tilda Swinton with fucking talk no jutsu. It's the most bizarre fucking thing. And I couldn't believe it when I was sitting in the theater, and I was like, yeah, you guys made a villain who's essentially a walking god, and now you had to have some bullshit way for them to get away.
She flicks her fingers and you're disintegrated.
Yeah.
Honestly, reducing it to talk no jutsu is an insult to talk no jutsu.
Well, that's why.
At least with talk no jutsu, the people it's being used on, it would make sense at least to some degree why it would work on them.
Yeah, that whole scene's bizarre.
That's why I just said fuck it, don't make her a telepath. Just outright say she's a reality warper. Like what Wanda was supposed to be.
Well, yeah, and then obviously this gets into more character shit, but she does that because she's like, oh, one of my infinite brothers that killed the other infinite me's in the womb or whatever the fuck. And then 15 minutes later, she's trying to destroy literally every universe except for the Void. And it's like, okay, well, I guess good thing you had some sentimentality for 30 seconds so they could escape.
such a shitty fucking villain.
It is, and they made her so powerful that they actually couldn't even have her fight at the end. She just had to like stay hooked up to the time ripping thing for whatever fucking reason.
For like what felt like half an hour.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, it was like the Palpatine shit with the lightning killing himself.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say the lightning like shooting up into the sky.
I mean, it might as well have been.
Yeah, that too.
But yeah, it was good talking to you guys. Enjoy the rest of
Yep.
this
As per
fucking mess.
usual.
Good
Yeah.
to have you.
Yeah.
Great to talk to you.
Next time I'll be a lot more prepared.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. This is a weird movie to talk about anyway because there's so
Yeah.
much of just trying to hide behind it being fourth wall breaking and comedy anyway, which is I
discourse.
cannot stand it.
The discourse
Yeah,
around
exactly.
It's been really fucking weird.
Yeah,
I
people
guess-
saying
and
this is an 8 out of 10
frustrating
is
and annoying.
bugging the shit out of me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you think
Guys,
it's
it
funny,
makes
just say
fun
it's
of
funny.
Disney and therefore good.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
And I don't want to get too off in like the culture war shit, but it does annoy me that the people who, if this wasn't Deadpool, would be calling out the fact that X-23 like motivates Wolverine and then kind of takes over, and they can't beat the woman because she's a woman. Like none of those people are anywhere to be fucking found because they like Deadpool. Also annoys me. That's not my thing. I usually talk about that kind of stuff, but
Yeah.
I just wish the people that do like would stick to it. But all right, I'll see you guys later. Enjoy
see ya.
enjoy the rest of this.
Bye bye.
bye bye.
Now that
Now that he's gone.
Yeah, now yeah, we was waiting. I was like, now
We
that
can
he's
have
gone,
some
is he
fun!
still- we forgot something actually, and this popped back into my head. The whole reason they're working together, it was as they're finishing up their fight. Because when they're fighting in the void, Deadpool and Wolverine, they're having their little tussle. As Wolverine's gonna just stab the shit out of him, and Wade goes like, "I can help you fix all of this."
Yeah, I can like fix your
like
universe.
yeah, we forgot to mention that. That's the whole crux of why they're working together. Wade promises Wolverine that if they get them back to the TVA, that he will fix their universe.
Yeah.
So as they did the diner scene, they're like, ha ha ha, great, decent chemistry. We get jokes like making fun of the toupee because he still has the staples in his head. Then I think afterwards, this is when we meet Dogpool and Nicepool.
Yeah.
Well, we get like a very quick build to his tragic backstory that's a letdown. Where Deadpool's like, oh, so why are you like the worst Wolverine? He's like, I can't remember the exact line of dialogue. It's just like, fucking whatever, you don't want to know, like, fucking whatever he says. And it's just like, oh god, like what did he do?
So, question.
Is it a joke, or do we not find out?
No, it's not.
We find out.
We find out.
We
It's
do
a god
find
awful
out.
way, but
Yeah, the reveal is just underwhelming.
Well,
yeah.
okay.
He's just like, okay, what can we put as his backstory? Okay, 5 minutes of work that'll do. Carry on. Doesn't really mean anything.
So when they meet Dogpool and Nicepool, they're just like, oh, you want to avoid the Deadpool core.
Yeah, they're just all there in the void.
Yeah. So
What do you think?
apparently
What do you think? Because it's happened in Loki as well, where there's a variant of Loki, which was an alligator. What do you think about different species for a variant? Because again, it's supposed to be everything going off the main sacred timeline is just a decision that takes me in a different place. It's not supposed to be like a different fucking species. Am I right there?
Yeah, they clearly forgot about their own rules because.
But they forgot about it in Loki as well.
Well, yeah, that's why.
And that's the one that made it up.
Like, I think, like, in the logic of, like, the comics, it's that, like, multiple universes are that. They're different universes, different timelines, complete different, like, dimensions. So, like, they're, like, born. So, like, there's, like, I think there's, like, Animal Avengers.
Yeah,
comics.
that's where we get Spider-Ham.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I don't think it's like they were human and then like a certain choice made them animals. I think they were just born animals, and that's just the universe they're in. Like everyone's just an animal, I think.
Yeah, because
I mean animal like what's the word?
Furry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I love That's why I love Spider-Ham's backstory so much, because
He's a
he was a spider that was bit by a radioactive pig.
Oh god,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the reverse of the typical Peter Parker backstory.
But yeah, no, the MCU rules, if you want to call them fucking rules at this point, is just, yeah, there wouldn't be an alligator Loki unless they're trying to say that it was actually human or like regular human-looking god Loki that shapeshifted into an alligator and
You know
remained
they're not
an
saying
alligator.
anything. You know they just went alligator
Yeah,
cute
I
/ funny.
I know. Like they didn't think about it. They were just
You know
like,
what?
it's a different. Wouldn't it be funny if it was an alligator?
Didn't they
Yeah.
say
But
that
you know
the
what?
child
I
Loki
want the Avengers, the entirety of the Avengers movie, but all the characters are alligators, and it's played the exact same way, but with no dialogue and just alligator noises.
You know what I want? I want
The
the same thing, but they're all Muppets.
Yes.
The shawarma scene would have been very entertaining with
I
either
want-
alligators or Muppets.
Yeah, there's like the Shorman death rolling pieces off. Just
I want a Muppet Infinity War, but Thanos is the only one that's not a Muppet.
yes. It's just Josh Brolin with like purple face paint.
I want
It's
to.
not even CGI Thanos. It's just Josh
Yeah.
Brolin.
I want.
What was that famous post of like Michael Caine treated the Muppets like actors while Tim Curry treated himself like a Muppet?
Yes.
Mhm. I want Captain America: Civil War where they're all Southpaw.
Oh god, why? With the most boring airport fight scene ever.
Hang on, I'm asking ChatGPT which Muppet would be which character for the Muppet Endgame.
So yeah, they meet Dogpool and Nicepool, who's also obviously played by Ryan Reynolds, but not in disgusting cancer makeup. Like he just looks normal.
Because he's
with
got to
blonde
just
hair.
show off his fucking face.
Yeah.
I
Well,
like
that
Fozzie
was the
Bear as
joke.
Iron Man.
Well, that was the joke, Wyatt. You didn't get it.
I get it. I just hate.
No, you don't
I
get
just
it.
hate it.
You don't get it, man.
You weren't there.
Fuck is...
So, they provide them with a car, a mode of transportation, which just so happens to be the Honda Odyssey, which is a callback to the car salesman. And I know nothing about modern cars. I drive a car from the 90s, so whatever.
Oh no.
He doesn't like the Honda Odyssey. He thinks it sucks, and then they start driving.
Hang on.
Haha.
Why is Beaker Scarlet Witch?
What?
Okay.
Wah.
What's going on?
He's just
I'm being
looking on
retarded.
ChatGPT.
He's being stupid with AI. Just let him have his
Yeah.
fun.
Let him be a retard.
He's overdosing with AI again.
I'm sorry, we talking about Dead.
So they do their driving, and Deadpool, just being who he is and has to run his mouth after making some Spider-Man noises, says, "What are you going to do if we save your universe?" And Wolverine
just-
immediately stops the fucking car because he's just like, "No,
Yes.
yeah." He's like, "You said we would," and he's like,
Mhm.
"I made an educated wish."
Which, it goes about as well as you'd expect. Where like they're going to Deadpool just kind of goes off and shows a picture of his friends and stuff. You know, I don't matter except I do, and I want to save them, and blah blah blah. And then Wolverine's just kind of like, I don't care. You lied to me.
So
yeah, Wolverine gives, like, Hugh Jackman gives like this amazing monologue.
The best scene in the movie.
So before all
Yeah.
that, going back to Nice Paul in basically the countryside, I just spotted something, and I'm just about to share the picture. We have an Ace Ventura Winkle Einhorn moment.
What?
Huh?
It's coming on screen now.
On the stream.
Yep.
That's what this is.
What?
Right now.
Yeah.
What? Like he's got like a. He's got what these.
Yeah, he's got the gold.
No, you just want us to see how much Ryan Reynolds stuffs his pants. That's why.
Hmm. That's in
And
the back.
and Wait, what? You're saying that's his ass?
He tucked his thingy to the back. Einhorn is Winkle. Winkle is Einhorn. Have you not seen that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I was mentioning. That's nothing other than that.
Okay.
No, that's his front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh
Is
fuck
it his
yeah, it is.
hands?
Oh, for
Is it
God's
his
sake.
hands?
Yeah.
Like the thumbs were.
Man,
Yeah,
I think
and
you
the-
need new glasses.
Yeah, probably do.
Mate, you need to stop staring directly at his dick and like look at the rest of the picture as well.
Listen,
Oh,
man, I
I
understand you want the Reynolds sausage inserted into your nose, but we can't all have that.
That's a sentence I didn't think
Can't
I'd
all
hear.
get what we want.
Oh, we get set up, by the way, for those.
You can't blame
gold-plated
Jacob for
Desert
thinking
Eagles.
that. He's never
Yeah.
had a boyfriend before.
Yes, this is true. I'm untouched. my pussy is pure.
Oh my god, enough. We get set up for what?
The gold-plated
Enough!
Desert
Enough!
Eagles.
Oh, enough.
For the gold-plated.
Cease.
pistols, yeah.
Cease this.
Yeah,
You
and
sound like the actions have consequences, kid.
When will you learn?
Power of Christ compels
So, as Hugh Jackman, he gives this monologue, and pretty good, including he mentions his actual age. It's like, I'm over 200 years old. So it's another acknowledgement of X-Men Origins Wolverine, because he was born before the Civil War.
For more than 200 fucking years, I'll tell you.
And
It'll last
this
over
this
200 years.
and he basically just talks a lot of shit. And
He basically
then
says like Wade's an absolute fuck up, and
Yeah.
like his girlfriend was right, like
Yeah.
to leave him because like fuck you, and then Wade is like,
Wade's like,
"Alright,
I'm
gonna fight you now."
Yeah, I'm gonna fight you now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and then essentially they fight, and then it turns into, it kind of make it out that they had sex, like all night sex, when they had the car scene, but there was fighting.
Yeah, it's like
hot take. I actually did not like the car fight. I was realizing as I was watching, it's like they have actually a lot more potential like moves they could have used in this fight, because like, yeah, Wolverine's a solid brick wall of muscle and metal, but Deadpool's the more agile and actually has more combat.
I'm surprised there were
combat skill.
I'm surprised there was like barely any like dismemberment going on.
Yeah, and that always felt weird, especially when you link this to the other two Deadpool movies. I guess that's why they didn't do any dismemberment, because then they'd have to make another like baby limb joke instead of
God, yeah.
doing the thing that Deadpool actually does when he loses his limbs, which is just reattach them.
But they just couldn't afford it because all the fucking cameos you guys have told me about.
Oh, they frequently make budget jokes throughout the movie.
Oh my god, that doesn't make it better, movie.
Yeah, and the CGI that's in this film already looks pretty dated. Doesn't look great.
Oh, they
And there
have
was-
a coexist sticker on the car as well.
There was
Oh, yeah.
there's neat little shots I appreciate from the car fight, like when Deadpool gets thrown through the rear windshield, and this was after Wolverine just fucking snapped his arm in half, and he just flicks his arm back into place, like, because you could do so much with these two immortal figures when they're fighting each other.
I'm pretty sure like Deadpool's done that. I think in the other two films, like with his head, like it's like twisted the opposite way.
Yeah.
And he just you could just like spin it back around.
One of my favorite fucking quote-unquote fight scenes in Deadpool was when he was fucking fighting, the Colossus, and he just kept breaking his limbs on him.
Yeah, he was punching him,
like,
kicking him.
all the dinosaurs fear the T-Rex.
Broke both his arms and legs. He's on the floor.
Yeah,
and then had to saw. And then he had
This
to
is
saw
only
his
gonna get
hand
worse
off.
for you.
Yeah, I saw his hand off, and like there's this like growing back, and he's feeling blind out.
Well, no, that's why I was going to say, I think the more I've thought about it, I don't really like the baby limbs thing. Like, yeah, it's more like the approach they took, but for something like they should have done for this movie, instead of going back on that, they should have just Wolverine cuts his arm off and he just puts it back on.
Or you could have done it. It was quite funny. You could have had them both do it, and then you have like Ryan Reynolds with the baby limb, and then Wolverine like his grows back in like a second. He goes, Why doesn't mine do that?"
Well, they make a joke with the baby limbs later.
Yeah, but like, I just mean if I just meant that it'd be funny to compare them, and you have Wolverine just being like cooler, and then just be like, "Why can't I do that?"
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Just spotted something. I don't know whether this is supposed to be
If it's
Scarlet
another
Witch.
crotch shot, I swear.
No. I don't. It's coming on screen now. Is that Scarlet Witch?
Yeah, it is a statue. Not a statue, but like an engraving of Scarlet Witch.
Thought so.
Yeah, when they you skipped ahead a bit, but yeah, after the fight, they're knocked out again.
Yeah.
Just passed out from fighting all night.
Deadpool's all wrapped up.
And someone comes in the middle of the night and drives them to their secret lair cave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see a random shot of a Scarlet Witch engraving, which is never brought up. It's
of
just
course.
there. It's just like, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was confused because I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh god, are we gonna have fucking Scarlet Witch in this universe? Please no. But no, it was just a random like fucking reference image of like an engraving of Scarlet Witch for no reason. I was just like, okay.
Oh, we also forgot that as far as like I'm sure if you asked any fucking normie, they'd say the fight was a tie when it very clearly it shows that Wolverine won, because at the end of the fight it shows that Deadpool is basically covered in seatbelts.
He's wrapped in seatbelts.
Yeah.
So that like of course you can't have them kill each other. So like the thing that would only do would be to bind them up. But it's like I'd much rather, if this is gonna be a tie, I'd rather them like, I don't know, like Wolverine's claws through his head while Deadpool's sword is like through his throat or something. Like a proper tie would show them both fucked up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
And
none of them can win, really.
Exactly.
Immortal. It's just like
And,
meaningless fights.
So to I'm pretty sure if you were S Normie, they'd say it's a tie, and it's like, no, Wolverine won.
I would just be like, good for you. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
That'd be me,
anyway,
I'd be like, okay, don't care.
I mean, if anyone should have quote unquote won that fight, if it wasn't gonna be a tie or whatever the fuck we actually got, I don't know. I kind of wanted Deadpool to get a lot more of the upper hand, because he's the one who started the fight, and he was fucking pissed. Like, cause we see him go through a lot more of his. He's not able to get his swords out, but he pulls out the baby knife, and then these two. I think they're called push knives, right? Those
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
those little knuckle knife things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This fight could have had a lot more potential. Is my biggest complaint.
That's this
Agreed.
movie in general.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, they get taken away. Deadpool wakes up on, I think, a tombstone or something. Wolverine's already drinking. They hear a noise, and he clicks swords with Elektra. First one's come in.
Yep.
Yeah,
Jennifer
Gardner.
Jennifer Gardner.
Jennifer, oh my Gardner.
And then
Yeah,
comes in
'cause
next
you were
is
all
Wesley
excited.
Snipes'
It's-
Blade.
It's
Yeah.
Blade. It's Wesley Sniper.
And then Channing Tatum's Gambit.
Which is the only cameo I was kind of like, wow, yeah, that's neat.
Yeah. It's
So,
like,
hang
it's the
on.
neatest.
I kind of have a rant for this right now.
Before we
Alright.
get into that, just have a question. Blade, does he age?
He's
He's-
half vampire.
So
no.
I think he would, yeah, yeah. If he does
Well-
age, it's incredibly slow.
Yeah, it'll be slow because he's got white and he's very obviously an old man, Wesley Snipes.
I just realised why he doesn't look the way he should do is because it's not completely jacked like he was, but he's also got
he's
this
very
weird
skinny.
kind of white in his hair, in his beard. That's why I asked, does he age as like even as a half vampire?
I would
He
imagine.
ages very slowly, apparently.
Probably, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly what the rules are on Blade, but yeah,
Okay.
I guess
I
they
mean-
couldn't really avoid how Wesley Snipes currently looks. They're just like, fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate it. I'm gonna vomit for a moment. They could have de-aged him.
I mean, they could have just like.
They
put
didn't
dye
need to
in his
de-age
hair.
him.
They could have just not had him in the fucking movie, because who
Well, yeah, well, I
actually
mean, they could have
who
easily
actually
just
gives a
taken-
shit about Blade?
Well, they easily could have
A
just
lot-
taken
A
the
lot,
white.
I mean,
part
a lot of
They didn't
people
have to-
care about what the fuck are you talking about, Wyatt?
You know,
No.
if they were going
No,
to
I'm-
do this, they should have had the Punisher.
No,
Well,
I'm being so.
well, Mayo,
Jake,
they reference Punisher a few times, but he died.
They do.
couldn't-
They do
couldn't,
say
they
Frank.
couldn't afford him.
I know, but they
No.
should have had him.
They should
Jake,
have
I'm
had-
being very facetious. I myself do not give the most remote shit about Blade.
I mean,
I know a
care
lot
about
more
Blade.
people. I know a lot of people do. I just.
Oh, did
I
I miss
don't.
the Blade cameo? Damn.
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
what's
just-
his
No,
name
we're
is
there right now.
back.
Basically, what
Yeah.
you missed, Asa, is that he appeared, and now we're
Yeah.
moving on.
They're now walking
Okay, but
into the
now-
room
but
with Gambit
Really?
and Jennifer Garner.
Yeah,
no,
Jennifer
I have-
Garner.
Did he not do anything?
Jennifer Garner as Elektra. You love that
Yeah.
movie.
And then Channing Tatum's Gambit, which Channing Tatum was supposed to be Gambit, but scheduling conflicts got in the way
he was
of
supposed to have his
told
own
you that.
movie.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, it was it conflicted
now-
with Magic Mike.
Mhm.
That was
then-
my fact.
And then the
I
final
said
cameo, the leader
Yeah.
of this group of rebels is X-23 from
Laura.
Logan. All
Laura
grown up.
specifically the one from.
Yeah, it's
Logan,
specifically
not
the one
like-
from Logan. Yeah, she got
Okay,
pruned, I guess.
I have questions and I need answered. Okay.
Go for it.
All right, go on your
I've
rants.
been, I've been
Question.
containing this for a while.
No, go on, let it all out.
Okay, so if I am to understand how this fucking bullshit that of the sacred timeline retardation that works is that the sacred timeline is the MCU, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And like before Kang got girl boss to death, they would fix any wrongs essentially.
Yes.
So like if you decided I want to wear this blue shirt today instead of the red shirt, well you're gonna get eaten by the fucking fart dragon faggot.
Yes, they were
So-
called Nexus events that would
Yeah, Nexus
create
events.
that would create alternate timelines.
Called
Which could be
Fringe
hidden
events,
by
yeah.
apocalypses.
This
Yeah.
so but you see, this also means that
Makes sense.
the TVA is still kept within the MCU.
No, it's outside of time
Johnny-
space.
Not Johnny Blaze, Johnny Storm, Elektra, Blade, Juggernaut, whoever, all of these Fox characters.
Yeah.
They're from different universes that should not have existed, according to the
Yeah.
MCU. Pre-Loki season 1.
Yes.
This means that the Jennifer Gardner Elektra
Yes.
is canon with the MCU because only things that are within the MCU timeline should be in the void. So why are things that are not within the MCU timeline in the void?
Because it's a cameo.
I don't fucking care. This annoys me because this implies that that all of these movies before pre-MCU superhero Marvel movies are canon with the MCU, which cannot happen.
I reckon the defenses for people who even defend Loki season 1 and 2 would be like, well, they were part of those universes that weren't supposed to happen. They splintered off from the sacred timeline, so that's why they're pruned, like those Fox X-Men movies and Elektra and all those other stuff.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and
I know.
by this point, it really does, like, that's where you gotta stop thinking about it as universes, and by this point, it's to who held the rights, because this is
Yeah.
because everybody that showed up was people who were owned by 20th Century Fox, which was Elektra, Blade, the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four. They were owned by 20th Century Fox, and with Disney merger, that's why they were able to appear. That's that's why they even have like the mid-credit scene, which is basically like this like
Yeah, it's a
weird
eulogy
pseudo
yeah.
love letter to the early 2000s.
They
Now-
even showed the fucking Fant Four-Stick movie in there. I'm like, fuck off. No one liked that.
Yeah, nobody. But and let's not. They actually kind of ruined Elektra's character just a little bit because when it's mentioned that Daredevil's died, she's just kind of like, eh.
Well, I
Bitch,
think
you
that
gave
was
your you gave
that
your
was
life
that was
for him.
that was a meta joke because it's Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck.
I
and
don't.
then,
yeah, I know, and it's cringe. It doesn't make sense.
So,
we then also
Paula,
get like
for your benefit, it's on screen.
I can see. I don't care.
and the there are
I don't even know. I've not seen Blade. You know,
anything
not seen
Cassandra
Daredevil.
does
Blade's good,
on
man.
screen is retarded. The one time she does something smart and it's off screen. Apparently there was a Magneto, because they need to try to
yeah.
block their. We need to block Cassandra's psychic frequency. So they are like, all right, we got to go grab Magneto. Magneto's dead. Fuck. What about his helmet? Cassandra melted it the second he died. It's like, all right, that's like the one smart thing you did, and it was off screen.
But she didn't take away and melt down Juggernaut's helmet for some reason.
Well, because she's actively using Juggernaut.
Well, why would she?
Well,
Why would you not just get rid of it just to be as safe as
Well,
possible?
It's a good
Well,
thing he's
okay.
on her side.
I was yeah. It doesn't help. It doesn't help that if you actually know the lore behind the helmet and why that's actually the source of his powers, and he's not actually a mutant.
Well, none of that matters.
But
It's
the
more
thing,
like
X3 Juggernaut is a mutant, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
and also that doesn't matter because like we see the I know we're jumping ahead a little bit, but the helmet is used
yeah. The
against
for
her
some,
later.
for
Yeah.
some reason, yeah, they act like this is X-Men Juggernaut, which like he doesn't. The helmet's not the source of his powers, and yet the helmet does exactly what it does in the comics because references.
Yeah.
But
Because
yeah,
so why would you why not just like take away the helmet and like melt it down like you did with
she's
Magneto?
stupid.
Yeah, exactly. She's stupid.
Yeah, so we have our cameo team all rounded up, Wolverine, Deadpool. So now we're gonna hatch a plan to beat the villain.
And
Take
the
us through the plan.
Mayo, do you want to do the honors?
No, you go ahead. I can barely remember it.
So,
Does the villain have a plan?
oh no, the villain has no plan because she basically enjoys being in the void because she is the queen of the void.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
What is this story? Carry on. Sorry.
so the rousing speech and plan is just, fuck it, kill everybody, get Juggernaut's helmet, put it on Cassandra, and then kill her.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
like the reason I state it like that is because like they're pretty much guaranteed to fucking die
That's
during
exactly how
this
it's
fight.
presented. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's just like, if you're gonna die fighting. And then
Yeah,
Wolverine is all depressed and stuff. It's like, oh, you're all fucking idiots. And he's apparently drinking specifically from Gambit's bar, and Gambit has his canon Creole accent. So, of course, Wade can't understand a word he's saying.
And there's also constant jokes about how like, haha, get it? Channing Tatum was supposed to be Gambit, but it never happened. Haha.
And he looks pudgy in the costume, or at least his face does.
Yeah.
That actually, I'm wondering if that's just me. Mayo, can you pull up a screenshot of just Channing Tatum's Gambit's face? There's just something about the way the mask contorts around his face. It makes it look all pudgy because it's pushing it in, like how with the Bale Batman costume would pretty much push his entire face into his chin.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a minute.
So,
I'm just
yeah.
trying to find a good shot.
Deadpool concocts this very obviously terrible plan that's going to get them all killed. But it's even worse when you see what happens later when they do eventually leave and go back to fight Cassandra.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Oh,
say that
before that,
Laura has to convince Logan.
yes,
Right,
before
right.
that, after they go through the plan and Wolverine fucks off and said, "You're all idiots." It's now nighttime and he's by the campfire, and then we get the wonderfully deep and emotional scene by the campfire where Logan is, thinking about his universe and what happened, and Laura X-23 is coming out like, oh hey, like we could use you. Like he's like, nah, like, I've got a dark past, and she's like, oh, tell me about your dark past. So when I was watching it as well, I was like, okay, like this movie has been like shit, like just so dull, and I just want it to end. But at the very least, I can get another really good Hugh Jackman Wolverine monologue, like about his past, and I was like, okay, that'll be good because we already got one kind of not about his past, but just like a good like fucking angry monologue at Wade in the car. Here's, like,
Gambit's
another,
on
like,
screen.
a more deep one. So he's been built up as like the worst Wolverine, like the most shittiest fucking non-hero, just a complete fuck up who got all the X-Men killed in some way. We don't know the details, but that's essentially what happened. He's got everyone around him killed, all his loved ones in the X-Men, and you're like, oh my god, like where's this going? So what happened was, is that he was, I don't know, he was kind of like sad one day. He let. I'm not done. He left the X. He was
the way you started that.
It was
well,
sad.
I mean, that's as best. This is as best as I can describe it because it doesn't really go into a lot of detail. But yeah, he's just kind of like grumpy and upset one day, and he leaves the X mansion and he goes to the bar, and he fucking drinks himself silly. And while he's away, the mansion gets raided by the nasty humans, like anti-mutants.
They literally say the humans came.
Yeah, the humans came. Yeah, they did. They came all over the school. Huh?
I can't say it again for Mayor's channel. Say carry on.
They need tanks all over the place.
Yeah, the humans, the nasty anti-mutant humans, and I guess Sentinels maybe came and killed all the X-Men. And then when Wolverine came back.
No, they don't even mention the Sentinels.
Oh, okay.
They just said humans,
I guess. Somehow
they just say humans.
They just say the humans killed the X-Men, I guess. Like they suddenly became really powerful and killed all the mutants. But yeah, the humans came and killed all the X-Men, and then Wolverine came back from the bar and saw everyone was dead.
All strung up, apparently.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently Storm, Jean Grey, Cyclops, Professor Xavier, Beast, all of them. They just let normal humans overpower them.
So I get why I get why that sucks, but why does that make him the worst?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's just like a bad day that could happen to anyone that's got like issues. You know what I mean? Like I know why you feel guilty, but why you're the worst?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a bit more that gets added later on. It still doesn't make him the worst though.
So in the
it turns out I did it. I came all over the school.
Well, no, I was actually about to say we want I really got annoyed with this. Like, the more I was thinking about this, even from the drive back from the theater, I started thinking, wait a minute, why is this considered the worst Wolverine? And I started digging not only through my comic knowledge, but also through just what this movie is. Like, again, what did we see while Wade was traveling around universes? A Wolverine crucified, surrounded by skulls. Well, the sky is fucking red and all this shit. So supposedly, an apocalypse happened, and he's the only survivor. One, how is he not the worst Wolverine? Secondly, you could have gone full Old Man Logan and just said, fuck it, this Wolverine killed all the X-Men.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were leading to. I thought it was some really, like, fucked up, like, shit, like he was mind-controlled or something, or he just went feral and killed everyone.
Yeah, we could have got Berserker.
Yeah, but no, it was just like I went to the bar to drink, and when I came back, everyone was dead. it's like
sad
I mean
face.
That sucks, but yeah, it's sad.
And the thing that's why this concept of the worst Wolverine pisses me off so much, because I don't even also know what that means for someone to be the worst Wolverine. Like we could have had an incarnation that was the worst Wolverine in possibly just in the sense that he doesn't work well with the fucking team, and he just said fuck it and just went off on his own.
Yeah, maybe
that's the second worst.
Then they could have made like a whole arc of like, no, you have to work, like you like being on your own, but like working as a team is the best thing. Like, yeah, it's cheesy, it's cliche. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, and what metric is worse? Is it evil? Is it just fuck up? Is it gay? Is it freaking... What the hell is
gay.
it? Yeah.
Definitely gay.
Very gay.
I lost where we were.
I just... So we were talking about sad Wolverine backstory. And then there's just the implication that the humans came... killed all the X-Men. Just naming the main cast, most of them are also Omega level. Iceman could freeze the fucking planet in an afternoon if he wanted to.
Xavier could freeze them. Freaking,
Well,
at the very least, Magneto can pin them down with all the metal in the room.
Yeah, and no, remember, in the first X-Men movie, all he simply did was just yank their guns around, fired them, and had enough control to stop the bullets mid-flight.
Like, just to show them, like, this is what I can do. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah.
And in this case, like we don't even have to guess which X-Men there were. Like, Wolverine names them. So, yeah, no, I'm sorry. None of them are coming towards Cyclops or Jean Grey or fucking Storm.
Storm alone can, like, again, could send our planet into the next global, environmental crisis. She, because at her most powerful, can't she actually just control the entire Earth's weather?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, during the comics, she reignited a star or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cyclops, he's got his beams.
His
that's kind of cool, I guess.
Well, I mean, okay, so in the movies, no. In the comics, it is a bit cooler because it's access to an entire energy universe.
Yes, his eyes are actually portals to an alternate dimension that shoot the beams. Him and his brother Havoc, both have access to the portals.
And Cyclops in the comics can split planets with his lasers as well.
Yeah, I guess that's cool for a walking dickhead that doesn't deserve any ounce of fame.
Man, people do not like Scott Summers, do they?
I was that's not being facetious. Fuck Cyclops.
Yeah.
I have no strong opinions on him one way or the other. So.
Yeah, what he said.
I mean, one of the greatest moments in the '90s cartoon was Wolverine punching Cyclops in the stomach. It's the most one of the most memorable moments people capture from the show.
Tell Cyclops I made him of a convertible.
Thanks, Nut, Steve Blum.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we get this one touching line from Laura that would work in any movie that's not this one. And he says, "I'm not the right guy," and Laura says he wasn't either. Which just makes me miss Logan the more.
Yeah, I want to watch Logan again after this because I feel as if I need to take a fucking bath.
And you can tell how much people just worship that movie because when I forgot when they're showing the Anchor Point thing, Asa, they just straight up show the clip.
Yeah, they show the clip, and then even fucking I think Paradox is repeating the line.
Yeah, all the TVA people they go silent and they're all mouthing the lines, and they're tearing up too.
Okay.
Yeah, like they're watching a movie.
Well, it just emphasizes that this campfire scene is so meaningless between these two because they don't know each other. There's no connection there. They're not the same. Well, she's obviously from Logan, but he's not. Why would he be motivated by her speaking to him? He doesn't know who the fuck she is.
Yeah, when meanwhile
we know because we've seen Logan. It's just in the movie it's all right, there you go.
Yeah, it's only the most
X-23 and Wolverine on screen again.
Yeah, it's only the most satisfying from the most absolute surface level interpretation.
Yeah. There is no substance to this at all.
It actually makes me sour. Sorry, it actually makes me sour on Wolverine. Sorry, Hugh Jackman coming back as Wolverine even more.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if this this entire movie, it's we got him back, and I'm just put him.
Yeah, well done. You've got money
back.
To burn. Good for you.
Put him back down, please.
Yeah,
Put him in the ground. Put him back in the ground.
Let him go.
The thing is, this is a bit little bit kind of going ahead, but Deadpool makes a joke saying, "Yeah, see, you they got you till you're 90."
Oh yeah, makes a couple of jokes like that a couple of times.
Which does
you're gonna be doing this until you're gonna be wearing that suit and doing this till you're fucking 90 years old. Ha! And it's just yeah, that's funny.
When
Yeah,
meanwhile, like it has like it at some point it does have to just be about the money, because that's the only reason him and Patrick Stewart came back after Logan, because they both said that that was the final performance.
Yep. And it was the perfect.
And the
ending.
thing is, and the thing is that I think Hugh Jackman wants to come back for another one.
He does.
Yeah. I cannot tell if it's because of just the absolute boatloads of cash they're wanting to give him, or if he just likes working with Ryan just that goddamn much.
Well, I'm sure
Probably
he does,
both.
but like, it's little from column A, little from column B.
I don't know how much I would have to love a character I've been playing for so long that I have to keep my body in absolute physical perfection that I would just be like, I don't know, like.
Well, I mean, he only goes topless once.
Yeah.
I don't even think those were real abs.
Yeah, mate, could be.
Oh no, they're real. He bought them out on Hot Ones.
CG abs.
Not
so like
Hugh
Hugh Jackman decided to say, I don't care if I'm like in my 50s, I will look good.
I mean, good on him for staying in shape, but he has repeatedly said that he can't do this anymore, because like specifically with how they the diet and routine around making his body look that way. Like, didn't he have to be dehydrated for like 6 days so his veins would really pop for the Wolverine?
Yeah, same thing did with Henry Cavill.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What was he dehydrated for his veins to pop? What?
That doesn't make sense because I have to drink water to make them bigger so
I was
people
gonna
can
say
do
that
blood
doesn't make any
tests.
sense.
It's to make the skin. It's to make the skin tighter. It's a bodybuilding thing.
Oh.
So like make him more pronounced.
Yeah, so they dehydrate the fuck out of you, which is not fucking healthy. I think Henry described it like by like day 4 or 5, you're basically sucking on ice cubes. So we get that surface level conversation, and then we get the drive off. They are driving in that busted Honda Odyssey, and they blow up one of the fingers on the Ant-Man fortress, so they could get that lineup shot. And they're like, all right, Jennifer Gardner's Elektra, Channing Tatum Gambit, Laura, who, by the way, puts on those same goddamn sunglasses from Logan for no fucking reason. And then, of course, Deadpool. And out of the trunk pops Wolverine. Yeah, he's in this fight. He's with everybody else.
I would just like to point out that all the people with guns trained on them don't fire until way after they're all lined up and ready to fight. When in actuality, they would just be lighting that shit up.
Guns from, like, since this is the Void, are probably from alternate dimensions and all that stuff. So we've got Chitauri, Stark Tech.
The first shot is actually Blade goes through the sunroof of the Honda and he pulls out a bazooka.
Yeah, they blow one of the fingers off the Ant-Man fortress. That's when they drive in. That's when we get the big shot of everybody together, and then big fight happens.
Yeah, again, and that's one of those instances of they're making fun of the MCU for doing stupid things. Meanwhile, they do the stupid thing that's in the MCU, where you have to get your fucking superhero line up when the character and which means that other characters have to be on fucking like standby mode. They're like buffering. Cannot complete task until this is done.
And they're showing off like all the stuff. Like Elektra has her size. For some reason, Blade doesn't have his sword. He has this weird like it's a kukri, right? That's what that weapon's called.
Yeah.
He has a kukri and his weird boomerang throwing star thing. He's got that, but not his iconic sword that when somebody else grabs has like those blades that shoot out of the hilt. Because you know why?
He doesn't have his own guns.
Yeah, because why? Well, no, he pulls out his own guns. And when somebody dies, they do disintegrate. I guess implying that was a vampire, actually.
Okay.
So they do all that, and then as he's killing somebody, he does say some motherfuckers are still trying to ice skate uphill.
No, that's when he says that when when they're like they like defend the entrance to where Deadpool.
Oh yeah,
and Wolverine are running up to.
that's on the other half of the fight.
Yeah, like it's like some motherfucker still trying to ice skate uphill. It's like stop it, put it down, put the keys down.
Yeah, this is
now.
This fight is pure key jangling because we got Toad, we've got Psylocke, we've got
The Psylocke
Juggernaut.
from X-Men Apocalypse. Like,
But it's not but that's probably one of the funniest things is, by the way, that's not Olivia Munn. So they couldn't get her. As they're firing all these weapons, Laura doesn't even bring out her feet blades till like halfway through the fight. You know, one of her very important tools.
She uses them to climb, or like stop from falling. Can't remember which one.
Yeah.
On the Ant-Man's skull.
Which is quite strange.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, there they are. We got to see him, I guess. Yeah.
And she's taken a lot of hits that, like, from what we've seen from Logan, X-23 should have almost no problem like taking or at the very least rolling with the damage, because her healing factor is on par with peak Wolverine.
Well, it's that, and like she's extremely agile.
Yeah, while
Hyper
Wolverine's a
fucking quick
bruiser,
and
she's
strong.
agile.
Yeah.
That's-
But no, yeah.
I do like how Gambit and Blade fight. They still, well, Channing Tatum still would, but at least Blade still has it.
I actually did like how they displayed Gambit's powers, but again, it's surface level. I already know who Gambit is. Like that's
it is surface level, but I did like how they portrayed Gambit at least.
At least it's surface
the
level,
way,
but
the
it
way
did
he
something
moved
correctly.
Oh yeah, because in all reality, Gambit doesn't need those cards. He can just touch you, and then that's it.
The cards are just a long range method, basically, or it doesn't even need cards. He can just like grab a gun and do it, can't he?
I do not know about that part, but he's got his staff and his playing cards, or he could just touch you.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way he moved and the way the powers were shown, like in combat, like it was neat.
Because his power, it's psychokinesis, right? That's actually like what the power is called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that we're all getting a bit progressively more drained as we go along.
Well, this is exactly
I'm desperately trying not to fall asleep.
Well,
I'm like,
this is precisely the point of the movie where I was getting mentally drained. Like, come on.
Same. I was begging for it to end. I was begging for it to stop.
But unfortunately, there's quite a bit more.
There's more left. So, Asa, you think we're at like the final, the final battle, right? It's after this.
No. You say that you think we're at the final battle. I don't know where we are because there's no plot.
Oh, we're in the third act.
We're in the third act now. So this is where everything's kicked off, and so Wolverine and Deadpool just made it up to Tilda Swinton discount. She's basically controlling both their bodies. She's just like got Deadpool out of here. She's doing this whole freaking Magneto thing with Wolverine. And by the way, at this point, we still have 38 minutes left of the movie.
Why?
Yeah. So. Yeah,
And
so
I
go
just
into
realized-
detail. They go into Tilda Swinton's office, lair, place. She flicks around Deadpool, knocks him out, and then she sticks her fingers in Wolverine's brain to basically read his mind, fiddle about in there, and basically manipulate him into
complying her with her.
Yeah, like
because she says that she'll take away the pain.
Yeah, she was like trying to be. Yeah, I'll fucking take you there and I'll make it right. Help fix your universe or whatever she said. I don't know. It was pointless. It was useless. And basically, it was all a ruse. It was a big old ruse and delay, because like it was this hyper emotional thing. Like, oh, you think Wolverine is gonna comply with her? Like, oh, okay, I'll do it. Then she says, don't worry, I've got you. And then Wolverine turns to her and pulls a smile, and he's like, no, I got you. And then Deadpool puts the helmet on her from behind.
Oh my god.
Oh my
and
god.
Wolverine's
However,
down.
there's a hiccup. Because now they can kill her.
No
but,
way.
Because they need her to get out of the void. But the helmet is on her head. She can't use her powers. And she says that I can get you out of the void, but I can't use my powers. You gotta take the helmet off, and it's just like, yeah, but you'll just kill us. And she's like,
And-
yeah, I
Yeah, and
will.
she actively says that, like,
Yeah, she actively can't. It's just a joke. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna like disintegrate and melt your brains as soon as you take the helmet off. And it's just like, damn it, like, what do we do? And so
And then
Wolverine.
here's a thing that we forgot to mention. Well, actually, so wait, does this happen before or after? Oh no, this happens before, I think.
What were you gonna say?
talking about Pyro.
The Pyro. Does it happen before or after Wolverine?
It happens during.
During.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, like Pyro comes in. Oh fuck, we completely did we?
Yeah,
talk
we've got
about...
Pyro's
Oh,
working for Paradox.
I was
Yeah.
going to I was going to mention.
Fucking forgot about.
I was
Pyro
actually
and
about to
Paradox
mention,
as,
like
side thing, like side plot.
Yeah, I was actually saving it for and lo and behold, Pyro comes out of nowhere with this side plot that we totally forgot to mention.
So very quickly before we carry on with the fight,
Right.
Pyro is like in contact with Paradox, the British evil TVA man. Basically, like Paradox is like, oh, I'll help you out and get you out if you kill Tilda Swinton for me, and Pyro's like, you got it, and that's it.
And by the way, this is Wild, the campfire scene.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes, it cuts to that, and the whole reason they're talking about like
God,
taking,
that was some fucking weird editing. It was like the campfire scene started, like Wolverine was starting his like backstory monologue. It cuts away to Pyro on the phone or whatever it was, communication device with Paradox, and it's like, oh, I'm on the trail, Paradox. And he's like, oh, kill Tilda Swinton for me. He's like, okay. And then it cuts back to the campfire scene. And then, like, now carry on with this.
And then let's
so anyway, now that we addressed the Paradox Pyro side plot, we can continue with the third act.
Which is the whole reason why they need to remove the helmet anyway, because she says like, I can get you out, but then Pyro shoots her with a gun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. To put the because now she's not immortal because her powers are deactivated. So Pyro comes in, shoots her in the stomach like 2 or 3 times, and it's like, fuck, she's dying. Now we definitely have to take the helmet off now. And like Pyro, it's a joke because Pyro starts this monologue about like, oh, I've always hated you. You fucking treat me badly, and then Wolverine knocks him out, and he's like, not everyone gets a monologue, which is a funny line, but it was just like, okay, like now we have a reason to fucking take the helmet off because now we have to because she's just gonna get killed. But alas, we'll figure it out later. But it turns out we didn't actually need her necessarily to be alive for them to get out.
Yeah, but
yep.
Even though they wouldn't have known. Yeah.
No, like, so I already know what you're gonna say. So to quickly, like, she's like, oh, I can't like physically get you out of here, but there was this wizard.
Oh no, wait!
guy.
Before you do, sorry.
Oh, talk
Shall
no
we?
jutsu.
Yeah, the talk no jutsu. Like, if we take the helmet off, she's gonna kill us. But Wolverine has a plan. You forgot that important, crucial, deep, emotional payoff. So Wolverine wants to like talk to her and be like, "You're not really bad. Charles Xavier would love you, or something.
You murderous psychopath.
You murderous psycho bitch. Yeah, Charles Xavier is good." And she's like, "No, he's not. He's a bad man." And Wolverine's like, "No, he cared about the X-Men. He was good. And you know what? If you were still around with him in his universe, he'd love you too." And she's like, "Damn, that hit real deep, bro. All right, I'll help you get out."
What?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Wolverine gives a speech about how.
Yeah, Wolverine essentially gives a meaningless speech about how Charles Xavier is actually a good person, and she's like, "Man, you know what? When you put it like that, you're right."
You know, one of the last characters you would expect Talk No Jutsu to come from.
Yeah, well, that's the brilliant subversion. It's like you wouldn't expect it from Wolverine. He does it. He's grown.
Deadpool,
he's had an arc, I guess.
Because Deadpool did do Talk No Jutsu, I believe, in Deadpool 2, but it made sense there.
Yeah, because they had an actual friendship and connection with the kid.
Yeah, he did more. He did do more than Talk No Jutsu, but Talk No Jutsu was in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it made sense there. But here it's just like, no, villain. Charles Xavier was good, and she's like, "Oh yeah, prove it." Well, he would have he would have thought you were all right. And she's like, oh my god, no way.
Maybe I am all right.
Yeah, it's like I paused the movie and then it's like
I paused my brain. I was like, the fuck.
Yeah, and then after that, she pulls out a sling ring because she found the wizard, and then she killed him and apparently wore his skin for a couple days.
Yeah, they had the whole joke that killed him, and oh no, and this is where I can't remember, did they mention Magneto and stuff? And it's like no, can't have him, killed him as well. Oh yeah, we've had so many cameos. I guess they didn't have the budget for that.
That was during the scene where we introduced all the other cameos.
Yeah.
So that's really funny.
As I said, it was like the one moment where like she did something halfway smart.
Yeah, but now she has a sling ring, and this then creates an issue. No. Remember in Multiverse of Madness when Defender Strange had the sling ring?
Unfortunately, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we see that the sling ring can indeed travel universes like how we were told to, but we were under the assumption that, oh no, I guess that's just been retconned out. No, it hasn't been retconned out.
No, it hasn't been retconned out.
I thought you were gonna start complaining like, oh, she uses the sling ring despite not having magic, and I was about to go like, no, Ned.
Yeah, you can use it.
Yeah, Ned. Yeah, that was which was fucking stupid, but like
it's stupid.
No, it's the issue of like, the sling rings can make you travel through multiverse.
Well, it's because that's what they said when they were introduced.
Which is which of course, Scarlet Witch stole Steven's sling ring, so she has the ability to go to different universes.
She didn't steal it. She melted it.
Whatever. She could have stolen it.
No. She took it off a dead sorcerer.
No, it makes sense. Don't think about it.
Remember when she takes Wong to the mountain?
You're right. You're right. I was thinking of the earlier scene where his sling ring just fucking zaps out of his fingers.
Zaps away for no reason.
She took a sling ring. She has a sling ring. She has access to sling ring. She doesn't need America's powers.
Let's not talk about multiverse.
That's not even. That's the other thing. Like we'll get to it from multiverse events. We'll get to it when we get to it. But...
Tilda Swinton has a sling ring.
And go ahead.
No, it's just detailing. She activates it, and exactly in this very moment, the purple fart dragon reappears. Elias shows up. He's come back in this specific location, to eat up everything.
Oh my god!
And then they have to get out in the nick of time. They had that trailer shot when they're jumping out the skull into the portal, and all of the cameo characters are looking up at them, like, oh, I guess we're gonna get eaten the fuck by Elias while you guys leave this universe.
Whatever, I guess
Thanks.
It's been fun instead
including X-23 Laura. It's like, all right, rip to her and all the other characters. I guess that was a great use of them.
Because my brain always tries to just fix whatever's in front of it, I already thought of a funnier solution. One, they just let Cassandra fucking die, and then they go, oh no, what are they going to do? And then Wade looks to the camera and is like, well, we could just Deus Ex Machina out of here, and then pull the sling ring out of the bowl, and then use it, because previous movies have shown you don't need magic to activate them. Like, I think that would have turned it, at the very least, into a joke. I'm not even saying it's a good joke, because this is literally the first draft of a thought. But still, better than what we got.
But yeah, they just make it through the portal in time. Elias, I guess, eats up everyone, except not everyone. Spoiler, not Tilda Swinton. She survives and makes her way into the same universe as Wade and Logan. I guess she got through the portal like a few seconds after them, I guess, question mark.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think she makes her own portal later, but she survives Elias eating her up, I guess.
Yes.
Because we don't see that. Like, they go for the portal, they're back in Deadpool's universe.
Yep, they land really hard through a shop, and then as the portal is opening, we see Dogpool once again.
Right.
Oh no, they land on on one of the cars
land
in
on
the.
on
You
the
are
car.
no,
The-
you're right. Actually, at
the
the
used
car,
car.
at the used car, yeah,
They
and
land
then
on
that's
the
when
car.
we,
Yeah.
that's
They
when we
meet
get
that
the
family
joke of,
again.
like, yeah, that's when we get the joke of like he's gonna do this till he's 80.
Yeah, they're
And
like, oh
it's-
my god, is that Wolverine and Deadpool? Like, yeah, he's gonna do this till he's 90.
The when he raises it to 90, that's a later form of the joke.
Yeah, and then and then they go to Paradox, and you know, I believe they're shit talking him and what. Or what,
Not yet.
What happens? Not yet. Okay.
Oh, we get the scene between Pyro and Cassandra.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
right,
the
yeah,
Cloud
yeah,
Dragon
yeah,
didn't kill everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't kill her.
yeah.
Didn't kill Pyro. Didn't kill everyone. I guess. It's useless.
Yeah,
Useless fart dragon.
And we get
and
the one of the only jokes that actually genuinely made me laugh. She's about to try to read his mind, and Pyro just goes, "I'll just fucking tell you."
I'll just tell you.
Ju-
You don't have to put your fingers on my face. Sometimes
Just-
just ask.
Just ask. And she's like, "Fine, hands in pockets."
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, yeah, because like, you know, people with telepathy, and it's like you could just ask. So
But
they,
yeah, she finds out that Paradox wanted her dead.
Yes.
Yep.
So then she's
And-
gonna use the sling ring and then
Oh
go
my
to that
God.
universe and be like,
Um,
I'm gonna deal with that man.
Sorry, I just saw a reference on the video I'm watching. So it
you
says
said-
it says 24th Street, where Paradox is, which is a slight cut to Channing Tatum. I think.
Oh right, because 21 Jump Street.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's clever. I guess.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost a good reference, I guess.
They they drive
Not
back.
quite, but it's trying.
Quite.
Portal is open. They run back into dog pool, and the Cassandra's
pool.
like, "I'm gonna go fuck up the TVA," and then throws
no,
them
yeah.
into a building.
Oh no, yeah, that is right. Wait, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not Tilda Swinton throws. I told it in somewhat of a wrong order. It throws them through the building, goes in the TVA thing, and then that's when all the Deadpools are introduced.
Oh, well, let's not forget that Tilda Swinton wants to get the Time Ripper.
Yeah, the
and
Time Ripper. And
destroy everything but the void.
universes. Yeah.
All the
So-
universes but the void get destroyed.
She comes
That's
through
what she
the
wants to
sling
do,
ring,
because
then
she's
she puts her hand through Pyro, kills him, and then puts her hand through Paradox,
Yes.
and then kills him.
No.
Does she
He
not?
doesn't die.
Okay.
No, she just fucks with him. Paradox does not die in this movie.
Paradox doesn't die.
Oh, she's dragging him along the floor
It
with
just
her
drags
head
him
in
down into the subway to the
Yeah.
machine.
I thought he was dead by the time she's
Same.
just dragging him because like he's
Yeah.
fucking limp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no.
I also
But
want
yeah,
to
she
say
does that.
why does Cassandra want to kill every universe but the void? If she kills every
Because
universe but the void,
she's
there's no more stuff in the
evil.
void.
Because
There's no more
she's-
stuff will go to the void.
She's the ruler of
Yeah.
the void. Because
We're like the fucking Phase 1 Marvel MCU villains were better than this.
it's so much. It's even more terribly paced out because she just had this presumably, well, like superficially like emotional moment with Wolverine. Like, no, like you could be good, and then she like helps them, and then immediately just switches back and like, oh no, I'm a villain. I'm gonna kill everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue
Yeah.
my plot to kill everything after
That
I had
makes
this
sense.
emotional moment with Wolverine where I helped him and Deadpool get back home. But now I'm
Yeah.
gonna kill their home.
Yeah, but she then flips Deadpool
I don't see
Wolverine
the issue,
into
I
that
don't
shop,
think it-
Yeah,
and
then
through the sling ring
Nice Pool.
portal comes Dogpool.
Yes.
The
And
dog pool and
then
Nice
Pool immediately
Yeah.
after him.
And we learn
And
Nice
then-
Pool can't regenerate.
Well, we
Well,
find
we
this
don't-
out
well,
because
yeah,
all
that's
the
all we
other Deadpools come in, including Headpool and Lady Deadpool as like the more notable cameos. We also get
Wait,
Cowboy
how do they come through the sling ring? Portal?
because it's because the Deadpool Corps was supposedly in the void, and Tilda Swinton recruited them because that's their whole goal is to keep them from getting to the TVA. And we see Cowboy Deadpool, we see Samurai Deadpool, Undead
Welsh
Deadpool. And then, Welsh Deadpool, who's just covered in the Welsh flag, doesn't speak a fucking word.
Doesn't say any lines. But they specifically show him in close-ups like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. I'm just getting
Kid Deadpool,
now.
who's apparently the nastiest.
Yeah.
And then we get a big speech from Wade. Enough with the multiverse stories.
Yes.
I know things haven't been good for the past few years, and then
he specifically says it's been miss after miss
after miss.
And then one of the Deadpools either, and then one of the nice. It's like things have been kind of okay since Endgame.
So for Asa, it's on screen now.
So yeah, this joke is like the only kind of explicit semblance of the MCU has been kind of shit, and we know that, but this is about as far as it goes, and it's so mean.
Yeah, and you know what
it was kind of
me
satisfying in the moment when I was listening to it. It's just like, oh my god, this feels so gratifying, like the catharsis of hearing this in an MCU film. But then ultimately, I'm like, yeah, but I know it's meaningless. It's not gonna.
They're not gonna stop.
They're gonna they're not gonna stop.
You know
they're gonna continue making multiverse stories. They're gonna continue making shit content.
Because
why would they change? This is one of the shit multiverse content.
And the worst part about it, in all reality, they diss Disney a little bit, but it's done almost, now that I think about it, the same way that Rise of Skywalker pokes fun at The Last Jedi.
Yeah. It's still shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like, you're not better because you make fun of that thing.
And
it goes back to the thing of well, you're doing it. It's just like, guys, multiverse, it's so bad. It's been so bad for so long, while you're having this monologue in a terrible multiverse movie.
Exactly. And it's you're not even doing the multiverse stuff differently. You're doing it the exact same level of shit.
Yeah. While adding in new things.
Adding in new nonsense.
Adding in new nonsense when they didn't need to.
Yeah.
And so, Lady Deadpool pulls out her Uzis, and
Blake Lively.
And Deadpool uses Nice Pool as a human shield for a moment, and we find out he doesn't have a healing factor.
He doesn't regenerate, so he just dies.
And he's like, I'm gonna die. No, everybody knows that donut stand has triage kits, and Wolverine's like, no, they don't. And he uses them as a human shield once more. Just stops at one point, so people can keep shooting at him. He gets his head blown off, and it's all so he could just steal his gold at Desert Eagles.
And his dog.
Yeah. And thus we get the Madonna song for the 15th fucking time.
The first time it's played in the film.
Correct.
Oh, I must be thinking of all the advertisements.
All the trailers that
every single trailer is that, but
so I've just gotten sick of that fucking song.
But
same.
We get the big fucking action set piece of Wolverine and Deadpool against all the other Deadpools.
But it starts they walk out, and then suddenly Wolverine reaches behind his neck and pulls out the mask as if it's a hood, Asa. Which as we've seen through most of this movie, that's not fucking real.
Yeah, he has not been a part of the mask as the suit at all. It would have made more sense if it was the same old nanotech bullshit.
I mean, that would have been bad, but
it would have been bad, but it would have made more sense.
And I don't know if the Rip will be able to show this. Mayo, could you show the scene where they're just standing before the fight? They're in their ready poses. Can you just show Asa how bad the costume looks?
Yeah.
It does not look good.
Well, the mask specifically.
The mask does not. The costume itself looks good without the mask. The mask just looks terrible.
Yeah, the mask because it's a fucking CGI mask.
How hard is it to just
put a CGI mask?
It's gotta be.
I'm pretty sure. It looks so weird. I don't know why they made it CGI. Deadpool's mask isn't CGI.
Well, it's CGI'd over for his expressions. But
well, only for the eyes, but the actual mask it's a fully practical.
And in some of the older movies, mask. The eyes had different slots for different expressions too.
But yeah, he reveals the hood. That's his mask. And Deadpool fucking geeks the fuck out, and they build up, and then the action starts. And
calls them blowjob handles.
Okay, got him. It's on screen.
Oh!
Just waiting.
What the fuck is that?
Look, it doesn't look.
You see what I mean? Like his face looks weird. It's definitely CGI.
Because it's
That
not
looks like
real.
like a JPEG image over the fucking like on top for the face as well.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna post this in the chat. This is what a simple fucking like guy with Photoshop did, and it looks three times better.
That does look better.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, look at all the creases and
Hold on, I'm gonna find the thing for superhero beatdowns.
Look at specifically notice the lack of cringe.
Yeah.
And yes, thus we get our big set piece, which wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't hate. It was one of the only times where a Marvel production decided. Hold on.
He's just gonna die.
Excuse me.
He had an allergic reaction to the movie.
To the Wolverine mask. No, they decided all in one big, for the most part, all in one shot, where it's just them killing the fuck out of Deadpool's, well, quote unquote killing.
Well, they've done long takes and stuff before, but
I don't remember the last time they did a good long take fight scene.
no, not that they've not been good, but they've tried it.
That would have been Daredevil.
Oh no, you can't compare this to Daredevil.
Well,
the corridor scene.
Well, other than Deadpool, what other examples are there? Like that's the problem I'm having. I genuinely can't think of any.
It's not Marvel, but they did John Wick.
Yeah, you're probably right, actually.
Yeah, because like the most of the fights. Oh, hold on. One of the big final shots of the fight between Bucky, Cap, and Iron Man is when they're both fighting him at the same time. That's in one shot.
That's like one shot. It's not really a whole scene. That's a long take. That's just one shot though.
Right.
It goes on for like 10 seconds.
Yeah. It barely counts.
Well, I mean, in terms of like this scene, like it looks good. It's like the tracking shot is like a side from the side on, like a profile shot, and like goes like down the street.
Yeah, and then they go into
all the Deadpools.
Yeah, they go into a bus.
I posted in the chat the superpower beatdown mask.
At possibly one of the worst angles.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to find it. I was trying to find it, but like
doesn't look great, but
no, but I would say it looks better than the one.
It's real, but
yeah.
But yeah, like this is a fine action scene, if not a tad meaningless, because again, like these Deadpools don't die, and like right at the very end of the big finale, when they like fight through the bus and they crash through the window of the bus, and they're like think they've killed everyone. Well, actually no, they see baby Deadpool as the last remaining one. Like, oh god, are we gonna? I thought they were gonna do like a joke again of like, oh god, are we gonna go fucking try and kill a baby?
So,
and then like they then turn around and all the Deadpools they just like presumably killed all regenerate. Shocker, I know.
And when Mayo gets back, Asa, you'll need to like as they're doing this fight scene, they go through a bus, they kill a bunch of Deadpools, and then there's a shot where they go through the back window, and it's just full CGI Wolverine and Deadpool, and it looks like trash.
Such a bad shot. I forgot about that. Yeah, they work their way through the bus right to the very back and crash through the window, and they do this pose, and it looks so fucking janky and fake and terrible. But yeah, then at the very end, they all start regenerating because obviously they're Deadpools. And then, how do they get out of this one? How the fuck are we gonna beat them all? Until Peter from earlier in the movie wearing the Deadpool costume, like that's like not fully fitted because it's not for him. It's like kind of like showing at the like his stomach is like out a bit. It's like popping out.
I
shows up.
I heard everything you said. I'm just gonna find it now, but you forgot Baby Deadpool.
Well,
no,
we already talked about Baby Deadpool.
I mentioned Baby Deadpool.
Oh,
you gotta
okay.
show the shot of the bad CGI shot.
Show the screenshot of the terrible CGI window crash.
Oh yeah, like while he's working on that, we forgot to like tell a payoff to a joke that they told, like the payoff to immediately to a joke they were telling. So you know how talking about midlife crisis, Peter talks about how a friend he knew got his nipples and his dick pierced with the chain.
Oh yeah, and then at
in the
party,
party, yeah, it shows it was
cuts to
actually
him and
Peter.
he's wearing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Aren't you laughing, Asa?
Oh.
Why aren't you laughing at the joke, Ace? It's really funny. It's a fun comic book movie that's not supposed to be taken seriously.
You
Laugh.
know that's not true.
You just turn your brain off and laugh at the jokes and the cameras.
Laugh at it.
This
Laugh.
movie has turned my brain off. It's
Why are you nitpicking
It's like
the
systematically
multiverse
killing your brain
rules?
cells.
Why
Yeah.
why are you
It
nitpicking
is.
logic in this comic book movie? That's just a comedy.
I'm not nitpicking, to be fair, because I've it's gone too far. I don't know what's happening.
Why are you over-analyzing this fun popcorn comic book movie that's supposed to be funny?
Asa, why do you hate
Why
fun?
can't you just enjoy the fun? Yeah, it's just fun. Deadpool's fun.
It
Wolverine's
hates
cool.
me.
I hate you. How about that?
Oh, that's not true. I can't let this movie cause fights between friends.
I can't let that.
I hate everyone equally. I'm an equal rights hater.
Nice. Oh.
I mean, I hate Jake more than God itself.
Nigga, bitch, I am God.
Oh dear. Did you find it?
Yeah, I'm just bringing it on now.
Oh boy.
I'm hoping
again.
I'm hoping at the right shot. I'm not 100% sure.
It's when they crash out of the bus window and they pose. Like Wolverine's doing.
Oh
this,
yeah.
Wolverine squat,
That's
squat mid-air pose.
Yep. Oh, is it midair?
We didn't even
Yeah.
really get a good shot
Hold
of Wolverine doing his lunge, did we?
No,
Like he didn't
the
really.
best time we got, I think, was when he went through the windshield during the car fight.
Did he lunge in the bus?
Oh fuck.
I don't know because that's
like,
kind of when
once they got inside the bus, it was like kind of pointless to even watch because that's just a good way of masking
Hang on,
choreography. You
Oh
don't
yeah,
really have to,
Asa.
like, do much.
Alright.
Yeah, like Asa, they oh no, a few shots, a few frames before this,
Although that is
when
a
they're
funny
in midair.
shot.
Let me.
It's literally when they're
give
midair.
me a minute.
So they do kind of do a shitty thing with that one shot, which is why I don't give it like full marks. Is when they get on the bus, they just cover all the windows in blood.
Yeah, like they just do
Yeah.
blood splatters, so they don't have to actually like do much in there in terms of choreography and like creative action. Just like blood splatter, random things flying until they get to the end of the bus and they crash through the window. And it's like, okay, action scene over.
Yep.
The one like pretty creative thing I enjoyed in that fight was before the bus when all of the Deadpools are like running off camera, like to the side of the frame, and then there's like a couple of seconds go by, and then they're all being pushed back by Wolverine, like back into frame. I thought that was kind of fun, and like Deadpool,
And then
Deadpool's like
pushing
behind
on
Wolverine,
him.
pushing him, yeah. Although that doesn't make any fucking sense, because why would they not just disperse and surround them? Like, why are they like staying in a huddle? But it was just a fun looking shot, even though it's kind of stupid.
That's the thing. A lot of these fight scenes, like if you just watch them out of context, I think they would at the very least, some of them would probably just get a C.
Well, yeah, because they're just like
Fine, perfectly adequate.
well, they're
nothing
just like
special,
more like
nothing
they're more like
terrible.
going for like the fun kind of, and it's like not say like barely any stakes. There's no stakes because none of these characters can really get hurt or die.
Which kind of
So
bugged
it's
me.
just flashing. Yeah, it's just flashing colors and like fucking quick action and fast movements and blood everywhere, and it's just like then it's just like it gets mind numbing.
And
Like this was the
Okay, I
least
got
mind
it.
numbing. It was like a lot of the action scenes before this, like the fucking big fight around Ant-Man's corpse with the Fox characters. That was fucking mind numbing to me.
It's on screen.
Yeah,
That was
Just
like
that-
peak, like
that
flashing
right
colors
there.
and
Fuck?
man.
Put that right
What?
there.
What?
Look at it.
Also,
Look
the-
at
What's
that.
happening?
also, I realized this as well. Like in terms of just surface level bullshit, I don't think they had Hugh do a Wolverine yell.
No, they didn't.
Like I don't know if you like, because this is like literally only a trope with Hugh Jackman's version of the character.
Yeah.
Where if he does something, he has to go like, oh, like he has
Yeah.
to fucking
I guess he-
scream at the top of his lungs.
I guess he kind of does at the very end when they're at the device. But that's not really like a Wolverine. I know the one you mean, like a Berserker Wolverine.
Yeah, his Berserker shout.
Yeah. No, yeah, it doesn't really do that. Maybe he's too old. Who knows?
Well, that's what made the one in Logan so much more powerful. After
So-
that
I
shot
love
of him running through the forest, fucking cutting people
Love
to
that
ribbons, lunges at that guy, rips out his claws. Oh, like it's his last
Yeah.
shout, essentially.
I fucking love that scene. Because it's just like, even in his like frail, dying state, he's still like, yeah, that's the fucking Wolverine we know.
Well, yeah, it's the most that he would ever be able to get back to his peak because he essentially overdosed on
Yeah,
the
he took that
on the
drop.
mutagen.
Like, this is all you got left. I need to watch that movie again. Like that is like a comic book movie specifically I could watch like endlessly and not get bored.
Which one,
I've
sorry?
been. It's
Logan.
Oh yeah,
it's
great.
one of the only recommendations I've actually been thinking of taking from Cinema
Or
Wins
Snyder Cut
is
version of it. Yeah, that's the.
fuck gee. Oh yeah, there's Baby Pool, by the way, Asa.
Is everyone excited for fucking Rebel Moon?
Yeah, the
Oh my
director's
god!
cut.
Apparently,
on Friday.
apparently the part 1 is going to be like it's like 3 hours, 30 some minutes or something.
Jesus
Some
Christ.
insane,
Yeah, you
some
don't.
insane number
The
like
scene
that.
where the tentacle creature is groping the main bad guy.
Yeah.
Don't you want to see the further of the scene where we actually like see a tentacle
yeah,
just
that's,
through his
that's going
mouth?
to happen.
Don't you
That's
want to
going
watch
happen,
that
by the
scene?
way.
But don't you
Yeah.
want to watch that scene in black and white in slow motion?
Well, I was previously.
I
going
do, I do.
To state like one of the only pieces of advice I think I would actually take from a Cinema Wins video that I might watch Logan in black and white because
I have to. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's good. Okay, I've been meaning
Is that
to
a
look into it.
that was a feature on the DVD, right?
Yeah, I had it. I've got it on Blu-ray. Yeah.
Yeah, I do as well. But yeah,
I don't
so
own physical media because I'm a chump.
well, change that right now. But yeah, action
I
scene
don't
ends.
have a DVD player.
I'm gonna buy one. Who cares? So action scene ends. Deadpool's
Yes.
revived. Oh yeah, Peter comes in the Deadpool costume, and he's essentially the Peter Ex Machina because all of the Deadpool variants get distracted, and they're like, Peter, yeah.
Everybody's got a Peter.
Yeah.
Everyone, yeah, all the Deadpools. Yeah, they say all the
And
Deadpools have a Peter. We love
Samurai
Peter.
and Samurai Deadpool, who has had both of his arms cut off and has the baby arms.
Yeah, it's because
like,
like just baby arms.
He like salutes Peter.
Yeah, well, he bows.
What's wrong with his face, by the way?
What's wrong
I mean,
with
it's
your
Deadpool.
face?
Peter.
No, like no, isn't in Samurai Deadpool? Isn't his head like abnormally large in that scene?
I think it's
No
I don't
clue.
know.
He's wearing a hat.
Wearing a
I
big
don't know,
hat.
I need to watch it again.
But yeah,
I
they're
named
like,
him
yeah,
the baby hands because he got his arms cut off.
yeah. But they're like, yeah, all Deadpools have a Peter. We love Peter. And they all start like surrounding
Yeah.
him and cheering, and that
It
allows...
literally stops the fight. It's
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
it. That's the
stops
end of
fight.
it.
That's
And
it.
we
Then
don't see the
Wolverine-
Deadpools ever again.
No, and then Wolverine and our Deadpool make their escape into the subway to try and. God, this fucking bit. This last.
The Matty
last
Antimatter
scene
machine, is
so
it?
fucking drawn out.
With Tilda
Yeah, the Time
Swinton.
Ripper. Yeah, so Tilda Swinton is basically like, I'm gonna kill all the universes. Let me into that room with the Time Ripper machine and tell me what to do, like what it is. And like Paradox lets her in, and she's like, she takes out like these two handlebars, pulls them out of the machine, and she's just holding onto them, and she's just standing there.
and then just going
Yeah, well, she's not even making noise. She's just like smiling and the eyes rolling in the back of her head like she's having an orgasm. Like, yes, I'm destroying the multiverse. And
as the room around her's going all wild,
yeah, all like spaghetti,
autism-y.
like in Loki season 2. That's what happens a lot. Like they spaghettify the universes. But yeah, she's
Okay.
doing that for what feels like 2 hours, while yeah, then Wolverine, Deadpool come in like, yeah, what the fuck? Oh yeah, or before that, Deadpool literally makes a joke about the fucking bloated runtime and how there's so much. He basically like turns to the camera, I think, and he goes, "We're on the home straight, guys. Hang tight."
Doesn't
God.
why do they keep doing this and they think it makes it better?
That's what I mean. It's just like they do the joke of like having the self-awareness of being like, yeah, this timeline's really bloated. Don't worry, we're near the end, and it's just like, and they're doing it still, but it's just like, yeah.
It'd be like if they unironically looked at the camera and went, "This sucks. We know."
That's basically what
and you'd be like, "Okay."
That's basically what they're doing. It's just not that explicit.
But that's what I mean.
And then
it's because instead of trying to make a good movie, they just gave up.
It's just like, yeah, bringing Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine is stupid. Am I right? Yeah. Multiverse movies are shit. Am I right? Yeah. This movie's runtime is really bloated. It's getting really boring.
It'd be like killing.
You just want it to end already, don't you?
It'd be like killing babies is bad. Am I right? Loads gun. You're like, wait, what?
Well, and you're just like, well.
And thus we find the solution is that if you destroy the matter and antimatter tubes,
yes,
feeding into the machine, it would destroy it, but kill the person who's doing it.
Oh my God, Mayo! Did they bring death to death?
I wish it was that simple.
So they go to the door before the chamber.
Well, what specifically needs to happen, Wyatt, is that you need to grab like break one, break the other, grab, and one person needs to basically be like a chain,
the connection,
a bridge,
the
connection to these two in order to cancel them out. But
I think they fight over who wants to do it, and then they both end up doing it because they can't reach anyway. And then Madonna plays again.
Quickly before then, like if copyright wasn't a thing that would instantly fuck us over, I would really love to play the clip of Paradox going on this rambly fucking monologue on what to do and explaining the science of this fucking machine. This is another point of the movie where my brain was just like, stop it.
Also, apparently, I don't think these people understand what antimatter actually fucking is.
Well, I just wish we could play just that clip of him, Paradox, the villain, explaining how to
antimatter. That's what ants used to see.
It goes on for like a while. It's not like 5 minutes, but it's just like a really stretched out fucking piece of dialogue where he's explaining how this machine works and how to stop it and how to deactivate it and how the inner workings are. And it's just like, shut up. What are you doing right now?
Meanwhile, honestly, the worst part of that, I think, we finally get the payoff of like who's gonna sacrifice themselves. It's like, I'll do it, Wade. I have nothing to go back to. But what about your universe? Like, I did all this stuff. It's like, you didn't fail. You made an educated wish. And as he's about to do it, Wade hits him with a fire extinguisher, shoves him out the door.
Well, no, before that he says, "You're the best Wolverine."
Oh yeah, like we come full circle, and as he knocks him out of the room for a good solid like minute and a half, we basically get every like childish joke you can do when
Deadpool's wasting time.
Like, you know how in like, I don't know, you're behind a counter, somebody is looking at you from the opposite end, and then you act like you're going down the stairs. Like,
well, first he pretends he's flying like Superman.
Yeah.
Then he does like an elevator thing where he goes up and down, and then he does like an escalator where he goes sideways, like diagonally. He just does it all, and it's just like
meanwhile,
funny,
as
Tilda Swinton is destroying the multiverse, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hugh Jackman's kind of just looking at him, going like, "Word."
You son of a bitch, you motherfucker.
So I've got it. I can play it. I got it on Google Drive.
Well, are you?
I'm good with it at this point.
Throw up the copyright filter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's on live. You're on live.
You're on live. The stream will get paused.
The stream will get caught.
The stream will get fucked. The stream will get fucking.
Yeah. I wouldn't even bother. I wouldn't bother Mayo. I wouldn't bother with it. Don't take the risk.
Yeah, the stream will get like.
It's fine. I'm fine. There's no sound.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like
it's not a sound thing. It's a visual thing.
It's fine because I'm going to chop all this up into clips anyway. I barely have any people.
Will get like stopped.
The stream might get stopped.
I'm willing to risk it.
I mean, you're probably fine with this filter. To be fair, now you just wasn't, but before you weren't at all.
Yeah, yeah, with the filter probably.
I'm gonna risk it.
But the thing is, like, yeah, all right, okay. We'll see. We'll just keep talking. We'll just keep talking. Blah 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 blah.
La la la
Yeah,
la la.
yeah.
Yes, sacrifice.
Rig rar, rig it rar, rah 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 rah.
I'll be honest, I did nearly fall asleep then.
Or I can do it so I've just got stills. It's fine.
Wait, what section are you trying to play in?
He's trying to
The
play Paradox explaining the machine.
explanation.
Oh, right, so you're gonna have dialogue as well. So okay,
Oh, that's risque.
that's risky.
I wouldn't. risk it.
Bugger it off. Nah.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I explained why it's bad. It's just
Yeah.
a really fucking rambly over explanation of like this book. Like,
By the way, if you've got the drive, can you share it?
Yeah.
I might just
so
have to get my girlfriend to watch it one day.
Why do you want to
I'll tell you
torture
what.
like that?
yeah, so Wade goes into the.
What did Izzy do?
So Wade goes into the
dating me.
antimatter room with the two tubes, but he can't destroy them both because they're too far apart from each other. He rips out one tube, sticks his hand in it, and he can't reach the other one. And
Because he
that
didn't
clock
plan
is counting
ahead.
down. Oh yeah, there's literally a fucking percentage bar in the
Of the multiverse. How
yeah,
much
the
is left?
multiverse.
Yeah.
How much is left? Yeah, in the fucking regular TVA with the black lady that's in charge.
Is that
She's
meant
like,
to be a joke or not?
No, it's serious.
I'm
See,
explaining.
the problem, the problem is though, is that I can see that actually being a funny joke that you could do, but they haven't.
No, yeah,
No,
no,
you know what I mean, though?
With a
No,
better
it's played
writer,
seriously.
they could do it.
It's played
Yeah.
seriously,
They get
like,
to-
as a countdown, like
The
tension
lowest,
thing.
the lowest it gets,
God
it gets to 1% of the multiverse.
Yeah, so
Doesn't
yeah,
make any
black lady
sense.
in charge of the TVA. They're all looking at monitors. They're not really doing anything about
Isn't
it.
1% of the
multiverse?
multiverse still like an infinite number of universe?
No, it's fine. Shut up. They're looking at they're looking at screens,
Okay.
and it's just like it's not even like going down by like. It's just random numbers going down. Like it starts at like 76% or something, then it goes to 62, and then it just keeps going down random numbers, and it gets to 1%, and then right as it gets to 1%, Wolverine pops in and grabs the other. I can't remember which one, but the other.
Fucks
and
the
grabs-
multiverse
he
to
grabs
burst
Wade-
more.
He grabs
and
Wade's
the dark
hand and
matter
then
tube.
shoves his claws into
He
the
shoves his
tube.
claws in the other matter tube, and now they're both doing it, and they're reversing whatever the fuck.
They're
Tilda
reversing the
Swinton's doing.
polarity.
And
of
the
the
energy is
photon
so
flow.
powerful.
They're hacking into the
just-
mainframe.
It's so powerful, by the way, Asa, that it destroys Hugh Jackman's shirt.
Yes,
Yeah.
his shirt disintegrates. Not Wade's.
I'm sorry, I meant
disintegrate.
Logan's. It'd be funny to
at this
see
point,
the.
yeah, it's Hugh Jackman's because it's show off his abs.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know
like-
why
like
he's got his
disintegrates
mask on,
his-
because that was supposed to be for the fight, and he's past
Nah,
all
that's
that.
fine. That's fine. It disintegrates his shirt, shows off his abs, and like Deadpool like looks down at his abs at the camera as well, like oh. And yeah, I think they have this really long, drawn out like of them like stretching out their arms, destroying
And
the
struggling.
struggling and looking up at the sky and screaming like yeah, we're
When you
doing
call
it.
my
And then it
name,
cut, and it's playing Madonna again.
Hmm.
And it's cutting back and forth between them and Tilda Swinton also screaming like, "No, I'm gonna destroy the multiverse!" And the percentage bar keeps going up and down, like, "Oh, who's gonna win? Who's gonna beat it out?" Like, there's a actual like struggle here.
Yeah,
that one of
it
them
starts
could win.
jumping. Yeah, from 1 to 25,
Yeah.
2%.
Percentage bar
like
is
they-
going up and down, like what's left of the
of
multiverse.
the multiverse. Yeah.
But like, this was weird because like Paradox said, "Oh yeah, if you destroy those tubes, then you'll definitely like stop it and you'll win." But it's now a struggle and a fight between the villain and our heroes. It's like, oh, who's gonna struggle harder and scream harder at these machines? And then obviously, eventually, it gets to 100%. Like the percentage bar fills up. It's this big, emotional fucking climax. There's like quotes from like Deadpool, like saying emotional lines, like "I just want to matter."
No,
And,
not even
like,
that. It also shows like yeah, when it plays the clips, it goes all the way back to Deadpool 1, where he's
Yeah, it
laying in
plays,
that
like,
thing and just
clips
like,
from
I
the
just want to see Vanessa.
Yeah, like oh,
What?
Yeah.
quotes from
Like,
his
how fucking
girlfriend.
dare
like,
you?
And
Don't
then-
you-
And then, by the way, so you know how we keep Asa, you know how we keep describing like this Wolverine is different. We keep having to repeat
Yeah.
that over and over.
Mhm.
It shows flashbacks of everything our Wolverine that we're the most familiar with, everything he did. So it's basically saying that this is our Wolverine, only slightly different.
Yeah. It is the same Wolverine, but it's not.
Well, it's the cheat thing, isn't it? They want to say it's a different one so that they can point and go, all these differences. It doesn't matter, it's a different one. But then at the end they go, but we want you to like feel things. So it's the same.
Yeah,
Like, God
but
damn
then
it.
you look into his brain, like when Tilda Swinton read his mind, and you see his flashbacks and his memories, and it's all the memories of the previous films, and it's like, oh, it is the same one, okay, but not really.
That's what I mean. They're cheating, but they're not even doing it well.
So yeah, there's a lot of that, like big emotional struggle, and there's like quotes of like emotional monologues, like oh, I love Vanessa, I love my girlfriend, like, oh, I just want to matter, like stuff from Wolverine. I can't remember what was going on in Wolverine's head. Like, I think it was quotes from other. Were they like?
I don't think he got anything. I think
he
it was just. I think it literally was just a video montage. For
It really was.
Yeah, it was just a video montage, and like quotes for Deadpool, like from Vanessa and him. And then the percentage bar fucking shoots right up to 100%, and then there's a big fucking explosion. Tilda Swinton is disintegrated and dies, and the Time Ripper is destroyed.
And we think for just a moment that both of them are dead.
Yes, we think.
But
we're not that lucky.
But one's hopes must now unfortunately be dashed. They are perfectly fine, except Hugh Jackman's shirt is still gone.
And he's still wearing his
that's
mask.
not how antimatter works. Antimatter destroys things at the atomic level, regardless.
His
of
mask is still there, but not his shirt.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Not if you're a main character, Jake.
And then we have Black Lady arrests Paradox.
Oh yeah, the fucking TVA official at the TVA finally show up and are like, "Hey, you've been doing some bad things down here, Paradox. What the hell?" And he's like, "No,
You're cringe."
Yeah, you're cringe, Paradox. And he's like, "Yeah, well, you're fat."
And then here's one of the best.
And neither was lying.
One, the TVA lady, while they're like, "Hey, can't you fix his universe?" is like, the problems in his universe made him the man he was to save the multiverse. We can't change that. Even though the TVA's whole thing is they can go anywhere in the multiverse at any point in time. So they can do whatever the fuck they want.
It's more, more meaningful, Wyatt.
But then, Asa, remember that whole thing about anchor points? Miraculously...
I'm trying not to.
Miraculously, this universe has gained a new anchor point.
Oh my god, is it Dong Pong or is it Wolverang?
It is not sure.
Yeah. But okay, but now we get into a contradiction. So, from a previous movie, this Wolverine is from a different universe, and what happens when one person from a universe goes to a different universe?
And they stick around for too long.
Well, okay, because the fucking Doctor Strange fucking contradicts that in his own fucking movie.
Exactly.
Well, that's literally what he was referencing. He was referencing.
That's what I was referencing. An incursion would happen, and the universe would be destroyed.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, but like, even in the movie that starts it fucking fucks it up already. So
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just adding another fucking stick to the bonfire. That's all I'm doing.
And so, they make another joke at the expense of other stuff by basically saying, "Shawarma, I could eat," and then they go eat some shawarma. And they said,
they make a reference to the Avengers and saying that they discovered it.
And then Wolverine goes, "The Avengers would be lucky to have you." And Hugh Jackman tries to leave the movie. Like he walks away, pets the dog for like a moment, and then Wade is just like, "Wait a minute." Smash cut to everybody that was at the party, plus Laura, plus Wolverine, are now just hanging out together. And now Wade's gonna make it up to Vanessa.
No Blade, no Elektra or Gambit.
So this is what I think. I think that the Laura that we saw in The Void is a variant of the Laura we see at the end of the movie. If I'm being charitable.
Wait, what?
Okay, so you know how Loki season 1 is a variant of 2012
No,
Loki.
no, I know, but like,
You're
so who's this Laura then?
I think
Yes,
he's
oh,
trying
okay.
to say this is the original, the one
Yeah,
that
I
doesn't
think
get
that's
sent
yeah,
to
the
the
one
void.
they
Logan.
yeah, from Logan.
But no, the
yeah,
one in the
yeah.
void is also the one from Logan because she has
Yeah,
the
but, like,
glasses.
well,
she has
yeah,
the
but-
backstory and everything.
Well, so does Loki from Loki 2012 Loki that gets transferred to the TVA has the same stuff as the main timeline Loki. I think it's that sort of thing.
So then, if that's a variant, then why is this Laura here? Why is she here?
Dude, this is the variant.
What?
No, so
What are
it
you
has
talking about?
it has
my God,
it has
okay.
so it has to be the variant in all reality, because
Yeah.
let's face it, the movie's not smart enough to say that that's Prime Laura.
That's what I was trying to say earlier before we started recording. It's like the Laura at the end of the movie is like the original one, and then the one in the void was the one that, let's say, decided to, I don't know, eat cereal instead of pancakes in the morning, and so she got fucking taken to the void.
So you're saying the one at the end in the apartment is not the one from the void?
Yes.
So who is she? Why is she there?
The different one. The different
Oh
one.
my God. For this,
It's same but
She's the
different.
different one, Tom.
Well,
I'm trying.
I understand you're saying she's a different one, but why?
But
why
it
is...
makes no difference, and the movie's not smart enough to think that.
No, what I'm trying
no.
what I'm trying to say. So okay, you know how in Loki, if you decide instead of one day to, I don't know, take left to work instead
Yeah,
of right.
everyone knows that the TVA are retarded. Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah, I know.
Or-
I'm just trying
Yes.
to like play devil's advocate in the sense of like the Laura.
Why?
That we see is a because.
Why now?
What is
Because
wrong
this
with
big-
you? You should feel bad.
No, I don't feel bad.
And of all the things, like we're
God.
agreeing that this is all stupid. There's this odd
Yeah.
disconnect somewhere, though.
No, it makes total
mean-
sense. They're all different characters every
no.
scene.
I want to. I see this thing. I hope that is the same Laura from the Void, because that makes that fucking
Is it-
hilarious to me.
Because it is.
No, it's not
It
the
can't
exact
be
same
because
one
they're
that
the
was in
only
the
two that
Void.
made it
How
out.
does she get out? Yeah.
Because
That's why it's stupid. They just
no,
suddenly
because it's not the
changed
one that
it.
was it. Oh my God, you don't.
No, I know what
No,
you're
everyone,
saying.
everyone knows what you're saying, Jacob. Just no one cares.
Well,
Or-
I
No,
Not about you, about the movie.
or in this case, I just don't think the movie is smart enough to actually even have that.
they just wanted it to be there because it's
Yeah.
X-23 and Wolverine sitting together at a dinner
Yeah,
table.
Even
Like,
though
oh,
it's,
is it-
even
it's
even
nice.
though this Laura would just be like, why the fuck are you alive?
Yeah.
Well, also, this Laura wouldn't know who any of these fucking people are. She
Yeah,
never
she
met
wouldn't.
any of the X-Men. They all. Let's not
Well, and,
forget
and this
that.
Wolverine didn't have a Laura.
Yeah,
Not
yeah, she
only
didn't.
that, but
didn't.
also let's not forget that in Logan, all the X-Men were dead. So like, she's sitting somehow at the same table with a different Wolverine, and Colossus,
Yeah, but it's a variant, so it's fine.
and Negasonic Teenage Warhead. There are X-Men just still.
Tom, stop
around.
laughing. It makes total sense.
Of course, yeah, you're right.
Different
But yeah.
one, so it's different.
But yeah, anyway, so this is like the big emotional finale.
And
We
pull back on their masks.
Wolverine nudges Wade to be like, talk to Vanessa, talk to her, like basically saying get back together and end this movie. And they have a moment of like looking at each other like,
Even though he shouldn't
hey.
have never left Nessa in the first
Yeah,
place.
she
Brought
shakes
some
his
fucking
hand.
comics that he actually has.
Yeah.
It's a different. It's a variant of Vanessa, so.
very Vanessa.
Like Deadpool has a daughter
Okay,
in the
well,
comics. You
yeah.
could have had her in this movie.
Asa, that would explain her like fucking change of character though. So.
and then like
Yeah,
the
they look at each
final-
other. Yeah, they hold hands, and Wade says, "I did it for you."
and then
she's
pulls
like,
back.
"Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna break up with my boyfriend now and go back together with you."
Oh yeah,
And we-
she's
and we
dating
cut
somebody
away.
else from
Yeah.
the party.
Yeah, and we do a pan out. We see the mask of Wolverine, the mask of Deadpool on a table. Fade out. End. Credits.
And credit. Okay.
And
Yeah,
then
and,
we get a
I
after
didn't
credit
get,
scene.
I didn't see any of that on my copy. It just cut out after the movie ended.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll
Yeah,
explain it to both you and Asa. So instead of a mid-credit scene, we essentially get a
There's an after
basically-
credit scene.
we get two. Yeah, we get a mid-credit and of course a post-credit scene. The mid-credit, instead of usual like advertising the next thing, is instead essentially this weird eulogy love letter.
Yeah, it's like a weird
slash,
it's like a
The
YouTube tribute.
pre-MCU stuff.
Yeah, to all the stuff that 20th Century Fox has made, while Time of Your Life from Green Day is playing in the background. And I was originally like, oh, this is really heartwarming because it's showing like, yeah, it is paying, like it's showing Elektra. It's showing a lot of behind the scenes stuff. There's a lot of interviews in it as well. Like Hugh Jackman talking about his first day on set.
Yeah, it was rather touching.
Yeah, and then kind of went through a brief timeline of how these movies even got started, because of showing Ryan Reynolds from the interview of X-Men Origins Wolverine, saying like, I'd really love to actually play this character.
Yeah.
And then show some footage from the first Deadpool movie.
Yeah.
I thought it was really heartwarming for a moment, and now I'm kind of now I'm apathetic about it, because it's...
Yeah.
They took something that, like, I'm not saying everything that Fox made was either a banger or a complete stinker.
No, I was just about to say that it was really fucking funny when they were showing clips of, like I said earlier, the Fant 4 Stick.
Yeah, for a brief moment they play Fant 4 Stick.
I was just like, oh, yeah, like, it's just funny to think, like, oh, yeah, do you remember the good times of this movie? Everyone loved this movie.
Why would they bother with that? Because the reason they made that one was just to keep the license in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess, like, they wanted to acknowledge that all of these things exist.
It exists.
Yeah, but it's still funny to me. I was like, oh, okay, you're showing that in the eulogy? Like, alright, fine.
And now it really is just this, instead of being sweet, now it's just like, hey, all this stuff, we got rid of it by now having it in the MCU.
We've taken things from it, and we killed it.
And that's why it feels like this. Yeah, as Tom, I think as you just said, it feels like a YouTube tribute video.
It does. That's what I got the impression of.
What was the after credit scene then?
So the post credits was the
Johnny Storm, all the stuff that Deadpool said to Tilda Swinton to say, oh yeah, by the way, he said all this really bad stuff about you, and then she kills him. That it ends up that he actually did say exactly line by line,
word for word, because in the ball prison that they were getting transported in, there was a camera at the top of it, like just there. I don't know why.
Because reasons.
Because reasons, not really meant to be. It's just like, oh, a secret camera in it. Like,
yeah, and they're looking at it at the TVA base, and it's and they're acting as if like how these TVA monitors have previously worked just within this movie, not even talking about Loki, is it's just shown, like, the movies as if, like, from our perspective. It, like, even showed the shot in Age of Ultron, where in the beginning with all the Avengers, like, lined up, and showed various moments from, like, Captain America the First Avenger. Suddenly, in this, like, post-credit scene, it's acting as if it needed an actual camera to see the scene.
But yeah, that's the post-credit scene. It's basically everything that Deadpool said to Tilda Swinton that Johnny Storm said he did say. And then at the end of it, of the footage in the TVA place, Deadpool turns it off and goes, yeah, got you, motherfucker. And then it ends.
When meanwhile, I much would have preferred something similar to the post-credit scene from the first Deadpool, where it's like, it's over. Go home.
Yeah, like the first thing. Yeah.
We don't have a post.
That was great. That was funny.
Yeah, I wish you did. Like, yeah, we're not setting up Avengers. We don't have anything for Avengers Secret Wars. Like, go watch something else for that. We're not doing that. Go away.
Yeah, I would rather like it is just Deadpool just going like, all right, I got my trilogy. It's complete. We finally had Hugh Jackman in the costume. We're done. It's over.
Yeah.
You know, actually would have been a fun
and then he just takes the mask off and it's just Ryan Reynolds. Like, it's over.
It's over. I can finally stop wearing this stupid. He doesn't think the suit is stupid. He's like, I finally can get out of this sweaty fucking thing.
See, I think it would have pissed people off, but it actually would have been quite funny. I think just as like an idea is if like we end with like the Deadpool and that, and then you have another Deadpool walk in, and it's actually the Deadpool from the first two movies going, "What do you mean the third one's not me?" And it's like, completely. It's like, what do you mean it's a variant? What the fuck's happening?
I mean,
Who are you,
that-
people?
yeah,
Did Disney
that would
sign
ex-
something?
Yeah,
Whatever
that
the
like
fucking-
yeah, like yeah, well, that would have been really fucking stupid, but in a good
He's
way.
like, who the fuck is Iron Man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like some fucking character that only became popular because a certain actor decided to play them at the lowest point of his career.
yeah.
So essentially, the message that everyone should take from this live stream is that Deadpool 3 bad, go see Logan.
Yes.
Unironically,
Watch,
yeah.
watch
Avoid.
Logan. Yeah.
It is
Watch
the
Logan.
like Deadpool and Wolverine is the latest example of the fucking key jangling nonsense cameo ridden bullshit that the MCU has become. And
Thing is,
like,
yeah, I was just about to
and-
say with the cameos,
Yeah,
like,
Yeah.
just throw cameos
I
at the
would-
audience.
Yeah, but like with the way they're done, I would say that like a couple are like done in a funny, creative way for a little bit, but the rest, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this, they are essentially on the same level as the key jangling cameos from Multiverse of Madness.
Mm-hmm.
they really are.
It's
Yeah.
on the same level, and that will piss people off, I know, but it really is, because like you can't really convince me otherwise, because like what do they do with them? They show up, they have some lines of dialogue, they don't really do anything of note, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
And it's just the latest example of Disney's laziness, and it's even further, like almost adding fucking kerosene to a bonfire. As fucking yesterday we found out Robert Downey Jr. is playing Dr. Doom. And it's like, and it's just like,
God.
motherfucker,
Dude,
why
fuck
can't
off.
you guys just stay away from this?
Yeah, and which is
blew it.
weird.
You
You
had
know,
it all, and
you
you blew
know
it.
he's
You
you know
blew
he's
it.
you know he's gonna be a Tony Stark variant too.
Well, I
You
don't
know,
know
it's-
if it's
you
a
know-
variant or if he literally is Victor Von Doom. I don't know.
They
Yeah, well,
can't
the
just
thing-
have it. No, it's not gonna make any fucking sense if
It doesn't
it's
make
just
sense
Victor-
regardless.
I,
Yeah, I
I
was gonna
know,
say,
but it'll
why
double
would-
make not sense if
I was gonna say,
if fucking
why
Iron
would
Man
Iron
and
Man-
Doctor Doom have the same face.
Why would Iron Man be Doctor Doom?
Well,
Because
Doctor
he's a
Doom,
variant.
Doctor Doom ever met
Vroom
Rhodey?
vroom, Doctor Vroom.
If Doctor Doom ever met Rhodey, that's a problem.
I would also kind of like to point out is that there was a lot of missed opportunity with the cameos, especially with fucking Elektra. Could you imagine if like Elektra had her sai on one of Daredevil's billy clubs and used them and he was using them?
Well, they didn't even have
Because-
Blade Sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, it talked about that, like,
Yeah.
and with the handles that the blades that pop out of the handle of somebody else like wields it. They just missed so much shit, and I feel like the only cameo they even somewhat nailed on the most surface of fucking levels was Gambit.
Gambit,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, Gambit.
And in terms of like a creative reveal, Chris Evans is Human Torch.
That was
Like,
kind of nice. I mean,
Yeah.
Kinda
I-
nice.
I mean,
Night.
And again, on
kind
yeah.
of night. I'm
Kinda-
gonna. That's a
No,
new
it wasn't.
slang
It was
term
day.
It's a new slang term. I'm bringing it back. Night.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the two like cameos that I was referencing that were like, okay, there's something there, and that's Chris Evans and Gambit. Everyone else was like, okay, they're there, and now they're not.
The X-23 one, it just pissed me off to no end. The more I thought about it.
That was even more of a waste because like I thought there was actually going to be some like character you could do with her because she has
Yeah.
a connection with Wolverine. I mean, it's not the same Wolverine, but you'd think
Not
they would do something. I mean, even the action scenes, like
Not
fuck me,
even-
I thought she would get a proper showing out.
Yeah, I thought like I was thinking about this while the fight was happening. I'm like, we have a fully grown X-23 who, as far as variants of concern because of her age, she's either spent that time since Logan's death either in the void or just running for her life in Canada, running from that corporation that wanted to gather them all back up. She's been fighting for her life for X amount of fucking years, so we could see how much of a brutal killer she is now.
Nah.
But no, let's just fucking waste one of my only favorite passing the torch characters that I've enjoyed. Because I actually really do like X-23. The relationship in the comics that she and Wolverine have is actually really fucking good.
Yeah, and it was really good in Logan.
Yeah. Like, so to just pull this horse shit, this half-baked fucking nonsense is insulting to pretty much everybody in the production of this film and Logan.
But have you considered that she's a variant? So,
You know what this film kind of reminds me of, but the film in question is actually a lot better than this. Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh my god.
That's how the cameos felt. It just looked weird.
We gotta have Bison, so just have not Bison. We gotta have Zangief, so just have him in the background and make him dumb, so that when a truck is coming, quick, change the channel.
Yeah.
Well, there's also the Street Fighter 2 animated movie where it is a lot like that. It's like Chun-Li's in the shower. Well, fucking Vega's gonna come and try and kill her. Which the Chun-Li shower scene.
Hell yeah.
Every young man's dream.
Whatever you say, pal.
You would let her crush your skull with her thighs.
I actually have like no real opinion on Street Fighter.
Jake's about to go away and take a shower now, just by coincidence.
No.
Yeah, go. Yeah, y'all can. We can all join each other, you know.
I'm good. So,
have a gay old time.
What'd that even look like? Us just in a group shower, just sitting in a circle?
I'd rather not think about
We're
it,
just
Wyatt.
sudsing each other up, you know?
I'd stop.
I'm not.
Tom, it's okay.
I'm
It's okay because you'll be a
Not
variant
okay.
if you do that. So
I'm not.
fine.
I'm not into Jewish cats.
Tell you what, my variant can join you. I'll
Yeah.
Excuse me, I am Catholic. I just simply wear the Jewish garb because they stole it from us.
Hey.
So after all that, Asa, what do you think of Deadpool and Wolverine after not seeing it and just having it be described to you?
I hate it.
Awesome. Good night, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Do we actually have any final thoughts before you'd like to wrap this up, Mayo?
I mean, if anyone has anything, I'm happy to listen. But think at this point, it might be a good jumping off point.
My closing thoughts are.
This is a serious goddamn podcast.
You know, that one crack is probably better than the whole than the 2-hour film.
My closing thoughts are. You tried to do the joke before me. I did it before you.
So,
just
go watch the other. Watch
Logan.
watch literally any other X-Men film.
Watch Logan.
Honest. It's weird how by comparison, X3 has only gotten better. Like it's weird.
X3 was cringe, but it has really good stuff in it.
Believe it or not, no more sound effects, please, because it could be copyright.
Yeah.
Well, no, these ones aren't.
Could be a variant.
Could be variants.
It could be a variant. That's true.
But in all seriousness, my thoughts are: if anyone that happens to watch this live stream now or catches the VOD later, specifically people in the EFAP Facebook
in the variant community.
Identify as a variant.
Yeah. I identify as 20 variants.
I identify as I am all the variants.
I am all the Sith.
I welcome any discussion about this particular movie because, as I was saying to Filthy before he left, the discourse around this particular film has been very fucking weird and very odd, and people are really lacking self-awareness when they lay out their praises for it. And I get it. It's, you know, the thing of like personal like and enjoyment is subjective. I get it. I'm not saying you shouldn't. What I'm saying is you should
feel bad.
You should feel bad. But also, this movie is objectively. I've literally seen people like on YouTube comments, on Facebook, like in our group and outside of our group, saying, "Yeah, it is objectively bad, but I had fun." And there's a lot of that, and it's also,
which is such a nothing statement.
Well, yeah, it's nothing to me, but it's like a combination of that, a combination of it's okay, it's got some flaws, but I enjoyed it, and a combination of no, this was like really fucking cool and fun, and Marvel have finally done something good. It's just like a wide spectrum of all this stuff, and we're just like, no, it's really simple. It's just a really badly written plot, and the characters aren't that good either.
It's been a hot minute since I've added a movie to like this list I keep, which is I will never go back to watch the movie, but I'll certainly YouTube the fight scenes.
Oh, yes, mate.
I won't
need
even
to-
do that.
I need to take a look at the
I
action.
won't
yeah.
even do that. I'm not gonna do that.
I'll do that because I.
No,
I
I'm
obviously,
I'm saying
let's
this
watch
like I think I'm the one. I don't think I'm the only one here who's just been simping over the Hugh Jackman stuff. The movie itself is just simping over Hugh Jackman. I have enjoyed his character through and through, but at the same, like, not in this movie, just his
Yeah, I was
whole
gonna
like
say.
character throughout the X-Men movies.
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, like, as the movie stated, he is the X-Man.
Yeah.
Like, I don't give a fuck about the rest of the team, and it's what
I'm not
makes this
racist.
movie so. This movie just becomes so fucking insulting to people who actually liked the journey that Wolverine went on, all the way back from X-Men Origins Wolverine through X-Men 1 and 3 to the Wolverine, and then finally Logan. That journey he went on, while had a lot of bumps in
And
it,
Days of Future
was
Past.
pretty fucking solid.
Days of Future Past.
Yeah, Days of Future Past.
Thank you for reminding me that movie even fucking existed.
I was gonna say.
He goes on a pretty decent journey on that as well, despite him. I think it's overshadowed in my mind because of its stupid way of telling time travel. It just feels like an insult to everything that character has done.
Yeah.
To just getting this surface level interpretation of Wolverine.
Yeah,
And
but
we
this
also-
is a variant, so you know.
Fuck.
Is that going to be the reason for every plot hole or every thing
I
that we have to
yeah,
say
yeah.
about anything
guarantee-
now?
I
It's okay.
guarantee you
It's a
more.
variant. It's probably a
I mean,
variant.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
that's
Yeah,
what Marvel are doing.
It's the Rick and Morty thing where it's like, oh, we don't know if given any
The
scene, if we're
decoy
actually-
Wolverine.
if we're actually following our mainline Wolverine.
Ironically, yeah.
Because isn't that what something like Dan Harmon said? Like, we don't know if it, with each passing episode, if that's actually our Rick.
Yeah,
Discount Wolverine.
even though it is.
Yeah. Well, this definitely isn't my Wolverine. I'll tell you that.
It's
Yeah,
not.
It's a variant.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, literally, yes, it is a
Deadpool-
variant.
It's
Dead-
not. It's
Dead-
not even. It's not even
Deadpool-
really Deadpool. Like he's different as well. He's not even a variant.
It's a variant.
Yeah, it's a variant.
Yeah, all
that's a
variants.
variant too. He's not
I'm
the
gonna
same.
strangle
Deadpool.
you asleep.
Go watch the Wolverine. You'll be annoyed by the PG-13ness of it, but at least you get to watch
Yeah,
Hugh Jackman
I forget what
kill
happened
people.
in that. I just remember it's in Japan and they fight on a bullet train.
Yeah,
I
the
remember
bullet train
that.
fight is like the best part, especially
It is the
because
best part.
like he outwits somebody by thinking there's gonna be a jump and they hit the fucking sign, and then
Yeah.
that shot where he just uses the speed to fucking impale that one guy. You like watching
Oh, that
Wolverine?
Silver Samurai thing, or is that
Oh,
that one? That
no,
one?
the final act of that movie is pure hot garbage.
Yeah.
No, but is it that one? Is that the movie?
It is that one with
Yeah.
Silver
Okay,
Samurai,
yeah, I have seen it.
Where he
Oh.
uses
Whatever.
the heated up adamantium blade to cut through adamantium claws.
Or, if you want to see a better pairing of Deadpool and Wolverine than this movie, go see Wolverine X-Men Origins.
X-Men
No.
Or
Oranges.
if you want to see
No.
Wolverine and Deadpool in a movie together that's not bad, watch Hulk versus Wolverine.
Yeah, I was about to state that. It's got a really good
The
interpretation
variants,
of
so,
the
you know.
characters.
Or play the Deadpool game, or specifically
No.
watch the cutscenes.
No.
Watch the
Do not play
cutscenes.
the Wolverine. Yeah, don't play the Wolverine. I'm gonna play X-Men Origins Wolverine, the game. That's an awesome game.
Or you know
Don't
what?
play the Deadpool game.
Just screw all of that. Just go watch One Piece. One Piece good.
Yes, you should watch one.
Agreed.
They're all variants of.
All- You know,
No,
the live
what
action
everyone
is
needs-
just a variant of Luffy.
What we need to do is go watch the Acolyte.
They're all
No.
variants.
There's multiple variants in that. There's 2 of them.
Stop recommending other Disney shit.
Okay, I was actually
Go
gonna say Doctor Who,
watch-
but now that's fucking Disney now, isn't it?
That's definitely a fucking variant.
Go watch.
Let
Go
Disney
watch
fucking
Boku
die.
No Pico.
Stop. Okay. No.
Watch Bible Black.
No. Mayo. What are you
Mayo,
doing?
Mayo, ban him. He's gonna get you banned for
It's okay.
recommending.
He's
What
literally
what I was
recommending,
about to
like,
say
borderline
is,
child porn.
so Wyatt and I are enjoying Sherlock, and guess what? He's a variant.
That's true. He's a variant of Benacum Drill Batch.
Yes,
Go-
Smaug is a variant.
Go and watch the 2020 sci-fi movie Variant.
Are we still streaming?
Yeah, you're still on. We're still live.
This has been plenty. This has been
No,
plenty
we're
of
not.
point for you to like as the.
No, we're not streaming our variants. Are what are you talking
God's
about?
sake.
Oh my god.
No, we're the variants of the variant that's streaming.
Yeah. See, it makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, shall we put the stream out of its misery?
Yeah. So